So that statement from the US President Donald Trump coming an hour after Israel's defense minister said Israel had attacked Iran. Donald Trump confirming that the US has launched major combat operations against Iran. He put up this 8-minute video on Truth Social in which he said Tehran's menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas and our allies throughout the world. He said, for 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed. He said it's been mass terror and we're not going to take it any longer. He said that America was going to destroy Iran's missiles, annihilate their navy. And he also said that while steps had been taken to avoid casualties, Americans may be lost. He called on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms or face certain death. And he also addressed the people of Iran, saying the hour of your freedom is at hand. Let's bring in Deborah Haynes, our Defence and Security Editor, who was listening to that dramatic statement from the American president. Deborah, what did you make of it?
Well, I mean, he's been very clear about the objectives, and they are huge in terms of what he hopes to achieve from this operation. Describing it as major combat operations really does confirm what we were saying earlier about the scale of this attack and how it differs from the previous time that Donald Trump decided to strike Iran. This is clearly not just some limited operation, given what Donald Trump has now set out. He's not saying there's going to be regime change, but he is making very clear that the military action that the US is taking is designed to destroy the regime effectively. And that's why he's making that call to the Iranian people, saying that for them, this is a once in a many generation time to step up and take control. So that does signal that he doesn't see the US playing a role in whatever comes next, but instead is handing that over to the Iranian people, which is, obviously it sounds like a noble statement, but everyone who understands the region understands the enormous risk that's involved here. He's saying as well, so the stated aims that Donald Trump is making in this video address are significant and are clearly benchmarks that he can be held to account for with whatever comes next. He's talking about, as you say, annihilating the Iranian Navy, destroying its missiles, preventing Iran, and he said this repeatedly, from ever having nuclear weapons. And as well, talking directly to all members, not just of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, but also the wider armed forces and the police, all arms of defense and security within Iran, telling them to lay down their weapons. They will be given immunity, or else they will be annihilated. So really making clear the choice that's at stake there. Does the military stay loyal to the regime, or do they allow this American operation supported by Israel to deliver what Donald Trump is saying that it will, in terms of a complete overhaul, destruction of the military capabilities of Iran, and therefore, by definition, from what he's saying, the ability of the regime to continue to rule. He didn't say the words regime change. That would be a huge allergic reaction from his own base, who are very anxious about any kind of never-ending wars. But by taking this action, calling it major combat operations, setting out objectives that he wants to stop, to defend the American people from imminent threats from the Iranian regime, to say that he wants to destroy all of its military capabilities. These are serious, significant and large-scale objectives that will not be achieved overnight unless there is complete surrender. And from what we're hearing from reports on the Iranian side, that is not going to happen. There will be a war, and America's president did make clear that America needs to brace itself for taking casualties. And the big question is just how extensive that's going to be. Is military force alone by the Americans? Yes, they have the most powerful armed forces in the world. There's no question of that. But can that military action alone achieve the objectives that Donald Trump has now set out squarely and publicly, and achieve that with acceptable levels on the American side of harm? That is a huge question, a huge risk. Donald Trump clearly believes the answer is yes, but he cannot see the future. And the future, as we know, when it comes to military operations in the Middle East, it is incredibly risky, incredibly unpredictable, and can go very wrong.
Deborah, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. I want to bring in now Tara Kangaloo, who's the author of The Heartbeat of Iran and a global affairs journalist. Tara, thanks so much for talking to us this morning. We've spoken to you in the last few weeks about the feelings in Iran and the tensions that have been building there with threats from the US. What do you make of what's happened this morning, and how do you think that people in Iran will be responding?
Good morning, Anna. This is a fast-moving story, and just speaking to some folks in Tehran this morning, people are on the edge. Saturday, today is the first day of the week in Iran, and people are, in the offices, back to school, back at work. And so you have a situation in the city where life is normal, moving forward, but then all of a sudden in the morning, you see multiple areas hit. As you've been saying on the program, the Pastor complex that houses the presidential palace, as well as the house of the supreme leader, and multiple government offices, an extremely important area, is reportedly hit. Multiple news sites, Iranian news sites, have been hacked. And again, speaking to folks, people are on the edge, but many expected this because this, just like June, as the US and Iran were negotiating, Israel hit, and then the United States continued a week later. But this seems to be a joint effort by Israel and the United States. But right now, people in Iran are holding their breath. They are unclear what's going to happen next. All the while, the resentment toward the regime is intact. At the same time, they have no idea what's in store for them.
Yes, and in the meantime, the Iranian regime has hit back and said that they will retaliate, a crushing retaliation, they say. In the meantime, Donald Trump is appealing to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms or face certain death. What do you expect the response of the regime to be?
I think there's a contrast between what we hear from the Islamic regime, and this has been proven historically, and their action over the last, not just the summer conflict, the 12-day conflict, but even previous rounds of retaliation. Iran's strikes have been, in some ways, completely coordinated and surgical, with no casualties, no American casualties, and Israeli casualties have been limited during the 12-day war. So I wonder if that's what we're going to see, some form of a coordinated attack, just so that Iran can say we retaliated, save face among its base of supporters domestically, but also contain, again, the casualties on the side of Israel and the United States, because the Islamic regime is very well aware that a military as mighty as that of the United States and Israel combined, if fully gone in, that would mean to the detriment of the regime in its entirety. But at the same time, some argue that when the regime is faced with such threats, then it has nothing to lose and it might go all in. And I do believe that would be quite catastrophic, also regionally, because, as you know, there are Iran's proxies in Yemen, in Lebanon, in Iraq, and at any moment they might be activated, because they are also aware that a destroyed Iranian regime would mean their destruction as well. So this might be a moment for all those proxies to unite and come in full force. So a lot of unknown, but what we do know is once again, we're at a situation, we're in the middle of a negotiation that, by the way, the Omani foreign minister yesterday on the record, this man does not make a lot of media statements and go public, said talks are productive and we have made breakthrough. But once again, as talks are going on, Israel strikes Iran and so much is yet to be seen.
Tara Kangul, we really appreciate your time this morning and giving us your response to these developments, dramatic developments in Iran this morning. Thanks very much indeed. Well, it's now 8 o'clock. Let's just run you through our breaking news this morning. The US and Israel have launched coordinated strikes on Iran. As the attack began just before 10 o'clock local time, plumes of smoke were seen rising over the Iranian capital, Tehran. Explosions have also been heard in other cities across the country, according to Iranian media. A US official has confirmed to Reuters that strikes are being launched by air and by sea. Well, the attack came hours after US President Donald Trump had said he wasn't happy with the latest negotiations with Iran over its nuclear programme. Well, let's now bring in Sally Lockwood, who joins us now from the region. Sally, good morning to you. Give us your reaction where you are to these dramatic developments this morning.
Good morning to you, Anna. Well, it's fair to say this is something that we have been watching very closely and been very concerned about since the middle of January, after Donald Trump warned that he was sending this armada, as he called it, to the Middle East, which is now in place. And when he told Iranian protesters that he was coming to their rescue, that the American military were on their way. It's been very unclear since exactly what was going to happen, but today we now do have an answer that this military operation being carried out by Israel with America is now happening as we speak. Donald Trump confirming that it is a very significant operation and also speaking directly to the protesters that this is your moment for action. Do not let it pass. So we now also know that Donald Trump's objective here is potentially regime change. If you listen closely to what he was saying to Iranian protesters in that video message. And there is a lot of concern here about how Iran is going to respond. It's already warned that an attack by America would result in regional conflict. It would result in potentially an attack on an American warship, of which there are many now here in the Gulf. And I am hearing from a military source at the moment that Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar is being evacuated of military personnel, except for a skeleton team that is going to be left behind, that they received orders this morning to leave the base with their protective equipment and with enough items for 72 hours. We're also hearing that the US Embassy in Doha has a shelter-in-place order at the moment, but not the British Embassy. A member, someone from the UK who lives in Doha contacted me earlier to say there's no shelter-in-place order for the British Embassy at the moment. Now, of course, this is all very reminiscent of last summer, when there were negotiations underway, when there were talks underway, and we felt like there was some sort of diplomatic progress potentially being made between Iran and the US. And then there was that 12-day war launched by Israel, targeting nuclear facilities in Iran. And then America joined. And then that resulted in an attack by Iran on Qatar, on Al Udeid Air Base. But what's different this time is that back in June, it was a coordinated response. The back channels were open and the official lines knew that that response was coming from the Iranians. No one was killed in that response and there was limited damage. This time, it's very, very unpredictable and it's much more concerning because this attack on Iran doesn't have targeted objectives in terms of nuclear facilities. It could be that the actual regime is being targeted. And I'm already hearing from a source inside Iran that a senior member of the Iranian regime has been killed, unconfirmed, just heard from a source. I'm not sure if you're hearing anything more on that. And certainly in terms of the Iranian response here, if this is an attack on the Iranian regime and regime change is the objective here, then their response is very unpredictable indeed, because this is about survival. This is potentially existential for the Iranian regime. And certainly neighboring countries like the UAE, where I am, are very concerned about what this could mean in terms of the region. Could this result in regional conflict? There are American air bases in neighboring countries such as Saudi, Qatar, here in the UAE, Bahrain. And the UAE made clear, along with Saudi, a few weeks ago in public statements that no strikes on Iran were to be carried out from their territory, airspace, or waters, because they are so concerned about how Iran could respond. And I'm also hearing from another military source that America is taking precautions and has set up a separate command center in the region. It would normally be in Al Udeid in Qatar, but I'm hearing that there is a separate command center that's been set up in a neighboring country. I won't reveal which one for security reasons, but it's not the UAE. And it does seem that what is happening here is very significant. I was also told that F-22 fighter jets were flown into an airbase in Israel from America. They're not normally based in the region, and it is America's most capable air-to-air fighter jet. And this source said to me, if they've been brought in, then this really is a big deal. It does feel like we're still obviously going to have to wait to see how this all unfolds today, but it does feel like it could be a very big day indeed.
Well, yes, indeed, Sally. And given what Donald Trump said about the scale of his ambitions, or hinted was the scale of his ambitions, perhaps no surprise that a US official has told Reuters in the last few minutes that the US military is expected to carry out a multi-day operation against Iran. Sally, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Well, let's hear more then from Donald Trump, who put this statement out on his Truth Social platform in the last few minutes.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal. Something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests.
We're just going to dip out of that because just in the last few moments, the Israeli military has said, according to Reuters, that missiles have been launched from Iran towards Israel. Let's bring in Adam Parsons, who's in Jerusalem for us now. Adam, what are you hearing?
Yeah, what you may hear while I'm talking to you is the sound of a chime which comes across every mobile phone. Can't turn it off in Israel, which is warning of there it is. This is a message from the IDF saying that sirens have been sounded in several areas across the country. In fact, alerts are saying it's widespread across the country following the identification of missiles launched from Iran towards the state of Israel. The IDF says it has identified missiles. We're hearing uncorroborated reports at significant numbers, some people saying dozens at the moment. I suspect that this will become clear shortly. Defensive systems are operating, they say, to intercept the threat. What does that mean? It means that the Israelis have a globally renowned air defense system known as the Iron Dome, which effectively fires missiles to intercept any of those that have been attacked towards Israel. Now, as you will see, I've just put on a helmet. We will be putting on protective equipment as more and more of these missiles start heading towards us. Now, all the time we are receiving messages about these attacks. These are reprisals, of course, for the coordinated US-Israeli attack on Iran a little earlier. Iran immediately, or very quickly, said that it would be taking countermeasures against Israel specifically. It is likely that attack will be focused upon Tel Aviv rather than here in Jerusalem. But let's be honest, we don't know. What is apparent is that the US-Israeli attack has been widespread. It initially focused on Tehran, but it has been in multiple waves. It's focused on agencies, ministries in Tehran, also on the Republican Guard, leading officials. It seems that Ayatollah Khamenei has been moved from his base, which was targeted. The Iranian media is saying that the Iranian president is safe and alive. So these reprisals are likely to be significant, and Israelis are getting these messages now, telling them to take shelter.
Well, Adam, we appreciate you being out and talking to us. Do take cover if you need to. In the meantime, let's bring in Deborah Haynes, our security and defence editor. And I wanted to get your response to that, the fact that Israel's military is saying that defensive systems are in operation to try to intercept what they say are missiles heading towards Israel now. What do you make of the speed with which Iran appears to have retaliated?
Yes, and we were talking earlier, it was inevitable, and Iran would have been ready. So they could see, as well as everybody else, the enormous American buildup around their country and the potential for American military to launch strikes at any moment. They're also, of course, very aware of Israel's ability to attack them. So their military would have been on high alert to respond to any attack. With the means that they have available. And clearly, they are doing exactly that. They see this as presumably existential, especially given what Donald Trump has said in his video statement setting out the objectives. And so Donald Trump gave the Iranian military the option to lay down their weapons and live, or face, in his words, certain death. The fact that they are now launching ballistic missiles towards Israel is a clear indication, and it's no surprise that they are not heeding Donald Trump's ultimatum and are instead standing and fighting. And so now it really will depend on the volume of missiles or drones or whatever they are firing towards Israel, and the capabilities in place for Israel and presumably the US to be able to defend against them. We've seen from previous large-scale Iranian attacks that there is a finite ability to defend against them. Yes, Israel has extraordinary air defences. The US too has incredible capabilities to be able to blast ballistic missiles out of the sky, which is an incredibly difficult feat. And yet there is only so much you can do if there is overwhelming firepower coming in the other direction. So it really will hinge on what Iran has, how much it's able to fire, and how big it wants to go in its response. And if it is a large-scale retaliation by the Iranian regime, then that would indicate that they are not backing down, and that they believe that they need to fight. And clearly believe that they are not going to heed Donald Trump's warnings about effectively surrender and regime change. He didn't use those words, but that was clearly the underlying intent of his message. And so I think it's not just obviously Israel, the immediate target of this attack, but clearly Iran has the ability, if it wants to directly target American military facilities and the warships that have mounted up in the region. There are other, obviously, countries in the region that have American bases and American personnel there, and they too clearly could be targeted. And so this has the moment of significant escalation, and depending on the damage, then again, you go to further escalation when America decides how it's going to respond.
Deborah, thanks very much indeed. Thank you for that. Well, let's get more reaction to that post on Truth Social that Donald Trump had put up, talking about how US military had begun major combat operations, as he called it, in Iran. David Blevins, our US correspondent, joins us now from Washington. Very good morning to you, David. Thanks for joining us. It was a long statement from the president, 8 minutes worth, in which he explained why the US was carrying out these operations. He called them massive and ongoing. He talked, interestingly, didn't he? He said, while the action was to defend the American people, he went on to acknowledge that there could be a risk to American lives. I wonder what you made of what he said.
Yes, it was lengthy, as you say, 8 minutes in duration, delivered from Mar-a-Lago, his estate in Florida, where presumably he is monitoring developments from a makeshift situation room, as he did on the night the United States attacked Venezuela, and notably wearing a white USA baseball hat, I think emphasising the role he plays as Commander-in-Chief of the US military, not just a political figure. I think the president sounded emboldened in that statement, talking about Iran and its proxies having engaged in mass terror, as he phrased it, for some 47 years. He gave us something of a history lesson. Then he talked about annihilating the Iranian Navy. He urged the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms or face certain death. But there were four really telling words, I thought, in his statement, and those words were Americans may be lost, because he recognises the potential clearly for this conflict to become something much wider in the region, drawing in other countries like Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen. He will be aware of that, and he will also be deeply conscious that America could now find itself embroiled in another longer-term war, as it did indeed in Iraq and Afghanistan. So the President choosing his words a little more carefully, but they were certainly delivered in his trademark dramatic Trump style.
Indeed. David, we'll get more reaction from you a little bit later on, but I want to bring in Adam Parsons again now, who's in Jerusalem for us, and a statement from Benjamin Netanyahu, Adam.
Yeah, just a recap, by the way. As you can see, we're now put on protective equipment because we have received a notification, as has the whole of Israel, that Iran has fired missiles towards Israeli territory. Almost coincidental with that, or certainly coming out at the same time as that, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has put out a statement, not as long as Donald Trump's. My brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, a short time ago, Israel and the United States embarked on an operation to remove what he describes as the existential threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran. He goes on to thank Donald Trump and says, for 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has been shouting death to Israel, death to America. It has spilled our blood, murdered many Americans, and massacred its own people. He says Iran must not be armed with nuclear weapons. Our joint action will create the conditions for the courageous Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands. And this, I think, is the crucial element of this, because this is about the justification, echoing the words of Donald Trump. The time has come for all segments of the Iranian people, the Persians, the Kurds, the Azeris, the Baluchis, the Awazis, to throw off the yoke of tyranny and bring about a free and peaceful Iran. He says, also, I appeal to you, the citizens of Israel, to listen to the instructions of the Home Front Command. That is the app I was telling you about that supplies instructions to all Israelis about how to behave and where to seek shelter at times like this. Together we will stand together, we will fight together, we will ensure the eternity of Israel. So how do we translate that? Well, that is Benjamin Netanyahu saying, A, we are doing this alongside the United States. Remember that the US is, in a diplomatic terms, Israel's not only greatest friends, but one of its last remaining extremely loyal diplomatic allies. And he is saying that this isn't just about destroying Iran's stockpile of ballistic missiles. This isn't just about nuclear enrichment. This is about bringing to an end the regime of Ayatollah Khamenei and his predecessor. This is about, Ayatollah Khamenei being the original Ayatollah Khamenei being the present Ayatollah. It is about bringing that regime to an end. And the Israelis, of course, blame Iran for fomenting discontent and anger and violence towards Israel through their support of Hamas in Gaza. And of course, the October 7th attacks resonates so deeply, so profoundly in Israeli society, and also through their support of Hezbollah in Lebanon. And right now, Israeli troops are massing on the Lebanese border, they say, for fear of Hezbollah joining in this attack. They say that they blame Iran for supporting the Houthis in Yemen, who have fired missiles towards Israel. I tell you also, Israel is putting troops on the border with Syria for fear of other reprisals. So Israel at the moment has immediately put itself on a war footing. attacking Iran, putting forces around its borders, but is making very clear here that this is about regime change. And that, I think, is why there are so many assets, so many planes in the sky above Iran at the moment, because it's not just about attacking Tehran. We're seeing reports of multiple places around Iran being attacked by this joint operation, and that you are hearing there once again the alerts coming out from the Israeli authorities about the wave of missiles which they believe are on the way. Sirens now sounding in the center of Israel, sounding in the north of Israel. We are yet to have those air raid sirens here in Jerusalem. We did have one this morning at about 8 o'clock, which was a preemptive one. That was the first indication that we had that an attack was on the way. It was at the time made clear that this was a warning to Israeli citizens that they should steel themselves for an actual siren. Well, those are now sounding in parts of Israel as missiles are targeted upon the north and some of the central territories of the country. I would be astonished, frankly, if there wasn't an attack either now or later upon other cities. Notably, I think Tel Aviv, which has been the focus point of previous Iranian attacks on Israel. So a large-scale attack, and I'm hearing that air raid sirens have just started in Tel Aviv. So we will be watching that. They may, well, who knows? One doesn't want to predict what's going to happen, but they are sounding in Tel Aviv, and indeed, and I think you can hear them now, Anna, yeah. Yeah, that is the very, very distinctive sound of air raid sirens there over Tel Aviv, the city. Not that far, it's about an hour between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, and they are different, very different cities. Jerusalem is the seat of government and is the religious centre of Israel. Tel Aviv is the seat of commerce, is on the coast, and is both cities of about 1 million people. But Tel Aviv is seen as a much more likely target because, quite simply, it would be extremely unlikely for Iran to attack Jerusalem and risk damaging, for instance, Al-Aqsa Mosque behind me, whereas Tel Aviv is seen as being a link with Israeli commerce and Israeli global power. So I would be not surprised at all to see a significant attack on that city, as has happened before. Buildings there were struck in the 12-day war, 8 months ago, and Israeli citizens were killed in that area. So these are the reprisal attacks expected on Tel Aviv and northern and central areas as Iran responds to this coordinated military operation by the United States and Israel.
And Adam, I know you'll keep us up to date with what's going on in Israel, as the Israeli military have said that an additional barrage of missiles has been launched towards Israel. We'll be back to you shortly, and you can keep us up to date from there. In the meantime, let's bring in Deborah Haynes again, our Defence and Security Editor. And Deborah, reflecting on what Adam was telling us there about the statement from Benjamin Netanyahu following shortly after Donald Trump's statement, what do you make of the stated aims and the reasons given for this action? What do you make of how they've expressed it?
Well, they've been extraordinarily clear, haven't they, in terms of their objectives? And that really does, for Donald Trump, expose him to significant risk, because he is talking without saying the words regime change, he is talking about fundamentally changing the course of Iran's future, annihilating the Navy, telling all members of the armed forces, from the Republican Guard right down to the police, to lay down their weapons or face death. And then turning to the Iranian people and effectively saying to them, this is your opportunity. I'm going to come in with the most powerful military in the world and to destroy the Iran's military capabilities. And then he didn't say this, but clearly you then draw from that the ability of the Iranian regime to continue to rule. And then it is over to you, to the Iranian people, to then take control of your country. He's really clearly not wanting to give any sense that the United States will be responsible for what comes next, because he will know all too well from history, looking to George Bush's so-called forever wars with his invasion of Iraq and also Afghanistan, but Iraq in particular, when the US went in, the US-led coalition destroyed Saddam Hussein and his armed forces, and then tried to impose a coalition of Iraqi different factions to run a government that was effectively a puppet government to the US administration that was on the ground, this coalition provisional authority that was on the ground running the country, with all the chaos and the bloodshed that then ensued as an insurgency and terrorist groups sprung up in the vacuum of security that followed the invasion of Iraq. So for Donald Trump, with his words, talking to the Iranian people, appealing to them to be the ones to step up and fill that vacuum, presumably he thinks that is him clearly signalling that that's what he intends to happen. But as we know from wars in the Middle East over the ages, that no plan survives first contact with whichever side is putting them together, and the history is difficult and challenging, unpredictable, and the idea that America can come in with significant, overwhelming military power, it has clearly taken the gamble that it can absorb whatever Iran is going to do next in terms of counterattacking, but that then after the fighting stops, that the Iranian people will be able to set up and establish peaceful, successful governance. I don't know what history there is to back up the idea that is possible without significant potential further unrest and insecurity. So there really is a big question mark about what comes next. But in the immediate term, with Iranian missiles now launched towards Israel, there is the huge uncertainty about the ability to shoot them out of the sky, what kind of damage they're going to do. And regardless of what Iran is doing right now, and I think this is really important, the United States has made clear that what they are conducting against Iran are major combat operations. They are not tit for tat. They're not waiting to see how Iran responds and then attacking again. They have launched an operation. Presumably, the attacks against Iran are ongoing. We don't know exactly, we're not getting up-to-date information about exactly what kind of strikes are happening against that country. But from what Donald Trump has said, this is a major operation, which means it's not just one wave and we're done. It means that there will be a plan and there will be multiple targets, and it will play out over multiple days. And yes, Iran is responding, but whether it's able to either in its response get America to change course or change its mind, that's the way we should be looking at this. Iran does not now have the ability to stop America just by launching these attacks. It is clearly fighting back because it sees this as existential and a need to fight for its own survival. And whether or not it has the military capability and capacity to be able to do that, given the significant American firepower that's now surrounding the country, that is the only way that this changes. Donald Trump has been very clear about what America's goals are. And so really it depends on how Iran can resist that. And if it can't, then it does lead back to that question I brought at the beginning of what comes next.
Indeed. And on that question of to what extent we know whether or not attacks are continuing, state media in Iran has just said that Tehran's air defence continues to engage with what they call hostile targets in the city centre and other parts of the city. Deborah, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Let's bring in our defence analyst, Michael Clark, now. Michael, I'm interested to get your take on the justifications for this put forward by Donald Trump. And to a certain extent, Benjamin Netanyahu as well. We heard from Donald Trump, didn't we, this sense of the American people being under threat. He said that he was doing it to protect America. He talked about Iran being the #1 state sponsor in the world and said that Iran has continued to develop its nuclear program and plans to develop missiles that can reach the US. What do you make of that? And you were talking earlier about the legality of a strike like this. Do you think that justification leans into that?
Yes, he was obviously trying to do that. It was an astonishing statement. Actually, as I was watching it with you, I was thinking, is this a deep fake? Could this be an AI deep fake? Because it was a really astonishing statement. I mean, and he laid out some of the history of it. He talked about the hostage crisis of 1979 that Jimmy Carter had to deal with, and then the attack on Beirut in 1983 that was in the Ronald Reagan presidency, and then he talked about the attack on the USS Cole in the year 2000, and then on attacks in American forces in Iraq, and then all of the more recent stuff. And he had a whole line of things. And then he went off script a bit and said that they can't be allowed to do this. And we just can't stand for it. We're not going to stand for it any longer. There's a degree of personal exasperation, which is obviously not on his auto cue at that particular moment. But, I mean, it was a terrifically important statement because, you know, in the last week or two, critics in America have said that this is a war in search of a strategy. You know, the Americans are building up for some sort of war, but they don't know why. And in a way, Donald Trump provided the answer, which is that he's going for broke. What does he want to achieve? So he says that the Iranians cannot have nuclear weapons, full stop, right? And then he says that we're going to raise their ballistic missile capability. They can't have missiles either. And then he said that the members of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, have got to lay down their arms or die. Well, there's 220,000 of them. And if we're talking about those who are concerned with the regime, there's also 650,000 of the Bajij, who are the militia who work with the IRGC right down to lowest levels. So he said those people have got to lay down their arms and die. And then he turned his attention to the brave population of Iran, saying, this is your moment. This is your moment. Come out onto the streets. You won't get another chance. So he's going for broke. And he didn't say, as Deborah said, he didn't say the word regime change, but that's what he means. And so here we are. He's absolutely decided that the United States, with Israel, is going to take down the mullahs of Tehran. And this is interesting. I mean, let's be aware of the date. This is the 28th of February. The 28th of February last year was the day on which President Trump and J.D. Vance beat up Zelensky in the White House, in the Oval Office, that famous interview, which was absolutely appalling to most people around the world. Last year, on this day, the United States effectively seemed to change sides in the war in Ukraine. And this year, on the 28th of February, he's gone to war. He's actually gone to war. This is not some sort of enforcement action in the Caribbean against alleged narcotics boats. This is not attacks on the shadow fleet, Russia's shadow fleet getting getting oil out of Venezuela. This is not the attack on Maduro in Venezuela. This is not the bombing of Nigeria over Christmas in favor of Christian communities, allegedly, in Nigeria. This is not just military action. Today, Donald Trump has gone to war. It's a big day.
It is indeed a big day, and so many questions about what could happen next. On this sense that he wants the regime to fall, how difficult would that be?
Well, we'll see. I mean, the regime is in deep trouble, and people have been saying to Trump now for months, you know, the Iranian regime is the weakest it has ever been. This is the moment to topple it. And if you miss this opportunity, you're not true to your MAGA base. If you miss the opportunity to get rid of this malign anti-American influence across the region, then history won't forgive you. That's what he's being told. But equally, of course, another part of his MAGA base says don't get involved in forever wars. And there is a sense in which analysts would say every president in the last 30 years has said, I want to get out of the Middle East. We have nothing to gain from being involved in the Middle East in a deep way. Every president has said that. I mean, Bush said it. Obama definitely said it. Clinton said it. Everybody tries to actually do a deal and then get out of the Middle East. And none of them have succeeded. And here is Donald Trump saying that I will fix things in the Middle East, we'll fix things with Israel, we'll produce peace in Gaza, and we'll deal with the Iranian regime. And undoubtedly, we will then be able to concentrate on the Western Hemisphere, which is the Americas, as foreshadowed in the National Security Strategy Statement of the 25th of November last year. So, yes, we'll do this and then we'll get out. Well, it'll be a neat trick if you can do it, Mr. President, because actually you're getting even further in. Now, that's not to say that this won't work. I mean, America's military power is overwhelming. The Iranian regime is very weak. But whether the people of Iran will come out onto the streets, I think, is somewhat doubtful. The idea, he said, look after yourselves, but come and take the opportunity. I'm not quite sure how they can do that. Because undoubtedly, with the Americans now making war on Iran, the IRGC and the Bajis, the militia, if they're out on the streets, they'll just shoot anyone they see. They will be able to claim that anyone involved in a demonstration, anyone advancing on a government building, is obviously working for the Americans. They'll just shoot them. It would be very unwise, I would have thought, for any Iranians to come out. I think the whole country will hunker down for, some considerable number of days to see what happens next. And the point is that going after the Iranian nuclear capabilities and their military is, in a sense, is not likely to help the protesters. They've got to see what happens to the government in Tehran, and whether taking down those military facilities will actually bring the government down is rather doubtful, because the opposition will stay low. They've got to. I'll be interested to hear what Reza Pahlavi said. I mean, he's the pretender to the throne, the son of the Shah of Iran. He's in the United States. He's repeatedly called for demonstrators to come out. And he said, I'm here. I'm ready to come back and, run a new government, run a transitional government for you. Interesting to hear what he says, because if he tries to call people out onto the streets, he may be calling them out to their deaths.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see when America wakes up properly what the response from there is. Michael, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. I just want to show people the pictures of Benjamin Netanyahu making this national address earlier. He's not doing it in English, he's doing it in Hebrew. But just to remind you that he put this statement out a short while after Donald Trump put his own statement on Truth Social. Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Israel and the United States had launched this operation to remove what he said was an existential threat posed by what he called the terror regime in Iran. So that was Benjamin Netanyahu in the last few minutes. But let's go back to Donald Trump's statement, described there by Michael Clark as being extraordinary. This is what he said on Truth Social a short time ago.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years. as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interess. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight, that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
So that was Donald Trump's statement in the last hour, in which he confirmed that the US military had begun what he described as major combat operations. He later went on to call them massive and an ongoing operation. Well, while we were playing that out, we've just had word via the Iranian Fars news agency. They've put out a statement from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Their public relations department has announced that in response, they say, to the aggression of the hostile and criminal enemy against the Islamic Republic of Iran, they say the first wave of large-scale missile and drone attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran on the occupied territories began. So that's the IRGC putting out a statement saying that they have launched what they call a first wave of large-scale missile and drone attacks. And we've already heard from Israel that they say that they have detected missiles heading in their direction. I think we can go to Adam Parsons, not just at this moment. We're going to go to Sally Lockwood, who is in Dubai for us. And Sally, I'm seeing a number of wires dropping, of news coming in of various embassies around the region putting in these shelter-in-place orders for their personnel there. How nervous is the region around Iran at the moment?
Hello to you, Anna. The region is nervous. The region has been nervous for a number of weeks now, but certainly today, much more so. It's a very big day. Donald Trump has declared war on Iran, and we don't yet know exactly what that means for the region. It's very unpredictable and is very concerning in terms of how Iran is going to respond. And certainly Gulf states like the UAE, where I am, have been very concerned. They have a policy of de-escalation, of diplomacy, because as much as they don't like the Iranian regime, they don't either want to look at potentially the prospect of what it could mean trying to overthrow the regime, because this is an existential threat for the regime and we don't know how they're going to respond. This is about survival, and their response is very unpredictable. They've already warned that American assets in the Middle East would be legitimate targets in the event of war with Iran. And certainly at the moment, Qatar and the UAE are already taking precautions in terms of the US embassies in both countries, which now have shelter-in-place orders. So there's an embassy in Abu Dhabi here in the UAE. There's a shelter-in-place order for the American embassy there at the moment. They also have a consulate here in Dubai, where a shelter-in-place order is also in place. And they're warning Americans in the country to also take shelter. In Qatar, we heard a few hours ago that they issued a shelter-in-place order for the embassy there. The British embassy, I've been told, currently doesn't have that precaution. And I also heard from a military source this morning that Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, that's America's largest air base in the region, is also being evacuated of non-essential personnel who were warned this morning to leave the air base with their protective equipment and with enough items for 72 2 hours. I'm also hearing the first reports of travel disruption to the region. We're keeping quite a close eye on it. The airspace remains open here in the UAE and in Qatar at the moment. It's now closed over Iran, Iraq, and Israel. And it looks like Syria may now also have a similar closure. There's no aircraft, or very, very few aircraft appearing over Syrian airspace at the moment. And Germany's Lufthansa airline is suspending flights to and from Tel Aviv, Beirut, and Oman until March the 7th. That update from Germany's major carrier Lufthansa. They're also suspending flights to and from Dubai for today and tomorrow. 2 Malaysian airline flights have also been diverted. One has been turned back to Kuala Lumpur that was bound for Doha, and there was another flight bound for Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, which has been diverted to India. I've just spoken to someone in Italy who's about to board a flight coming to the UAE with Emirates, and at the moment they've been told that it's business as usual. But certainly the region is on high alert, and it has been for a number of weeks. But today is the day that we have been waiting for, and many here in the region were dreading. There's certainly a very, very tense atmosphere here today. Iran not only warned that it would target American assets in the region, there was also very inflammatory language by the Ayatollah, who said that they are capable of sinking an American warship, that they would send an American warship to the bottom of the sea. And that is obviously a big concern, is we don't know what the Iranian response is going to be. It's very unpredictable, but there is a large military presence here now by America, a large number of American warships here in the Gulf, not far from here, and we don't know how Iran is going to respond. We already know that they have fired missiles at Israel. What we don't know is whether they're going to try and target American assets in the region. There's obviously that enormous airbase in Qatar. There's an airbase here in Abu Dhabi. There's a significant military presence in Bahrain and also in Saudi Arabia, a number of other countries in the region. And we just don't know what that means today. But I should say that the UAE made clear, along with Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago in public statements, that no strikes on Iran were to come from their territory, airspace or waters, because of course both countries are extremely concerned about how Iran is going to respond in the event of war, which is now underway. And I'm also hearing from a local source in Bahrain that there's a lot of military activity in the sky and that there's air raid sirens now sounding in Bahrain as well. So a lot to watch today, and it feels like an extremely big moment. We just don't know how it's all going to unfold.
Yeah, and Sally, you mentioned Bahrain. The Bahrainian Interior Ministry has talked about, they've announced in the last few minutes that an alarm siren has been activated, and they've said citizens and residents are requested to head to the nearest safe place. You also mentioned other places in the region. I'm just seeing here as well, the US Embassy in Qatar has issued a duck and cover warning to US citizens until further notice. They say an alert that missile is incoming, imminent strikes. So that's according to the Reuters news agency. And you mentioned airlines as well. As you were talking and mentioning various airlines, there were more drops coming on the wires for us as well, more reports. Air France apparently cancelling flights to and from Tel Aviv and Beirut that had been slated for today. And I can see others out Arabia as well, saying their flights to Iran, Iraq and other parts of the region have been cancelled. So, you know, a time with a lot of questions, Sally, for the people in the region.
Yeah, absolutely, Anna. I mean, we had a taste of this last summer, that 12-day war that Israel launched against Iran, targeting its nuclear facilities, and then America joining in airstrikes on nuclear facilities in Iran. There is precedent here, and that took place while America and Iranian negotiators were supposedly trying to come to some sort of agreement and deal when it came to nuclear and uranium enrichment in Iran. And then Israel carried out those strikes, America joined, and Iran retaliated, firing missiles at Qatar. It was a face-saving exercise back last year when that happened. The diplomatic channels remained open. It was a choreographed response. This time, it's different. This is an attack on the Iranian regime, as Donald Trump made clear in that extraordinary video statement that he posted on social media. And that means that this is very different for the Iranian regime this time. It's not a face-saving exercise in terms of just some sort of choreographed, coordinated military response. This is about survival for the regime, which makes their response extremely unpredictable. They've said that American military assets in the region, of which there are a large number, not just bases in neighbouring countries, but also now 2 aircraft strike carrier groups and a large number of warships, fast jets that have been brought into the region, other air assets that we've been told, if you look at what they've got in the region at the moment, they are preparing for potentially a weeks-long campaign here. Last year, it was a very short campaign. It was a very targeted military strike, and Iran was able to retaliate, and then everything quietened down, and there was a ceasefire, and Donald Trump declared victory. This time it feels very different. We don't know the extent of the American military operation that's going to be carried out, and we don't know the extent of the Iranian response, but they have warned that it's going to be crushing, as they put it. They threatened a harsh or crushing response.
Okay.
And the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has also threatened that Iran possesses the capability to sink American warships in the Persian Gulf, of which there are many at the moment.
Sally, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. It's 9 o'clock. Let's just recap our breaking news for you this morning. The US and Israel have launched coordinated strikes on Iran. President Donald Trump has confirmed the US is carrying out what he described as major combat operations and urged Iranians to rise up against their government. Well, Iran has begun to retaliate, launching missiles and drone strikes towards Israel, where air raid sirens have rung out. Well, the attack came hours after US President Donald Trump had said he wasn't happy with the latest negotiations with Iran over its nuclear program. Well, multiple cities in Iran have been struck, including the capital Tehran, as well as Tabriz, Isfahan, Qom, Karaj and Kermanshah. As the attack began just before 10 a.m. local time, plumes of smoke were seen rising over the Iranian capital. The first strike happened near the offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Several major airlines have cancelled their flights to the region. Well, the Israel Defense Forces have said that it's identified missiles launched from Iran towards the state of Israel. The Israeli Air Force has said that it's operating to intercept and strike threats where necessary. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, "My brothers and sisters, citizens of Israel, a short time ago, Israel and the United States embarked on an operation to remove the existential threat posed by the terrorist regime in Iran. I thank our great friend, President Donald Trump, for his historic leadership." For 47 years, the Ayatollah regime has been shouting, "Death to Israel, death to America." It has spilled our blood, murdered many Americans, and massacred its own people. This murderous terrorist regime must not be armed with nuclear weapons that would allow it to threaten all of humanity. Our joint action will create the conditions for the courageous Iranian people to take their destiny into their own hands.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted "Death to America" and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer.
Well, let's bring in our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, now. So, Deborah, Israel and the US announcing that they've launched what they describe as major combat operations in Iran. How significant a moment is this?
It's a hugely significant moment. And actually, I'd probably go so far as to say it's the biggest gamble by any American president in terms of foreign policy since George Bush launched the large-scale invasion of Iraq more than 20 years ago. Donald Trump has made clear these are major combat operations. This isn't just a one-off targeted strike, as he did before last year in June when he launched those strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities. This time, there are waves of strikes going on against multiple targets across the country. And the US president has set out in that video address that you just heard very clearly what his war aims are. It is effectively regime change. He doesn't use those words, but he says he wants to defend the American people from the imminent threat posed by the Iranian regime. He talks about wanting to annihilate the Iranian Navy. And then he speaks very clearly to the Iranian armed forces, from the Republican Guard all the way down to the police, telling them to lay down your weapons or face certain death. And then, of course, it is the question, if that is the goal, and these are measurable targets that he has set himself, targets that he will presumably be able to point to as success if he achieves them, but equally targets that his opponents will be able to point to and criticize him if he isn't able to achieve them, and ask why has America launched this operation? And that is a huge gamble. But then, of course, there is that second, arguably even bigger peril about what comes next. We know from interventions in the past that America, which has got the world's most powerful military, will almost certainly prevail militarily when it comes to this kind of operation. But what comes next, there is no good track record for that in recent years. Just look to what happened in Iraq, look to what happened in Afghanistan as well, where there was an ambition to cultivate democratic rule in both of those countries, both of which failed or triggered large-scale insurgencies. This time around, Donald Trump seems to be trying to contain what his effort is, making it purely a military intervention. And then that message that he issued to the Iranian people, saying that it's over to you, effectively. This is your historic moment to take your freedom, take control of your government, and lead your own destiny. But that's a huge gamble, and that is something that the US, if they want to have distance and not be dragged into, for example, maintaining security over the long term, that it's going to be very, very hard to control from a distance. And where are the guarantees that whatever comes next is better than what the US is dealing with now when it comes to the Islamic Republic? So there are huge longer term risks, and in the short term, of course, there is the immediacy of this war. And yes, Iran is retaliating now, but it's very unclear as to whether the whatever Iran is able to do in terms of the strikes that it's launching, and you're obviously hearing blood-curdling warnings of what they are able to do, whether that is sufficient to change the American calculations. The US will have absolutely counted on the Iranians firing back, but they would presumably have a plan to be able to absorb that. Clearly, America, the president has set the stage for potential American casualties, but they believe that is a price worth paying in order to achieve these clear military objectives that they have set. So it's doubtful, short of something unpredictable, that Iran is going to be able to stop this American operation against the country. But that does still raise huge questions about what comes next.
Indeed. And just while you were talking, a Qatar official has confirmed to Sky News that a missile over Qatar has been intercepted by air defences. And I just noticed as well that the Qatari government has issued a mobile phone alert warning people to stay away from military installations and to shelter in place. And Deborah, we've also had a bit of an update, it appears, from the Israeli military, certainly quoted on the Reuters news agency. They have said that the Israeli-US joint strikes on Iran have targeted dozens of military targets. They say their forces are deployed, ready for offensive operations across all sectors and against any enemy. And they go on to say, at this hour, the Israeli Air Force continues to strike targets across Iran and operations will continue as required. And given the scale of the ambition that we were just talking about, Deborah, we imagine that there'll be fairly intensive military activity for some time.
Yes, there's no way that Donald Trump's aims can be achieved with just one strike alone. And clearly, what we're seeing, and it's a military operation, so it is hard to be able to keep track of exactly what's happening in the skies because we're getting these updates. But obviously, there is action happening right now, and so for the region, what you're hearing in terms of the warnings to civilians in countries like Qatar is absolutely to be expected. There has been huge, as you're hearing from Sally, huge uncertainty for people in the countries in the Gulf about what Iran will do when it strikes back, because there are many American assets in those places. And so Iran will presumably be wanting to strike against American targets. Like we've been hearing, this is existential. And so they will presumably be going all out to try to defend themselves because they know that diplomacy has paused for now. And Donald Trump has taken this decision to make this intervention. He has set out what he wants to achieve from that, and that is to effectively decapitate Iran's ability to pose a military threat. And that is a huge and wide-ranging objective. And it is something that will require, if the Iranians aren't going to heed this ultimatum from the American president to lay down their weapons, and there is absolutely no indication that that's what they're going to do, then it is going to require significant American firepower. And there will, of course, be questions. Can this be achieved purely from the air alone? America will absolutely, the US president will absolutely be hoping that its warplanes, its warships, its drones, its cyber operations, its space effects can achieve this destruction of the Iranian military machine from a distance. There'll be no desire to see American boots on the ground. But that does bring huge questions. How can this possibly be achieved without some kind of ground offensive as well, unless there is a decision by the Iranians to roll over and give up? But that seems very unlikely from all that we know about the history of the Islamic Republic. They are not going to roll over. They have been trained to fight and die, and presumably that's what we're going to see.
Deborah, for the moment, thank you. Let's turn our attention to Washington. Our US correspondent, David Blevins, is there for us. And David, as Deborah was saying there, a huge step being taken by the US president, announcing these combat operations, extensive combat operations with extensive aims on Iran. It's still the middle of the night there in Washington. How do you think this will be received when Americans wake up across the country?
Well, Americans have been hearing conflicting messages from Donald Trump in relation to Iran for a very long time now. 9 months ago, he told them Iran's nuclear capability had been completely obliterated. Just last month, they read a post on social media where he was encouraging protesters in Tehran to keep going and reassuring them that help was on the way. That help never arrived. And as recently as yesterday, he was suggesting that he was prepared to do a deal with Iran and would prefer to do that rather than strike the country.
David,
and now, without a vote in Congress, he has gone to war, it seems.
Apologies for interrupting, David. We'll come back to you in a minute, but we want to go to Adam Parsons, who is hearing sirens there, I understand, in Jerusalem.
Yeah, the air raid sirens have just started again here in Jerusalem. We've been getting a series of alerts about incoming attacks coming into Israel across a huge expanse of this land, north, south, towards Tel Aviv. I've just had a message saying missiles reported on their way into the West Bank of Israel, which is, of course, occupied territory, Palestine, as seen by most governments. Now, about 25 minutes ago, we saw a series of intercepts in the sky above Jerusalem, booms. We just had a large boom coming from over in that direction. And these sirens suggest that they feel that there are missiles coming over in this direction. Now, generally, Iran would not be targeting Jerusalem for the reason that area over there, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, is one of the holiest sites in Islam. But there are missiles that will come over here. In fact, if you look there, that is the side of a missile intercept. So that is an Iranian missile that has been flown across here, probably towards a different target, but which has been intercepted by Israeli air defense. And that is what we are seeing in the skies above Jerusalem, are the booms of intercepts of missiles in this sky. The situation here, that's another loud boom you're hearing there of a missile being intercepted here. The situation here, of course, has escalated very, very rapidly this morning from 8 o'clock to that's 3¼ hours ago. When the first siren sounded, that was a preemptive siren to warn Israelis that military action was imminent and that they were likely to be asked to take shelter. And then just 3 hours later, we now know that Israel and the United States coordinated a military attack. There's another intercept that you just see there. You see that large puff of grey smoke? That is the scene of another interception. Very large boom we've just heard in the skies above us, above Jerusalem. And so this is the cacophony, and that's another trail there, and you can hear a jet flying overhead. It's a cloud cover over Jerusalem today. You see that large plume of smoke there from another interception. This is the soundtrack to Israel at the moment, and that's another element to it. If just that chiming sound you can hear is the alert that is now played out on mobile phones and devices across this country. That is a warning that is sent out on apps on people's phones and other devices, warning them of incoming missiles and telling them to take shelter. As you can see, my team and I are all in protective equipment. That's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that. But that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there, and that followed on, as you heard, from the sound of intercepts here in the skies above Jerusalem. Well, you'll be well aware that that is an air raid siren that is being activated once again. So we're looking around us all the time to see what is happening in these skies. Let me tell you that also Israeli military have sent forces up to the border with Lebanon to preempt Hezbollah potentially joining this attack. They put forces in Syria as well. And clearly, as we know, what has preempted all of this is a coordinated attack by Israeli and American forces on Iran. Iran always said that it would respond. It said that it would that there would be a regional conflict if it were attacked. And we are receiving reports of attacks not just on Israel, but also reports of in Bahrain, the UAE, and other places in the region. So at the moment, this feels as if things are escalating extremely quickly. There's still traffic moving on the roads along there. I don't see any emergency response yet to that, but we can certainly also hear we can hear the alerts going off on phones as we speak. More thuds in the distance, small sounds of intercepts in the skies above us. Maybe you can hear those thuds beyond the cloud cover at the moment, because the clouds are relatively low. You can't necessarily see those interceptions. What you then see is sometimes the smoke after them. What I can tell you is you're beginning to feel a smell in the air, slightly acrid, burning smell, which may be coming from over there, maybe as a result of these intercepts. The streets around us here in Jerusalem are, as you would imagine, deserted. People have been told to take shelter here and across so much of Israel as they wait to see the extent of this Iranian response.
Adam, you must say, if you need to take cover, we really appreciate this reporting, some extraordinary scenes there. Just while you were talking, I was just looking at the latest statement from the IDF. It's lengthy, but just to pick out a few bits of it for our audience, they basically talk about the military action that they've undertaken with the US. They call it a joint, broad and powerful operation to fundamentally harm the Iranian terrorist regime. That's how they put it. They say it included an attack on dozens of military targets as part of a broad, coordinated and joint attack. They talk as well about the months leading up to the attack. They say close joint planning was carried out between the IDF and the US Army, which enabled this broad attack to be carried out, they say, with maximum synchronization and the coordination between the armies. It is lengthy. I'm just picking out individual bits. They talk about continuing to act to eliminate any emerging threat against the citizens of the State of Israel anywhere and at any time. So the IDF there putting out their statement off the back of Benjamin Netanyahu explaining his aims and the decisions behind it, but some interesting detail there on the level of coordination with the US, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is an extraordinary moment, because this is also not just a coordinated activity by Israel and the United States, but it is apparent that the two nations have come together to try to precipitate regime change in Iran. It's something that they've talked about for so long. It's been whispered as being something they want. We saw the protests, of course, recently on the streets of Iran, where thousands of people were killed, but which did not lead to the fall of the regime. And then the talks that we saw in Geneva, it seemed as if America's real interest was in thwarting Iran's nuclear ambitions. Israel, we know, was much more focused on trying to persuade the Americans to push for a reduction in Iran's ballistic missile arsenal. And yet now what we're seeing is effectively a full frontal assault on the Iranian regime. Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service, has now launched a Persian language telegram channel, which is, to all intents and purposes, calling for an uprising against the Ayatollahs. And clearly this attack, this coordinated attack, this call for the end of the regime represents for Iranians an existential threat, a truly existential threat if you are part of the regime. Now remember, the regime is bolstered by the Republican Guard, by the network of secret police, which has held that regime in power for so long, which has effectively used, and we've seen this in many countries over many decades, fear to repress protest. We have seen in recent times some number of protests taking back to the streets, but what the Israelis and the Americans are trying to do is to embolden those people. Now, it's a risk because, of course, there's a very decent chance that people certainly won't want to come out on the streets to protest if they think that missiles are going to rain down on their country. There's always a chance that people, when their nation is under attack, sort of rally behind the flag. So the unintended consequences of this are, of course, unpredictable. The predictable consequence was that Iran would respond by unleashing a volley of missiles, potentially causing a regional conflict. And that is what Iran has done this time. Remember, in the previous conflict, it was effectively an exchange of missiles between Iran and Israel, and then capped off by America attacking. What is now seems to be happening is that Iran is attacking certainly Israel strongly, but is also targeting other areas. A US base in Bahrain. It's not clear to me yet whether or not the attacks on the UAE, if that is confirmed, are to do with US facilities or whether they are other targets. And certainly Iran's response has been immediate and it has been strong. I mean, we are 3.5 hours ago was pretty much the start of this when that siren first sounded here in Israel. Katz confirmed that Israel had attacked, so clearly the attack had started before that. But this conflict is a matter of hours old, and yet already what we're seeing are significant escalations on both sides and an attempt, I think, by Iran to turn this into a regional war. Whether that will succeed, we don't know, but as evidenced by the fact you're hearing these chimes, these alerts on devices as I speak to you, Israel is under attack. Iran is under attack. The airspace across much of this region has been closed. And the United States has built up a colossal military presence here, its biggest military presence since the Iraq War more than 20 years ago. And that, including these two carrier groups, one of which is effectively positioned off Israel and is an extra form of defense for the Israelis, the extent to which this war will now escalate, I think, will only become clear in the coming hours and days. But the amount of firepower that there is here is enormous.
Yeah, extraordinary. Adam, thanks very much indeed. Adam Parsons there in Jerusalem, witnessing those air defence systems intercepting some of the missiles heading into Israel. In the meantime, while he was talking, we understand from Bahrain's news agency that they say that the service centre of the US Navy's Fifth Fleet has been subjected to a missile attack. They say that they will provide further details in due course, but they urge the public to follow instructions issued by the relevant official authorities. Let's go to Dubai now. We can rejoin Sally Lockwood, our correspondent, who's there for us. Interesting to get this latest news from Bahrain and a number of countries in the region reporting instructions to civilians to take cover.
Yeah, that's right, Anna. It's really escalated in the last half an hour or so. We're hearing reports that US military facilities have been struck in Bahrain, that smoke is rising from the Jaffa area, which hosts a US naval base. This is a very, very big deal here in the Middle East. It is home to the US's major naval presence in the region. It hosts up to 9,000 American military personnel at any one time. And we are hearing reports, as you say, from the media in Bahrain, that the military facility there has been struck. It is home to the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. It's home to the US Fifth Fleet and critical for naval operations in the Gulf. Now, it's unlikely that they have 9,000 personnel there at the moment because, of course, precautions have been taken in American bases ahead of this strike that we've seen today, because, of course, there's been a huge amount of concern about this war erupting, which has now happened, and, of course, how Iran is going to respond. We're also hearing very concerning reports of missiles flying over the United Arab Emirates, where I am, and that has come from the British Embassy here in the UAE, which put out a post not long ago saying we are aware of missiles flying over the United Arab Emirates following escalating regional tensions. British nationals are advised to shelter in place. Now, I heard from a local source in Abu Dhabi that they've heard loud explosions there, that families and children are absolutely terrified. The UAE prides itself, along with Qatar, of being one of the safest places to live in the world. It's home to a lot of British nationals who choose to live here. And one of the reasons many of them do is because of safety. They feel like it's a very safe place to live. It's a very safe place to bring up families. And today it feels very different. War has now erupted in the Middle East. America has launched war against Iran. And we don't know yet the extent of Iran's response, but we're hearing explosions also in Kuwait. I'm hearing from a local source there that there have been explosions heard by the Avenues Mall in Kuwait, again, another neighboring country home to American military assets. And of course, Qatar as well, home to Al Udeid Air Base, America's biggest air base in the region. Qatari officials have confirmed to Sky News that missiles over Qatar have been intercepted by air defences in the last hour or so. The US Embassy has shelter-in-place orders for Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, Jordan, Israel. They're also warning their citizens to shelter in place as well if they're in those countries. We're already seeing a huge amount of travel disruption, airlines cancelling flights, aircraft that are in the air being turned around and rerouted. And the UAE has temporarily, it says, closed its airspace. And I've been looking on flight radar in the last few minutes. It looks like Qatar's airspace is also now closed. We heard this from the UAE's General Civil Aviation Authority, that it's temporarily closed its airspace, it says, as a precautionary measure. And the UAE Interior Ministry is saying it's taking all precautionary measures to maintain the safety of people here. But certainly this is the moment many in this region have been absolutely dreading, because the Iranian regime has warned that any attack by America would result in regional conflict, that American military assets in the region would be legitimate targets. And of course, there's going to be potentially huge economic impact as well. We don't yet know the extent of Iran's response. It's much less predictable and it's much more concerning than last year. Because last year, during that 12-day war between Israel and Iran that America joined, there were very clear targeted objectives. They were going for nuclear facilities. This time, it seems that they're also going for the Iranian regime. So the Iranian regime are fighting for their very survival. This is existential. And essentially, they have nothing to lose. So we're all now bracing ourselves to see exactly the extent of the Iranian response and how long this is all going to last. But it's certainly very interesting that a member of the Iranian regime has posted today saying, "We warned you. Now you've started down a path whose end is no longer in your hands." And I think that's the concern here, is that Donald Trump seemingly wants to see regime change through this war. And it's a big gamble. We don't know how it's going to end.
Sally Lockwood, thanks very much indeed for getting us up to date with all the latest from where you are. For those just joining us, let's recap our breaking news this morning. The US and Israel have launched coordinated strikes on Iran. President Donald Trump has confirmed the US is carrying out what he described as major combat operations and urged Iranians to rise up against their government. Iran has begun to retaliate, launching missiles and drone strikes towards Israel, where air raid sirens have rung out. There have also been strikes reported elsewhere in the Middle East, as you were just hearing, including in Bahrain and Qatar. An Iranian official has told Reuters all US bases and interests are within reach. Well, multiple cities in Iran have been struck, including the capital Tehran, as well as Tabriz, Isfahan, Qom, Karaj and Kermanshah. As the attack began, just before 10 a.m. local time, plumes of smoke were seen rising over the Iranian capital. The first strike happened near the offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This is what we heard from Donald Trump in a post on Truth Social shortly after the strikes began.
To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
Well, Iran has begun to retaliate, with the Israeli Air Force saying it's attempting to intercept strikes towards Israeli territory. Air raids are ringing out across several cities, including Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Well, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced the counter-attack on Telegram, saying, in an answer to the hostile and criminal enemy assault to the Islamic Republic of Iran, the first broad wave of missile and drone attacks of the Islamic Republic of Iran towards the occupied land has begun. Well, a short time ago, we heard from Israel's President Benjamin Netanyahu.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Let's take you live to Washington now. Our US correspondent David Blevins joins us. David, a huge step by Benjamin Netanyahu and the US president.
It is, and I have to tell you, Anna, in the last few minutes, our colleagues at NBC here in the United States are reporting that Iran is retaliating against multiple US military facilities in the Middle East. Let me just repeat that. They say Iran is retaliating against what they describe as multiple US military facilities in the Middle East, and they are citing a US official. Nothing from the Pentagon so far on those reports from Bahrain that the US Fifth Fleet base there has been targeted. We know that that base also houses the US Naval Forces Central Command, so a very strategic base indeed. But of course, all of this is reminiscent of the Iran reprisal on the Al Udeid air base in Qatar after Trump launched strikes against their nuclear capabilities about 9 months ago. Now, on that occasion, the ballistic missiles were intercepted, most of them at least, and that prevented a wider escalation. But there is clearly now potential for that. And I think President Trump indicated his awareness of the potential for a wider war and a longer war when he told Americans during that address from his estate in Florida that Americans may be lost in this. So this is a huge gamble for him, a huge risk for the president, especially when he knows his own base is very sceptical about foreign wars, prefers him to focus on domestic matters here in the United States, and that it is a midterm election year. Of course, for a very long time, Americans have been hearing conflicting signals from Donald Trump about Iran. 9 months ago, he told them the nation's nuclear capability had been, in his words, obliterated. He told them just last month that he was going to send help to protesters in Tehran. That help never arrived. Just yesterday, he was suggesting he was prepared to still do a deal with Iran, would prefer not to strike them. And now, without the authority of Congress, there hasn't even been a debate on the issue of Iran there. He has effectively declared war. And there will be many questions being asked on this side of the Atlantic when people waken in the coming hours.
Indeed. David, thanks very much indeed. I just want to bring in some more news coming to us regarding this attack by the US and Israel. The Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has said that he supports the US acting to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons and to prevent Iran continuing to threaten international security. He also says that Australian officials are closely monitoring what he describes as an evolving situation. And he says our ability to provide consular assistance in Iran is extremely limited, and that they've upgraded Australia's travel advice for Israel and Lebanon to do not travel. Also, in the last few moments, Iran's foreign ministry, according to the AP news agency, has said the time has come to defend the homeland after those joint US-Israeli strikes. Well, let's get the view now on what's been a significant morning of events. We can speak now to Dr. Sanam Vakil, who's Director of the Middle East and North Africa Programme at Chatham House now. Very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us this morning. What do you make of the action that's been announced and what we've seen on our television screens already this morning?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. This is, by all accounts, and taken directly from President Trump, a regime change operation in Iran that is expected to last not days, but perhaps even weeks. President Trump tried to make the case, I think, albeit a bit late, to the American people that he is trying to address a long-standing, over 4-decade regional, international, and global threat for the American people. And quite interestingly, Israel is, playing junior partner in this campaign. There are a few things that I expect to see in the weeks and months ahead. One, of course, Iran has quite quickly launched a counterstrike. All of the Gulf states practically have been hit. Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, reports of missiles on Qatar, and there are some suggestions that strikes have been launched towards Saudi Arabia. The Iranians are also counter-striking against Israel as well. Iran has no choice but to take this war in a very serious way. It's existential. This is about regime change, and their only strategy is to export this instability and this conflict to the region writ large. That's their only survival strategy right now.
So talk us through what the capabilities of each side are. The US and Israel have outlined their aims. They include, as you say, perhaps they haven't spelt it out in so many words, but it's clear they want the regime to fall. How likely is that to happen? Are they capable of achieving that?
Well, first of all, I think they have made the case for regime change in both of their messages. Prime Minister Netanyahu also choreographed a message alongside President Trump's, and they were explicit that this operation is designed to bring an end to the Islamic Republic and its dangerous behavior. They are finishing the job that they didn't quite finish last summer during the 12-day war. And why we know this, in addition to the fact that the campaign is underway and they are hitting Iranian leadership offices in Tehran, but also military facilities around the country, is they've also called on the Iranian people to, at the end of this military operation, take back the country. So we have to call it as it is, and we have to also call it out as an illegal war.
Yeah, you say you think it's an illegal war. It was clear that Donald Trump was justifying the action, saying that Iran was a threat to the American people. He sort of billed it as a defensive move, essentially, didn't he? What do you make of the justification? You think it's illegal. Explain why.
Well, certainly, the question of legality should be argued out at the United Nations. That institution is no longer seen as the arbiter of legality or war, and that's problematic, and that's reflective of the moment and the order of the world right now. President Trump began yesterday in foreshadowing this war by saying he wanted to rewrite 47 years of dangerous, destabilizing Iranian behavior that has harmed American interests, making clear that Iran had a nuclear program, although the United States buried Iran's nuclear program last summer in the 12-day war, arguing that Iran has an intercontinental ballistic missile program, although intelligence agencies say that that will only be achieved in 10 years. And certainly calling out the Islamic Republic for its dangerous sponsorship of proxy and terror groups across the Middle East. We can talk about this legality, but the reality is, here is where we are. The United States president that campaigned on no regime change, criticized George W. Bush for launching the 2003 Iraq War, has gone in and is launching a regime change campaign against the Islamic Republic, and he's thinking about his legacy and his future. What is unclear is what the Islamic Republic will look like as the war continues, and how the Islamic Republic will reconstitute, if it even can. But also, we don't have real clear answers as to what the United States has up its sleeve for the so-called day after. Are they leaving it to the Iranian people to handle on their own? Or are they going to teleport in some opposition to try and manage what comes next inside Iran?
And we touched on what the US and Israel are capable of achieving. What about Iran and its retaliation?
Well, first of all, I mean, it's very clear that the United States is the most formidable military power in the region. I have no doubt that they are going to try to pummel Iran and destroy what is left of its ballistic missile capabilities, certainly its nuclear program. Iran has quickly launched missiles across the region. We've seen videos of them striking in Haifa. There have been strikes reported in Abu Dhabi. Missiles that have been intercepted in Doha. Bahrain has also been hit. And I've seen some reports that Saudi Arabia has also been struck. Iran's only strategy in this moment, because this conflict is so existential and because it's clear that the U.S. is going for regime change, is to export this conflict and spread this conflict as widely as it can. By spreading the pain, that is its only survival strategy, although I also question if this system can indeed survive.
And the appeal that has been put out from both Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump to the Iranian people to rise up against the regime, what do you imagine the response will be of people in Iran who did take to the streets to protest in large numbers a few weeks ago before being brutally repressed? How do you think people there will respond?
Well, I think that Iranians certainly aren't going to come out to protest or to take back their country while these strikes are taking place. I think the call on Iranians to have agency in what comes next is for the so-called day after. But you will have all sorts of opinions in Iran. It's a country of 90 million people. You will have those that are very worried and scared. And the humanitarian consequences of such a war need to also be discussed and digested. People are going to bear the price above all. Hospitals are reportedly full. Many people are going to die. This is going to be painful. But people will also celebrate if Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, is killed. And certainly, we just have to wait and see. All options are certainly on the table here in this moment.
Well, Dr. Sanam Vakil, we really appreciate your response to what's been going on this morning and your expertise. Thank you very much indeed for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to bring in now a statement from the UK government that we've just had in. A government spokesman has said in the last few minutes, Iran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and that is why we have continually supported efforts to reach a negotiated solution. Our immediate priority is the safety of UK nationals in the region, and will provide them with consular assistance available 24/7. It goes on to say, as part of our long-standing commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East, we have a range of defensive capabilities in the region which we have recently bolstered. We stand ready to protect our interests. So that's a statement from the government here in the UK. I'm going to bring in our Defence and Security Editor, Deborah Haynes, now. And Deborah, I don't know if you heard that statement just then from the UK government. And if you did, I wonder what you make of it.
Yes, I saw the statement that was released. I also understand that the UK did not participate in these US and Israeli strikes against Iran. I also understand that Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, will be chairing a Cobra emergency meeting this morning about the situation. The UK, as in that statement, has in recent weeks bolstered its defences in the region. We've got a large Air Force base in Cyprus, which is within range of Iranian missiles, and the UK deployed 6 F-35 advanced fighter jets to that base. It also deployed Typhoon warplanes to Qatar in recent weeks as well as part of defensive capabilities. But the UK does have only very limited capabilities when it comes to defending against ballistic missiles. That can only be done with the British Royal Navy warships, the Type 45 destroyers. Again, this operation underlining as well the paucity of UK air defence capabilities. But yes, just the important information really is that it's understood that the UK did not participate in these attacks, and the Prime Minister will be chairing a Cobra meeting this morning.
Deborah, thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Well, let's cross to Dubai now. We can bring in our correspondent Sally Lockwood, who's there. And Sally, when we last spoke, there was news coming in all the time of missiles being reported in the wider region. Get us up to date with what the latest is.
Yeah, we've had confirmation from the British Embassy here in the UAE that missiles are flying over, or have been flying over, the United Arab Emirates. That news from the British Embassy in the last hour. We are aware of missiles flying over the United Arab Emirates following escalating regional tensions. British nationals are advised to shelter in place. That advice has also been issued by the American embassy here. Explosions have been heard in Abu Dhabi, and we've also now heard loud bangs here in Dubai as well. It's safe to say that people are very nervous. Children are absolutely terrified. One source in Abu Dhabi said to me, and I've also heard from a local source, that Abu Dhabi has just intercepted a second wave of missiles. That is currently unconfirmed, but I'm hearing that from a local source on the ground in Abu Dhabi, a security source there. And the UAE Ministry of Defence has now confirmed a few seconds ago that air defences have successfully intercepted a number of the missiles launched by Iran on Saturday. The relevant authorities in the country also dealt with debris falling on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage and the death of an Asian national. That news just in from the UAE Ministry of Defence. One death in Abu Dhabi following this attack by Iran on Gulf states, including the UAE, where I am today in response to war that has been declared by Donald Trump on Iran. The UAE Ministry of Defence have said that air defences have successfully intercepted a number of missiles, but that debris has fallen on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage and the death of an Asian national. That news just in. But I can't quite sum up for you the feeling here today. We have been watching very closely the diplomatic efforts between Iran and the US in recent weeks, knowing just what it could mean for this region if the diplomatic efforts were to fail or Donald Trump were to launch an attack on Iran. Well, that moment has now come, and Iran has issued a statement essentially saying, we warned you. That post on X today by a member of the Iranian regime, we warned you. Now you've started down a path whose end is no longer in your hands. And countries that pride themselves on as being some of the safest places in the world to live, such as the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait, have now reported explosions today and missile attacks by Iran. We've also heard that American military facilities in Bahrain have also been hit today in this apparent retaliation, smoke rising from a US naval base in Bahrain, which is home to the US Fifth Fleet, absolutely critical for naval operations in the Gulf, and in normal times would host around 8,000 to 9,000 American military personnel. It's unclear whether they would have had that number of people there today because, of course, precautions have been taken in recent weeks during this time of escalating tensions. I heard from a military source, that Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar was evacuated of non-essential personnel this morning, that a message came and they were warned to leave the airbase with their protective equipment and with enough items for 72 hours. And of course, there's precedent here. We saw that retaliatory attack last summer after the 12-day war between Israel and Iran, where Iran launched a barrage of missiles at Qatar. It was coordinated, it was choreographed, it was face-saving. No one was killed, there was very little damage. Normal order resumed fairly quickly. This time feels very, very different. And the Iranian regime did warn Donald Trump, did warn America that if they were to launch an attack, if they were to start a war, then essentially it could result in regional conflict, that all American military assets in the region would be legitimate targets. The supreme leader warned that they had the missile capability to sink US warships. And we are now indeed seeing what Iran has been preparing in terms of a response to war. And it's very unclear how long this is going to last and just how significant it's going to be. But certainly here in the UAE today, it's a very, very tense atmosphere indeed. People have been seen running in the streets in Dubai after the sound of loud bangs. This is something that would be unthinkable normally. People are sheltering indoors and people are very, very nervous. We're going to have to see what today holds, what tonight holds, and certainly it feels like this is a turning point, and think we're entering a very new phase in terms of security in this region.
Yep, Sally, thank you very much indeed. It's Mark Austin here now with what is turning into a very major story. And if you doubted that word from the Israeli military in the last few moments that they are attacking targets across Iran, including Western Iran. They've already attacked targets in Tehran, and they're now saying we are hoping to call up 70,000 reservists in the coming days, most of whom the Israelis are saying will work on aerial defense, because quite clearly the response from Iran will be key in all this. Right, it's 10 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. I'm Mark Austin. It has been predicted for weeks, but right now it is underway. The United States and Israel have launched what can only be described as a massive assault on Iran. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, and Iran has responded with a missile strike on a US Navy base in Bahrain, and explosions have also been heard in Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's supreme leader's offices around 6 a.m. UK time. Since then, there have been strikes right across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in Western Iran are continuing as we speak. This is the scene at the US naval base at Al Jafer in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted by Iran in retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the UAE says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles, and Qatar has closed its airspace, as many countries have, after explosions have been reported there. A number of major airlines are now cancelling flights to the region, some turning round in midair amid the threat of, well, quite clearly, a major war, a widening conflict. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel pretty much continuously this morning. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem just a little earlier.
That's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just, well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
Well, President Trump, as I was saying, addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming a major combat operation was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but really left little doubt that that was his goal. Let's take a listen.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. I mean, Donald Trump clearly not saying explicitly regime change, but it was a call for regime change in all but name, calling on the Iranian people to rise up. The Israelis called on them to do that back in June last year, and they didn't. Let's see whether this time it is different. But President Trump, presented with a number of military options on Iran, has clearly decided to go for one of the more dramatic ones. And Iran is hitting back. There's been an attack on Al Jafar, the base in the naval base, home to the US Naval Forces Central Command, home also to the US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Let's just have a look at some pictures we've just got in. So that is the explosion, a big explosion. No word so far on casualties. The Iranian Fars news agency has said 4 American bases, claimed 4 American bases have been targeted. They say simultaneously with multiple missile attacks. Al Udeid Air Base, they say that's in Qatar, if I'm not mistaken. Al Salem, which is in Kuwait, Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE, and the air base, the naval base that you're looking at there in Bahrain, the US 5th Fleet base, a large base, something like 150 acres of that base. Used to be actually a base for the Royal Navy, but the Americans took it over sometime in the 70s. Not sure how many people, American service personnel, were there, but clearly Al Jafar has been struck. The Israelis have been speaking to the Reuters news agency, and an Israeli official is reported by Reuters as saying that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, and the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, were targeted, both of them targeted in these US-Israeli attacks. Now, there was reporting a little earlier that Khamenei had been moved out of Tehran, not clear where he is, but the Israelis, an Israeli source telling Reuters that Iran's supreme leader and the Iranian president have been targeted. An Iranian news agency not commenting on that. They are saying that Iran's foreign minister is safe, but no word on the supreme leader or the president. What an Iranian source described by Reuters as close to the establishment is saying that several senior Revolutionary Guard commanders and political officials have been killed in US-Israeli strikes, but crucially, no word on the fate of the supreme leader. Israeli sources also telling Reuters objective is to degrade Iranian capabilities, remove existential threats to Israel. Well, a short time ago, we heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran would continue for as long as necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Benjamin Netanyahu there. Well, the UK was not involved in the strikes on Iran. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer is due to chair a Cobra meeting to discuss the situation in the Middle East. That will happen sometime this morning. In a statement, a government spokesperson said this: Iran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and that is why we have continually supported efforts to reach a negotiated solution. Our immediate priority is the safety of UK nationals in the region, and we will provide them with consular assistance available 24/7 as part of our long-standing commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we have recently bolstered. We stand ready to protect our interests. We do not want to see further escalation into a wider regional conflict, which, of course, is the danger. And with regard to British citizens and personnel in the Middle East, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office has just said this: due to reported missile attacks, British nationals in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar and the UAE, United Arab Emirates, should immediately shelter in place. They should remain indoors in a secure location, avoid all travel and follow instructions from the local authorities. That from the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Right. Still more coming in from the Israeli military to Reuters, and an Israeli military official has said we are still determining the success of these initial strikes on Iran. So we await to hear what they say about that, and the sort of gist of that is that clearly there will be more. Let's bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins. And, well, David, I mean, of all the options presented to President Trump in the last few weeks, he seems to have chosen one of the more dramatic ones.
He certainly has, Mark. Interestingly, just yesterday he was indicating that he would prefer not to attack Iran, that he would lean towards a deal if the nation was prepared to negotiate in good faith, as he put it. And yet here we are just a matter of hours later, and the President of the United States has effectively declared war. There will be many questions, I think, asked by members of Congress on this side of the Atlantic when they waken this morning to that post that President Trump put up overnight. The optics alone are striking. Posted in the small hours of the morning from Mar-a-Lago, his estate in Florida. It's the second time in 2 months he's effectively turned it into a situation room. He was also there when the US attacked Venezuela. This very different this time. He sounded emboldened. The language was bombastic. He talked about a major combat operation. He gave us something of a history lesson, didn't he? Suggesting that Iran and its proxies had been responsible for mass terror for 47 years. And then he encouraged the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms or to face certain death. So this is a president who's serious about this. But of course, there hasn't even been a debate in Congress about going to war with Iran, never mind a vote to authorise it. And that's why there will be many questions, I think, asked as people waken this morning.
Midterm elections later this year. So a huge political risk, this, for President Trump.
Yes, and I notice many people are reposting this morning something President Trump said in the past, that Barack Obama would take America to war with Iran in order to win an election. In fact, last year, Donald Trump warned that his presidential opponent, Kamala Harris, would take America to war with Iran. And yet he is the person who has chosen to do that, despite the obvious risks involved, the potential for this to turn into what is often described as a forever war, resembling Iraq or Afghanistan, or for it to claim American lives. And he appears to be preparing the nation for that, saying this morning that American lives may be lost. But of course, his own MAGA base is really divided about going to war overseas. They would much prefer to see the president focus on domestic matters, as he did through his State of the Union address this week. They will not be happy that he is sending troops to the front line again, so to speak, as he embarks upon another war in the Middle East. But the president clearly believes this can be contained. Already, though, this morning, Mark, we are seeing a big difference compared to what happened in the wake of the strike on Iran 9 months ago. The reaction has been swift and it has been broader. We understand that there are heavy simultaneous attacks taking place on at least 4 US military bases in the region, as you say, in Qatar, Kuwait, in the United Arab Emirates and in Bahrain. So that will be causing concern at the Pentagon, but they clearly believe this is something that they're going to be able to keep under control as they encourage the Iranian people to rise up against their own government.
Yeah, and David, I mean, the big question, given the apparent progress, or progress certainly reported by the Oman foreign minister yesterday, and the Iranians to some extent, is given the state of the talks, why now?
Yeah, the Omani foreign minister came here to Washington to update Vice President J.D. Vance on those negotiations just yesterday. He finished his post online afterwards with the words, "Peace is within reach." So I think the question why now is one that many people are going to be asking. But of course, Mark, we're used to hearing mixed messages from Donald Trump on Iran. Just 9 months ago, he claimed to have completely obliterated its nuclear capability. Now he's expressing concern about its potential to build a nuclear bomb. Just last month, he was telling protesters in Tehran they should keep going and vowing that help was on the way, but that help never arrived. And as I say, just yesterday, he appeared undecided about all of this, leaving the White House to attend an event in Texas. He said he would love not to strike Iran, but would need them to engage in serious discussions, and said he was giving them time to do that. And indeed, further negotiations are planned in the coming days. So he clearly has decided to act in a militarial sense rather than in a political sense. Diplomacy he doesn't see as the way forward right now, and it's quite difficult to see how they're ever going to be able to row back from this and get those negotiations back on track.
David, thank you very much indeed. President Trump clearly hoping this can be contained, says David Blevins, and that really is the big question. We're getting pictures in from the Iranian capital, Tehran, scenes of destruction in that capital city after those multiple strikes this morning. Israeli sources talking about attacks on the Supreme Leader's residence, the Intelligence Ministry, the Defense Ministry, even, we're told, the Atomic Energy Organization building. And not clear what that target is we're looking at, but it's completely destroyed, as you can see. Also attacks on a place called Parchin, which is an important military facility, which I think I'm right in saying is on the outskirts of Tehran. But multiple sites clearly attacked by the Israelis and the US, and not just in Tehran. These are countrywide attacks. This is a massive assault on Iran, and how long it goes on for is anybody's guess. We don't know what is in the mind of Donald Trump or Benjamin Netanyahu. We don't know what is in the mind of Iran's supreme leader. But this clearly is a very serious war. Let's bring in Sky's security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes. And, well, Donald Trump, that speech he made this morning suggests that he wants to see regime change, and he thinks this is the way to do it.
Yes, I totally agree with how you interpreted that, as in calling for regime change in all but name, talking about the desire to take out Iran's ability to launch missiles. Iran must never have a nuclear weapon. He's going to annihilate, in his words, the Iranian Navy, and that ultimatum that he delivered, didn't he, to everyone from the Republican Guard down to the Iranian police, telling them to lay down their weapons or face certain death. But there is a huge question. This is a massive gamble. And can he do this with military means alone? And not just military means alone, but military means alone from a distance. You can't imagine that he is preparing to send ground troops, for example, into Iran to achieve these stated goals. He talks about how the US has overpowering military strength, the biggest and strongest military in the world, and there is no question about the Americans' military might. It has those long-range weapons that it can use. It can use cyber. It can use space capabilities. But can it achieve all of those stated goals that the president has now made public and presumably is prepared to be held to account for by the American people without boots on the ground and without a plan for the aftermath? I think that was also really key from that video message that he gave this morning, that was released this morning, in which he really hands it over to the Iranian people to step up and take over the government, in his words. But he has no control over that. So it is a very huge gamble. They would have absolutely counted on the Iranians striking back, because this is existential now for the Iranian regime. This is not a move by America to pressure Iran into doing something. This is America taking military action to achieve the objectives that Donald Trump has set out. And so that's why you're seeing these multiple, coordinated and simultaneous strikes against different platforms, different targets in the Middle East, around the Gulf region, including, for example, in Bahrain. You talked about that video against the US naval base there. The British will be watching that with huge alarm too, because, of course, there is a large Royal Navy presence at that base. They have their own headquarters there, and they will, of course, be caught up in all of them. That's why you've got the British Prime Minister this morning. He will be chairing a Cobra emergency meeting. It's been made clear that the British forces were not involved in these strikes. But there are, of course, questions about basing. Were any British bases used by the Americans to launch these waves that are ongoing? This is an operation that isn't going to be wrapped up immediately. There's all indicators that this is going on. This will be going on at least for a number of days if the American plan goes to plan. And of course, that's not guaranteed either.
No. And Deborah, on that very point of this war going on, reports of a new wave of several booms heard in Doha. Bahrain successfully dealing, we're told from the news agency there, dealing with missiles in its airspace, and several explosions heard in Abu Dhabi near the city's main airport. So clearly Iran, and just finally Iran hitting back. And just finally, Deborah, this point about, trying to do regime change from the air, it is very difficult. So they are relying on the people of Iran rising up in a way that they failed to do when Netanyahu asked them to do that, when was it, last June?
Yeah, it's an extraordinary gamble. I'd say it's the biggest foreign policy gamble by any American president since George Bush launched the invasion of Iraq back in 2003, and that didn't go to plan either. Of course, in that operation, America used ground forces. It does still, and today, have the overwhelming military advantage when it comes to the firepower. But to be able to achieve the aims that Donald Trump has set out by launching strikes from the sea and the air, and presumably cyber and space alone, that that hasn't been done before. Obviously he'll be looking at the Venezuela example, but that was just very, very different, extraordinarily different. This is a much larger scale challenge. The operation itself is far, far bigger, and the risks involved are significantly greater.
Deborah, thank you very much indeed. We'll talk to you a little later. Just a quick word on the UK's involvement or lack of involvement in this. Prime Minister Starmer saying the UK was not involved in the strikes on Iran. Sky News now understands that UK bases were not used by the US for strikes on Iran. There's been this row over whether Diego Garcia would be used, but Sky News understanding that UK bases were not used by the US for strikes on Iran. Joining me now is the former UK ambassador to Iran and council member of Chatham House, Rob Macaire. Good morning. Thank you for being with us. And first of all, your reaction to what is going on.
Well, it is. I think we could all see these attacks coming. But if you look at those, the statement by President Trump and the statement now by Prime Minister Netanyahu, it's very clear, as your reports just pointed out, that this is not just about nuclear and missiles, where there will be target sets which they can go after, both in the facilities and the command and control. It is very clearly and explicitly trying to change the regime and encouraging the Iranian people to rise up. And I think that is a hugely ambitious gamble, as Deborah was just saying.
So on that point, it is a gamble. Do you think that the circumstances have changed in Iran after these protests? Do you think there's a possibility they could rise up? You seem to be suggesting not that easily.
I mean, it's very hard to know what's going to happen, but I do think that the regime still has an awful lot of power to deploy against people trying to come out on the streets. It's much more likely to see change from inside the regime than from outside. And, President Trump is there sort of saying that, the IRGC need to lay down their arms or face certain death. I mean, that's threatening 190,000 people with certain death. There's a level of rhetoric here that doesn't change the underlying realities, which is the regime still has a hardcore of support and it has an awful lot of power. And the key thing to watch out for now is whether we do see some form of defection from the IRGC or the Basij or the conventional army or the police to turn against the regime. That still seems a massively unlikely thing to happen because there's no organized opposition for them to turn to. There isn't an alternative force in the country for them to rally around. It's difficult to see those regime forces suddenly declaring support for Reza Pahlavi, for example. So this does feel like, while the military objectives, particularly against the ballistic missile targets and the Navy, are achievable, the regime change ambitions, which are now very clearly out there on the table, just still seem a long way off.
So, is it your expectation, in the short term at least, that the security forces in Iran will remain loyal to the regime?
Well, we haven't seen any signs yet of them fracturing. And obviously there is an internet shutdown. Well, news coming out of Iran is difficult to verify. But, we haven't seen it yet. And it is an ideological regime. And certainly the core of those institutions is likely to remain loyal. But you could see either from bottom up or from top down fractures inside the regime, which could lead to real change. And that is, in my view, much more likely than the people rising up and overthrowing this regime.
There's a statement just in from the Revolutionary Guard Corps saying all US bases, resources and interests throughout the region are considered legitimate targets for the Iranian army. Do you think that Iran has the capacity, given everything that's happened in the last year or so, the capacity to fight back in a meaningful way?
Well, they clearly have capacity to launch missiles. Whether that results in an escalation or a broadening of the war to a regional conflict, I think depends very much on what happens over the coming hours. We haven't seen yet whether they're going to try to close the Straits of Hormuz, which is the other card they have potentially to play. But they have telegraphed very clearly in the run-up to these likely military operations by the US and Israel, Iran has telegraphed pretty clearly that it would not be calibrating its response as it has in the past. it would be going for a more full-throated response, and that's what we're seeing. What they can do and what effect that has will become clear over the next 24 hours or so.
And just finally, a bombing campaign like this can have the effect of turning people who don't like their regime, but turning them against the US and Israel because of what they're doing to their country. I mean, do you think that is an element in all this?
I think it's really hard to generalize about what a country of over 90 million people, what the people really think. I think people are very conflicted. They feel different things in different places. But I do think that as you saw from June last year, when the country's under attack, it doesn't make the regime any more popular. People still hate their regime, but it does make them feel their country is under attack, not just the regime.
Mr. Macaire, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. Let's go to Jerusalem now and our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons. And Adam, more reports coming in, more explosions heard in Tel Aviv. Clearly, the Iranian response to this initial wave of attacks still underway.
Yeah, it is. In the past few minutes, we've heard a few thuds in the air around us. We haven't seen the smoke trails, but these are interceptions of missiles that have been going on up and down Israel from pretty much east to west as well of this country. Iran has responded with a barrage of missiles. One military source, though, saying that the numbers go into the dozens rather than hundreds. Another official telling me that so far the response from Iran has not been as large as had been expected. We have seen a series of interceptions here in the skies over Jerusalem. When I talk about interceptions, what I mean is a ballistic missile coming from Iran and an air defense, an anti-missile missile effectively being launched here from what is called the Iron Dome. That is the air defense system that goes across Israel to defend this country. Now, you normally hear air sirens, very loud, piercing noises. Earlier today, we've had a succession of those being played across Jerusalem and across cities throughout Israel. There hasn't been one for a little while. I have to say these thuds that we're hearing in the air have not been accompanied by those air raid sirens, but it wouldn't surprise me if we got more of them. I think the expectation is that Israel will continue to come under attack, as well, potentially, as other nations in this region. Just to backtrack, this morning, about at 8 o'clock, the first siren sounded here. That was a precautionary measure, effectively, to tell the Israeli people that they were very likely to come under attack. The first announcement of this attack actually came from the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz. At that time, it wasn't clear whether Israel had gone alone, but now it's very obvious. And confirmed, of course, by President Trump and by Prime Minister Netanyahu, that this was a coordinated attack with the ambition not merely of reducing Iran's artillery, or ballistic missile arsenal, not merely of trying to push a nuclear deal, but of precipitating regime change. And Iran's regime will see that as a real, genuine, existential threat to them, which is why we are expecting a response, an ongoing response, not just against Israel, but against the wider region. The Iranians had already talked about a regional war. It feels now, Mark, as if we are somewhat in a brief lull. This morning, with this huge attack on Iran, which, according to military sources we spoke to just some minutes ago, is still ongoing. The initial wave of attacks from Iran was substantial. Now there is, certainly here in Jerusalem, a brief respite, but I would expect more missiles to be coming over this territory before long. A little more background, by the way, on this operation is now called the Roaring Lion. The previous attack from Israel on Iran was Rising Lion. This one is seen as a follow-up to that. There hasn't been any confirmation of who, in particular, they were targeting, but it is, I think, pretty obvious that they have attacked the intelligence ministry, the defense ministry, probably in Tehran, very likely to have attacked, certainly, if not personally, then offices linked to the Ayatollah, potentially also the Iranian president, and a number of other places across Iran as well. And this indication of a desire for a regime change expressed by Netanyahu, expressed by Trump, and also by Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, creating this Telegram channel asking Iranians to post videos and saying that this is their opportunity for Iran to reclaim its greatness. I don't think anyone imagines that this will be done quickly, and as a sign of that, Israel is mobilizing forces across the country now to defend itself, particularly in the north. It is vastly strengthening its forces on the border with Lebanon, also on the border with Syria. And an Israeli military official telling us that this is about not just about nuclear, not just about missiles, but about proxies. They suspect that Hezbollah in Lebanon could join the fray, could attack the north of Israel. They believe that Hamas may yet coalesce around this and rise again, although clearly Hamas has been massively degraded by the bombardment of Gaza that lasted 2 years. Houthis in Yemen, there are suggestions that Houthis may be about to fire missiles at Israel as well. It is a volatile situation. For the moment, these skies are peaceful, but they have roared with thuds, with interceptions this morning, and I think it would take a very brave man or woman to bet against that being repeated in the near future.
Adam, thank you very much indeed. And, well, it's often said that truth is the first victim in war, but it is worth repeating what is being said. And the Iranians are saying that their army chief, Major General Amir Hatami, is safe and actively commanding the armed forces. The Revolutionary Guard Corps says Tehran's retaliation will continue relentlessly until the enemy is decisively defeated. Let's speak to the political analyst and former Middle East advisor at the US Department of Defense, Jasmine El-Gamal. Good morning. And why this and why now, do you think?
Good morning, Mark. Well, look, that's a really good question, and the answer is not clear, because what we have here are two conflicting accounts of the hours and days and the context leading up to these attacks. The US and Israeli sources have been saying that they've been unhappy with the progress in the nuclear talks and that they don't see the outlines of a deal happening. The Omani foreign minister, on the other hand, Oman, as you know, was the key mediator in these talks, both this time and last year, was just on a U.S. program, Face the Nation. And you know, the Omanis don't do a lot of interviews like this. They're generally behind the scenes. And he said explicitly that he thought that there had been significant progress made in the talks and that Iran was willing to agree to zero enrichment and to open up its nuclear sites for verification. So completely conflicting accounts of what led to this moment. So in some ways, it is a surprise. Of course, we were expecting this as an option because before the 12-day war last year, the Iranians and the Americans were also in the middle of negotiations. So we knew that that wasn't entirely off the table. But to see the U.S. president go into this with a claim, if you heard his remarks earlier, that the U.S. wanted to act because there was an imminent threat from the Iranians. Again, there was no such imminent threat reported or verified. The Iranians seemed to be committed to continuing negotiations. And so I think President Trump also domestically is going to have a lot to answer for in terms of why he started this at this particular time, Mark.
Yeah, and he had a range of options presented to him, we're told, by by the Pentagon, by the military, and clearly he's gone for, one of the more dramatic ones.
Well, that part is not surprising. The scope of the attack, once he decided to attack, that's the part that was more surprising, the timing of the attack. But the scale of the attack is not so surprising. I was saying last week in media appearances that this actually is the smart thing to do from a US perspective, because what you would want to do is minimize to the extent possible Iran's proactive and reactive defensive capabilities. So making sure that they can't retaliate to the extent that they've been threatening to retaliate. Offensive, defensive capabilities. So that's what we're going to see over the next few hours and days, I imagine, is even though Iran has already started to retaliate very quickly all across the Gulf, Israel, 5 out of the Gulf states have been attacked. They've spared Oman, the mediator. But I predict that the U.S. will move harder and faster in the coming days to prevent any more retaliation from the Iranians.
Who do you think, the Iranians, will they see this as an existential threat, do you think?
Well, of course, absolutely. President Trump just came out in his speech and said that the Iranian regime seeks to kill. He asked the Iranian people to rise up essentially and take over, and said that the U.S. would be behind them. He also prepared a U.S. domestic audience for casualties, for U.S. casualties, saying that that's what happens in war. And although the U.S. will try its best to minimize those casualties, they are probably going to happen or are likely to happen. So we're looking at a very serious situation here, Mark, and we're looking at potential regime change. We have seen reports that the Israelis have struck close to the Iranian supreme leader's residence, that they're trying to get to the supreme leader and the president and other high-level Iranian officials. And so this certainly is a situation unlike any that we've seen in recent history in the Middle East.
And the thinking being that if they do get the supreme leader, the regime would fall? I mean, that's not a guarantee.
No, it's not a guarantee, and it's a huge risk. And it's probably why President Trump, in his remarks, also spoke to the IRGC and said, put down your weapons, you'll get immunity. And if you don't, you are likely to face certain death. So that was likely meant to encourage defections within the IRGC. But that is not at all guaranteed. This is famously an apparatus that is very hard line, loyal to the Ayatollah, loyal to the concept of the Islamic Republic, and with all of what that entails from a foreign policy and security perspective. So I think assuming that will all fade away, it could, but we don't know that it will. I think it would be foolish to assume that this is going to go smoothly in any sense. I think we're looking at potential severe escalation and potential miscalculations as well. And as you can imagine, everyone I'm speaking to in the region right now, whether in the Gulf or Israel, is highly, highly on edge.
Jasmine, thank you very much. Let's bring in our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn. And the talk was of diplomacy, progress according to Oman, the Oman foreign minister, progress according to the Iranians. You and I were talking about where the talks were going yesterday. Why did it all change so suddenly, do you think?
Well, it seems to have been a decision that Donald Trump has taken with his advisors, and we have to assume, I think this was taken a while ago, and it looks like the diplomacy that we've been looking at, I was in Geneva reporting last week, it looks like that was a ruse, and actually that's part of the Trump playbook. We saw him do something similar back in June, before while the B-2 bombers were preparing to go in to hit Natanz and other targets in Iran, there was a diplomatic process underway, and the Iranians were rather angry that they felt they had been sort of fooled by the diplomatic process, and that seems to have been what was happening here. And I think we have to say that President Trump had said, excuse me, that he said he would prefer a diplomatic solution, and it looked like there was progress being made, not just from what the Omanis were saying last week, which was that they were hearing things from the Iranians that were new. The Iranians were obviously putting a positive gloss on it because they wanted the diplomacy to continue. They didn't want any military action to happen and didn't want to give the Americans an excuse to carry out what they're doing now. But we also heard from American sources saying that the negotiators Witkoff and Kushner both felt that things were going positively and the talks didn't break down. The fear, of course, last week was that they would break down and lead to a massive war, but actually they broke up, and the plan was to resume them again on Monday in Vienna at a technical level, which sort of suggested there was something agreed, at least in principle. The details would be thrashed out, and then they'd meet again a week or so later. Now, that, as I say, does seem to have been a bit of a charade because that was going on, this massive military build-up was continuing, and Donald Trump has not taken the possibility of a diplomatic solution. He's not running with the progress made in Geneva. Instead, he's authorized this strike. And I think, Mark, it's important to sort of point out this is an unprecedented act of aggression by America and very different to what we've seen from American attempts to change regimes in the past. If we go back to the George Bush era, the efforts, the sort of bending over backwards diplomatically to justify the legality of invading Iraq, that went on for weeks, coming up with intelligence that was thought to be pretty dodgy by many people, but a massive effort at the UN to justify the war in Iraq. This attack is happening without any UN approval, without even any US congressional approval. In fact, on Monday, the resolution was going to be heard in the US Congress that would have made it impossible for this to happen without congressional approval. So Donald Trump is rather cynically using this window of opportunity to launch this attack, but he's doing so without any UN approval, without any congressional approval. It will be seen as an illegal war, I think, by many people, including probably many of America's allies, who will be deeply disturbed about what is going on and where this could lead.
Right, I can't hear Dominic Waghorn anymore. I think, Dominic, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here, Mark, yeah.
Yeah, OK, so, I mean, there was this idea of a limited attack to bring Iran to the table with a little bit more in the way of compromise and so forth and giving more. This doesn't appear to be that. This is something very different.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump had three options with military action. He could have either said, well, the diplomacy is working, I'm going to give it a bit more time, let's see what happens in Vienna. And he could have stood down the forces that he had mustered in the region, or he could have struck in a more calibrated strategic way, which was a kind of knock sense into them kind of strategy. So if he didn't feel the Iranians were moving enough diplomatically, he could have launched more sort of surgical strikes to kind of knock some sense into them and bring them round to being more concessionary in what they're offering the Americans in the diplomacy. And the more extreme option was to do what he's just authorized, which is an all-out attack. And it does seem to be, both from what we're hearing rhetorically from Donald Trump, but also what's happening in a military sense, an all-out offensive aimed at changing the regime in Iran without actually getting so far as saying so. And I think the big gamble, as we've been hearing from other commentators today, is the fact that he's calling on the Iranian people to rise up and to topple the regime with American and Israeli air power. Now, I think there are two big questions here at this stage in the offensive, Mark. First of all, what's been achieved in the opening hours? Because if you remember back in June, the 12-day war, the Israelis were able to take out a sort of tier of top-level commanders, at least 20 commanders, many killed in their beds or in meetings, and a number of nuclear scientists. The Israelis have penetrated Iran massively in terms of intelligence operatives, and do they have the same ability, have they had the same ability to assassinate very high-level commanders, and possibly the head of the regime itself, Ayatollah Khamenei, who is thought to be in hiding, but the Israeli intelligence may know where he is. Now, if they manage to do that very effectively, this will look like a very different offensive from the very start. But it doesn't look, initial impressions that is underway. And I think the second question really is what is the Americans' ability to sustain this operation, because we were hearing from Pentagon leaks during the week that there are fears amongst America's own defense establishment. They don't have the interceptors, they don't have the munitions that could sustain this longer than for a week or two. Now, if that's the case, the Iranian leadership, if it is not decapitated, then has the ability to hunker down, hide in bunkers, to put up with and tough this one out. And then there's a big question, I think, for the Americans as to what happens next. Because if this can't be sustained for weeks, the Iranians might be able to ride this through.
Yes, because, the history of trying to bring about regime change from the air is, it's not good. I mean, one thinks of Libya, I suppose, but then you had a population that was armed, militias armed, and they were all ready to go against Gaddafi. But, in this situation, we've just been hearing from a former UK ambassador to Iran, it seems as if the security forces at the moment are quite loyal to the regime in Iran.
Yeah, and I think the problem is, Donald Trump was saying that these policemen and soldiers and guards need to lay down their weapons or die. And as we've been hearing from not just the former ambassador, but others as well, that there is a sort of level of military industrial security establishments in Iran that's sort of 200,000 or 300,000 strong. There are IRGC guardsmen, there are Basiji, there's sort of paramilitary thugs, there are police officers, the entire security establishment that is on the payroll and that regards its future very much tied up with that of the Ayatollahs. It's very well supplied, very well resourced and very well armed. And it is unreasonable to think that American air power can destroy that or force them to surrender even with the threat of death from American air power. It's hard to see that being turned. So I think what is more likely and what has been sort of seen as more likely is not so much regime change, but regime sort of transforming itself. So possibly the IRGC commanders seeing this as an opportunity now to replace the mullahs, to replace the Ayatollahs, and to come up with a more pragmatic alternative, a less fundamentalist, a less extremist version of Iranian government. So that would be a kind of a mutation of the regime, not a complete change. I think it's impossible to say at the moment what exactly is in the minds of Donald Trump and Netanyahu as they launch the opening out of this operation. Do they see a kind of Venezuelan kind of scenario here where the top of the regime is removed, but then others below it are encouraged to be more cooperative, more malleable? I have to say, having been to Iran a few times, for what I know of the Iranians, that is unlikely because the Iranian sort of regime is such a coherent force and so well resourced and well funded. And I think what is also unlikely is a popular uprising rising up in the sort of chaos and turmoil that the Americans and the Israelis can now engender in Iran. Back in, I think, June last year, an Iranian film director said, "I hate the Israelis for what they're doing. I hate them because they're making me support a regime that I despise." And I think that's the kind of danger here, is the American attack just makes many Iranians rally around their own leadership, however much they hate them.
Yeah, OK, Dominic, thank you very much indeed. It is 11 o'clock. You're watching Sky News. It has been predicted for weeks, but right now it is very much underway. The United States and Israel have launched what can only be described as a massive assault on Iran. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, and Iran has responded with a missile strike on a US Navy base in Bahrain, and explosions are still being heard this hour in places like Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near the Iranian Supreme Leader's offices at around 6 a.m. UK time. Since then, there's been strikes right across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in western Iran are still continuing. This is the scene at the US naval base in Al Jafer in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in retaliatory strikes, as you can see there. Elsewhere, the UAE says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles, and Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there. Predictably, a number of major airlines have cancelled flights to the region, some turning around in mid-air amid the threat of what is a rapidly widening conflict. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel this morning. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem a little earlier.
That's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just, well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
Adam Parsons a short while ago in Israel. Well, President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming that a major combat operation was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but left little doubt, really, that that was his goal. Let's have a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
That was President Trump speaking a few hours ago. He's expected, by the way, to speak again He will address the nation, we're told, sometime in the next few hours. Statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry on the strikes on Iran. Russia demands that the situation be immediately returned to the path of political and diplomatic settlement. Certain irony to that, clearly. A short time ago, we heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, said the attack on Iran will continue for as long as necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Benjamin Netanyahu speaking earlier. Joining me now is our correspondent, Sally Lockwood, who's in the Middle East. And Sally, reports just half an hour or so ago of claims of a new wave of Iranian missiles heading to that region.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. Around 40 minutes ago, I received word from a source in Abu Dhabi that more explosions were heard there. And I've also been sent videos of missiles, apparent missiles, flying overhead here where I am. In Dubai, explosions have also been heard here, as well as air raid sirens. And we've seen images of people running in the street here in Dubai to take cover, scenes that would have been absolutely unthinkable just a few hours ago. But the UAE Defense Ministry has given an update, and it said that it successfully intercepted Iranian missiles flying over the UAE, and that the relevant authorities in the country also dealt with falling debris from that attack in an area of Abu Dhabi, which has resulted in some material damage, but also the death of an Asian national. So one death confirmed here in the UAE following that Iranian missile attack today. But of course, it's not just the UAE that has been targeted. Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan have all reported missiles from Iran aimed at their countries that they've successfully shot down today. Now, something we're watching quite closely is the situation in Bahrain. America has a huge naval presence in Bahrain. It's absolutely critical to US sea power here in the Gulf. And it's been confirmed that the US Fifth Fleet, which is based in Bahrain, has been targeted today. The Iranian state news is reporting that it successfully made contact and did strike the US Fifth Fleet, but we're still awaiting confirmation on that and still awaiting details as to exactly the extent of that attack. We've also received an update from Qatar that's also been attacked by Iranian missiles today, missiles successfully shot down by British Typhoon jets. We're hearing that from British officials, that Typhoon fighter jets based in Qatar have been part of the air defences there today. And we've also heard that, well, of course, we've also heard from British officials and from the British Prime Minister has made it very clear that British jets were not involved in any attacks on Iran, but they have been operational today in a defensive capacity in Qatar, that the RAF Joint Squadron with Qatar intercepted missiles by Iran on Qatar. That, according to British officials, that RAF Typhoon fighter jets were involved in a defensive role today. I should say that this isn't just resulting in an enormous amount of concern and tension here in the UAE and the wider region. It's also resulting in a lot of disruption. If you take a look at flight radar at the moment, and I'm keeping quite a close eye on it, the airspace here in the United Arab Emirates is closed, as is the airspace in Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan, it looks closed, Lebanon, Israel, some of Saudi, and of course Iran and Iraq airspace is closed as well. A huge amount of disruption and a lot of uncertainty. I'm hearing reports of chaos at the airport here in Dubai, one of the busiest airports in the world, with flights cancelled or delayed and grounded for now. And I've also heard reports from Heathrow of packed airliners for Qatar Airways on the tarmac, taxiing, and then turned around during taxiing at Heathrow as these attacks began to unfold. Now, we're also hearing that the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has held a phone call today with his Iraqi counterpart, and he's warned that Iran will continue to defend itself, targeting US military bases in the region as part of its right to self-defense. Now, the Iranian regime, of course, did warn of these retaliatory attacks, and we are now beginning to learn exactly what that looks like. They have been firing missiles at a number of Gulf states here in the region, of course, as well as the UAE, where I am. And it's not clear how long this could go on for or the extent of their retaliation. But at the moment, we are just sitting tight. A lot of people are sheltering indoors, and we're just waiting to see exactly what this means for the region. But it's something that a lot of people have been very concerned about. And of course, we've seen that military build-up here in the last few weeks, 2 aircraft strike carrier groups now in the region, as well as a huge number of American air assets. And we're just waiting to see whether this is going to turn into a weeks-long campaign. Now, a military source did tell me that the US military appears to have set up an alternative command centre. It would normally have been out of Al Udeid in Qatar. I understand that provisions have been made and senior members of the military have been flown into another country, not the UAE. I won't reveal the country that I'm hearing for security reasons, but it does seem that they have set up a separate command centre to carry out this war that we are now seeing unfold, a war that we understand is now targeting the Iranian regime and the threats that the Iranian regime has made in terms of retaliatory attacks. Well, we're still waiting to see the full extent of that and exactly what that means for security here in the Middle East.
Sally, thank you very much indeed. More loud bangs heard in Abu Dhabi. That's coming in to us right now. Let's bring in our international correspondent, John Sparks, and military analyst, Sean Bell. And, John, I want to speak in a moment about who is being targeted in the Iranian regime, Ayatollah Khamenei, and clearly, I mean, that's been acknowledged. But just first of all, you know, deep breath, big picture, this is a huge and significant assault on Iran.
It is, and I think most of us were expecting that the talks have been going on. If you remember last year, I think there were 5 or 6 rounds of talks. They didn't go anywhere, and eventually Midnight Hammer. I think we've just done the 3rd round of talks. There was some, right, let's have a short, sharp shock, demonstrate that America is serious about this and carry on talking. One of the reasons why what's actually happened, which looks well beyond that, is very worrying, is we used to war game some of these options, and you'd always look at what's the most likely course of action and what's the most dangerous. The most dangerous for Iran is if they feel an existential threat to their existence and they press the button and throw everything at America. And Trump's words around this were not ambiguous at all. It was regime change. And the worry is that you talk about all those military bases, those countries, there's one, maybe two missile systems, Patriot and THAAD, that can actually take out ballistic missiles. I'm afraid Iran has orders of magnitude more missiles than America has defensive missiles. So if Iran just keeps firing these things, they will get through. And you will remember, obviously, with giving some of these to Ukraine, there's also some of these deployed around the world, that there are limited supplies. You can't go down to Walmart and get them. So I think there's a real issue here about does Iran need an off-ramp to here? Or actually, maybe America needs an off-ramp to this. It's really worrying where we are.
That's interesting, given, I mean, despite that incredible build-up that we've seen over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt. America is the military superpower here, but you look at the aircraft carriers, they're bristling with 5,000 people, nearly 100 military jets. But the number of weapons they can actually store, if you look at high-intensity operations, is actually relatively small. And it takes a while to get them all out from the continental US. So as a gesture and a posture, it's really powerful. If you're now into an enduring conflict, and unless you put boots on the ground, we haven't had a rich history of success of doing regime change. And if you do it simply using air and space power, I think it'd be really interesting. So I do think President Trump's clearly decided he's going to threaten and expect Iran to capitulate. If they don't, where now?
Well, that's an interesting one, because presumably they're hoping that the 12-day war in June last year has crippled them to an extent to which, which would limit their capacity to respond. I mean, they're responding today, clearly, but the hope is, I guess, that their ability to respond is limited.
It is, but there's lots of different options available to Iran, aren't there? And also, let's be quite clear, politically, they know that President Trump's facing midterm elections. They also know that President Trump wants to be, I've solved 8 wars, doesn't want to start one, doesn't want to get involved. So they know that he doesn't want to get involved. And Iran, frankly, is on the day one of this. They probably were expecting, they had their master target list and they're firing missiles. But don't forget, there's lots of things. The Straits of Hormuz, we've talked about potentially mining that. The terror groups that they sponsor terrorism around the world. Hamas probably padlocked in. But we are hearing reports in Israel that some of the Israeli forces are moving to the northern border because they're worried about what Hezbollah will do. The Houthis may well suddenly erupt up again. There's a drone ship which the Iranians have, which has been floating quite close to the aircraft carriers. It's no offence to the aircraft carriers, but if you put 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50 drones together at one of the carriers, it's got very good close-in defence, but you can eventually overwhelm it. Probably won't sink the carrier, but it isn't half dangerous for the Americans. So there's lots of other things that Iran can do. They've had lots of times to war game this as well over the last few decades. I'm sure they've got a few more tricks up their sleeve.
Right. John, I mean, it's clear that the Israelis certainly have been saying this, are targeting Khamenei and the president as well. Pezeshkian. What would be the significance of taking out Ayatollah Khamenei?
Well, they're not starting gradually. This is not an incremental operation, isn't it? They have gone straight for the leadership of the Iranian Republic. We know that this has been confirmed by an Israeli official. They have gone after the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, attacking his offices in central Tehran. They've gone after Masoud Pezeshkian, who's the head of the government. Officials in Iran have said that Pezeshkian is alive and well, and a source quoted about 90 minutes ago said that Khamenei was not in Tehran and had been transferred to a secure location. But look, one thing that we do know, and I think I should add that from our American partners, NBC, they say the Israelis have targeted, or they have the split in responsibilities. They are saying the Israelis are targeting Iranian leaders, the Americans targeting Iran's ballistic and nuclear programs. We know the Israelis have got good intelligence on the Iranians, on Iranian leaders. The Israelis, it seems, are going after the leadership. We know, Sky News has confirmed from the chief of staff of a former president, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. You may remember he was the president for 8 years, end of the 2000s, beginning of the 2010s. They've gone after his compound as well. He was a religious hardliner, a major backer of the nuclear program in Iran. His chief of staff says that Ahmadinejad has survived. We also know that senior figures in the Ministry of Defense have been... we can see, I think This is a video that has...
This is the Ahmadinejad
Yeah, that
compound.
has popped up.
Yeah.
We've confirmed this, that Ahmadinejad, his residence was attacked. You see, a large munition has caused that destruction. We also know senior members at the Ministry of Defense have been targeted. The Ministry of Justice has been targeted. State television, the IRIB, they've moved location in Tehran. Clearly, they want to stay on air. They are worrying about being taken off air. We understand that they are now telling people to leave major cities, for their own safety. But clearly, a preoccupation of the regime here is protests on the streets. And one of the things that we've seen this morning is people cheering as they see Israeli and American jets over the skies of Iran.
But just on that point that I mentioned earlier, the significance of taking out Khamenei. I mean, he is the decision maker in so many ways. So what would taking him out mean, do you think? I mean, it wouldn't necessarily mean the end of the regime.
No, it doesn't. And I think there is a security state there of many hundreds of thousands of people. For example, in the Revolutionary Guard, there's the militia, the besieged militia. You've got more than 1 million men in the army as well. There's a huge security department of the Iranian state, and there will be people there who will be ready to step up. I think it's been instructive what we have seen over the last few months in Iran. Huge nationwide protests in that country, which the regime, when those protests got serious, when they started to threaten the existence of the regime, they crushed them. They put people on the streets, they put the militia, they put the Revolutionary Guards, they put them on the street, and they killed thousands and thousands of their own citizens. There's no limitation there shown. They killed thousands of their own people. And I think this is one of the big issues. Trump has framed this in the broadest possible terms. He's talking about regime change. Make no doubt about it. He's talking about regime change, but the methods here don't match the end goals. You're trying to achieve something through an aerial assault. Be very difficult to accomplish on the ground because of what we know the regime is prepared to do.
Sean, stay with us because I want to talk about Britain's role in all this. We know that the UK was not involved in the strikes on Iran, and Sky News understands that UK bases were not used by the US military. Sir Keir Starmer has been holding a Cobra meeting to discuss the situation this morning. That meeting, I understand, has now finished. Let's go live to Downing Street, our political correspondent, Amanda Acas. And Amanda, do we know what has come out of that meeting?
We don't yet have any information about exactly what was discussed in that meeting. It's clearly an event surrounded by very high security. We know that it has now finished, and normally Cobra is convened at times of national emergency in order to kind of work out the UK's response. Ministers are involved, defence officials will have been involved, and we understand now that the Prime Minister is going to be carrying out calls with UK allies in the coming hours. We have had a statement from the UK government, though, in which they say that their overriding priority is the safety of British citizens in the region. But also, interestingly, they talk about the importance of diplomacy and of any conflict not escalating across the wider region. Let me read you that statement in full. So they say Iran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and that is why we have continually supported efforts to reach a negotiated solution. Our immediate priority is the safety of UK nationals in the region, and we will provide them with consular assistance available 24/7. As part of our long-standing commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East, we have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we have recently bolstered. We stand ready to protect our interests. We do not want to see further escalation into a wider regional conflict. Now, if you remember recently when Donald Trump issued his statement attacking the UK government over giving away, as he put it, Diego Garcia to the Mauritians. Now, within that statement, he talked about the importance of both Diego Garcia, that base in the Pacific, but also RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire, potentially being necessary for the US to launch strikes on Iran. However, we understand that no UK military bases have been used in this attack, and the UK has not been involved militarily in any way. Now, if you remember the last time the Americans struck Iran in June 2025, those attacks on nuclear bases, once again we had this discussion about whether the UK had been involved, but back then the US was able to rely on its long-range bombers, didn't have to involve the UK, which certainly saved Sir Keir Starmer from a difficult diplomatic situation. However, there have been reports that the US has been trying to pressure this time around the Prime Minister to give permission for those UK military bases to be used, and part of Donald Trump's anger against Sir Keir Starmer and the reason behind that moment in which he lashed out against the Chagos deal, despite previously having supported it, is because of his frustration about Sir Keir Starmer not being willing to support these strikes at that time. So that is quite significant in terms of the UK-US relationship. We do understand, however, from that the UK has bolstered defensive capabilities in the region recently, and we're told that includes radar systems, counter-drone systems, F-35 jets, ground air defences, and also Typhoon jets being sent in January from Qatar. Politically, the reaction, as you would imagine, has already started coming in. So Dame Emily Thornberry, who is the Labour chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, a very significant voice within Parliament, she's come out saying she's very pleased to see the UK hasn't been involved in these illegal and ill-advised strikes, as she describes them. She says we will be hit by the consequences, though, and have to be prepared for that in terms of chaos in the region, shipping lanes, oil facilities, military bases, including our own, being attacked. On the other end of the spectrum, Nigel Farage has come out this morning saying the Prime Minister needs to change his mind on the use of our military bases and back the Americans.
Amanda, thank you very much indeed. So the UK not involved in the attacks on Iran, but we have been hearing about some sort of defensive activity. Sean Bell is with me. What do we know about what the British have been doing in that respect?
Yeah, you heard from Sally earlier, there was a bit of banter about RAF aircraft and Qatar. It is worth putting in context. The Qataris bought Typhoon. Part of that deal, which was good for our economy, was they needed training and they needed to go through, so they formed a joint squadron in the UK and then deployed that to Qatar. And so therefore we're more of a mentoring and supportive role as part of a sale of products. Don't forget the Typhoon can't shoot down ballistic missiles, it can shoot down cruise missiles. So I suspect they're just helping the Qataris out with that. I think what's interesting, 2 points, one of which the report there suggested that Nigel Farage is wading in, that the UK should have been supporting America with this. 2 points, one of which is international law is very clear. If it's not just the person that commits the act, like America, if you do anything to support it, you're also complicit, whether it's edge refueling, allowing basing, stuff like that. Second thing is that, therefore, that would make us a potential target, as we're seeing from a lot of the American bases in the region. Last I saw, ballistic missiles from Iran can make the UK. They can't make America. And at the moment, we have absolutely no defence in this country for ballistic missiles. We would not be wanting to be under the barrage that Israel or other military bases are.
I hate to do this to you, the difference between cruise and ballistic missiles?
So cruise missiles basically fly through the air. They basically fly along at 400 to 500 miles an hour. They can often be low level, but they fly through the air, and fighter jets can intercept them and shoot them down. Ballistic missiles go out of the Earth's atmosphere, go into space, and they go very fast because obviously there's no resistance in space, and therefore it's quite difficult to shoot them down when they're in space because they're travelling 2 or 3 times the speed of a bullet, and therefore trying to intercept them is quite difficult. You have to intercept them when they come down.
And do you expect a multi-attack, multi-day war now?
I think it depends on how Iran feels. If they feel this is an existential threat, why would they not do everything possible to stay in the chair? And they will have the balance here of going, we can't win militarily, but we can inflict enough pain on America to make President Trump actually back off, given the midterms and everything. I think it's really dangerous because both sides could potentially continue this, both wanting to outdo each other.
Yeah, OK. Thank you very much. Let's go to the United States and our correspondent, David Blevins. And David, I just wondered on what we've just been talking about, what President Trump's appetite is for a protracted, a long war.
Well, I don't think he will have much appetite for that, but will also be conscious that there is potential for what is often described as a forever war, reminiscent of Iraq or Afghanistan. He'll also be deeply conscious that his own MAGA base are opposed to him getting involved in foreign conflicts. They would much prefer to see him focus on domestic matters. It's just gone 6:30 in the morning here on the east coast of the United States, so Americans are waking up to the news that their president has effectively declared war on Iran. The optics were striking. An overnight address, not from the Oval Office, but from Mar-a-Lago, his estate in Florida, where presumably he was monitoring developments from a makeshift situation room, as he did on the night America bombed Venezuela. And I did find his language bombastic, dramatic at times, where he talked about major combat operations being underway, accused Iran and its proxies of engaging in mass terror for 47 years. It was something of a history lesson. He then encouraged the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms, or in his words, face certain death. And then we had really a call for regime change in everything but name, telling the Iranian people to take over your government because it will be yours for the taking when this is all over. Now, the response from Iran has been swift and it has been broad, much more so than what happened last year after the US strike on nuclear targets in Iran. And I have to tell you, Mark, that NBC, our colleagues in the United States, are currently reporting that there are no American casualties from Iran's retaliatory strikes against those military facilities in Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, the United Arab Emirates and Qatar. That's according to 2 US officials. They say those officials are reporting damage to infrastructure in Bahrain. Now, they are emphasising that this assessment is just for now, that it is a fluid situation and that the US and Israeli strikes will continue, and the US expects Iran will continue to retaliate too.
David, thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in Nega Anga, a former senior advisor at the US Department of State and the White House National Security Council. Thank you very much for being with us. And I just was going to ask you what you think about that question of Donald Trump's capacity to see this as a protracted and long war if needs be.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me on. I mean, look, I think President Trump essentially has created a compressed political clock for himself. I mean, he said in his statement, which was, we should bear in mind, was overnight on the east coast of the United States, that Iran must say the words no enrichment. And essentially, Iran has refused, and so he's articulated the consequences. And the speech overnight that he made on Truth Social, or that was broadcasted on Truth Social, essentially laid out a fully maximalist kind of approach of what he's seeking. And we should also bear in mind that he's historically rolled the dice on Iran. He left the JCPOA, killing Soleimani, striking nuclear sites without any catastrophic blowback. And I think he's of the mindset right now that he may be able to manage any escalation, again, that may transpire from today's attacks. But this time, I think the scale of the deployment, the objectives are much larger. And the Iranians at this point, or the Iranian regime rather at this point, are, they are in a position where they are ensuring that they retain power. So they have nothing to lose with their efforts. And lastly, the American public has not had a full discussion on this. There hasn't even been a full congressional debate on this topic. And when war essentially begins with a midnight social media announcement, I think, this sort of strategic clarity is going to have an impact on the American public when they start waking up in a few hours.
And given that apparent lack of strategic clarity, how much of a risk do you think it is, given that there are elections in the United States later this year?
Well, indeed, I think the most important thing, and we have to bear in mind, we're at day 0 right now, and a lot will depend on what happens over the next few days, because this will be several days, potentially weeks of this phase 1 of this operation. And I think it will depend on what happens. Will any Americans get killed? Obviously, he did sort of mention that there could be a possibility of that. Second is the markets, and what does that mean for people's pocketbooks? Right now, we're going to be seeing shocks to the oil markets because of disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz. There's going to be instability in the global shipping routes, given the instability in that region, and with so much U.S. military and hardware in the region. Things are going to become expensive. And there is this inherent concern, again, of this sort of misunderstanding of a forever war in the Middle East and this overall allergic reaction. I think congressional members are going to be extremely angry. There's a few tweets coming out over the last hour or so by members of Congress shocked and upset by this approach. Obviously, Senator Graham was very supportive of this. But we're going to have to see what sort of transpires over the next few days. We have to bear in mind it's the weekend in the United States, so I think things will be quiet. But come Monday, there will be heavy reactions, and again, whatever those results are in how Iran reacts to the U.S.'s attacks.
Yeah, and just finally, I suppose questions will be asked about the status of the diplomacy and the state of the talks, given that there were reports from the Omani foreign minister, for instance, who was shuttling between the two sides, and the Iranians, that there was progress, more talks in Vienna, sort of lower-ranking officials in Vienna on Monday. There will be questions about why this now, given that was the state of the diplomacy.
Right, absolutely. Right now we don't know if the talks are officially off. This could be one approach where they're going to continue to have, potential, volleying of attacks, and then sit down at the table to do technical negotiations in Vienna later at the end of the week. But the talks could be completely off. I think right now, again, we're at day 0, so it will be interesting to see what transpires, because we still haven't really seen Iran's sort of actions and what they intend to take. Obviously, we're seeing them send a bunch of missiles towards the various U.S. facilities in Israel, but so much can happen that could change a lot of the internal dynamics, the external pressure, and forcing people to the table to have conversations, be it technical or a off-ramp to the attacks.
And Nega, I appreciate you coming on, and very interesting. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
With me now is global affairs journalist and the author of The Heartbeat of Iran, Tara Kangalu. Thank you very much for being here. And first of all, what do you make of what is going on?
I would say that this is unprecedented, and it's unlike the 12-day war that we saw in June. Iran is going full force, and in some ways we expected that, because that's what they said. They said any preemptive strike while we're negotiating is going to lead to a full retaliation, and that's what we're seeing. And that's why I say it's unprecedented, because never before we've seen attacks of such kind in the Gulf region. Right now, the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, with some reports out of Saudi Arabia say reporting explosions all over, and this only seems to be escalating. My sources in Iran have been telling me that explosions across the country, including Tehran, are continuing to be heard. And I will say that we're going to see an ugly 48 hours.
President Trump was very clear in his message to the Iranian people: take this opportunity. I think he said it might be your last chance at one point in his in his speech. What will they be thinking? What will the... I know it's very difficult to have a blanket response to what people in Iran will be thinking, but, I mean, how will this be going down in Iran, do you think?
Definitely. And on that speech, by the way, we have to note that it was pre-recorded, right? So there has been a clear understanding of what's going to happen and unfold, right? It's not that the president came live. Everything seems to have been planned. And to me, that's quite interesting. And to your point, he said, Iranian people, we are essentially creating ground so that you can come and take over your government. So my question, too, is what is that going to look like? And as you mentioned, Iran is not a monolithic society. It's a country of 90 million. Categorically, you can say that the Iranian people have a tremendous amount of resentment toward the regime, and they want change and they want a sustainable a future for themselves without the Islamic regime. But I think what's extremely unclear is how would the Iranian people achieve that? Now, the argument here is President Trump is saying we're planning to eliminate the heads of state, whether it be the IRGC leaders, whether that would be the supreme leader and other members of the military. But I think what the Iranian people are quite confused about is what comes next. And I've spoken to folks, and some of them are ready to go on the streets again, despite the brutal crackdown we saw earlier in January.
Right. Just bear with us. I just want to show some picture that we're getting in from the Israeli Defense Force, the IDF. And this really is the initial footage from the Israelis. And the IDF says that it is continuing to strike a range of targets, seemingly concentrating at the moment on western Iran. And they say, accompanying this footage, they say that as part of Operation Roaring Lion, the IDF struck with the direction of IDF intelligence hundreds of Iranian military targets, including missile launchers in western Iran. Alongside the strikes in Iran, the aerial defense array is currently identifying and intercepting threats fired from Iran towards the state of Israel. So this is early footage from the Israeli Defense Force. Tara Kangaloo is with me. And just on this issue of the Iranian... I mean, the emphasis very much in what President Trump said was put on the Iranian people to rise up against the regime, that regime change was not going to be done with boots on the ground and soldiers on the ground. It was the opportunity for the Iranian people to rise up. Now, do you think that would happen given that so many people were killed in those protests earlier this year?
I think one way that that can happen is if the military joins the Iranian people. If the people of Iran go on the street in the millions, in the masses, and somehow the military joins. And this is perhaps wishful thinking, because sources of mine told me that during the January protests, not only we had the IRGC and the Sepah and the Basij forces, but also the military was also joining the crackdown. So we have to wait and see. But also, I wonder if there have been internal discussions between the United States and the different factions that exist within the Iranian regime of what that day after looks like. There are rumors and speculations of some key figures in the country, whether it be Mr. Larijani, a close confidant of the supreme leader, as well as Ghalibaf, head of the IRGC for some time, who's now the Speaker of the Parliament. They are two different factions.
So you think the United States may have been talking to these people and
again, I think there's a huge possibility. There's a huge possibility, but at the same time, if in lieu of that, what can come next? Is it the former son of Shah, Mr. Pahlavi in Washington? Is that Washington's plan?
How popular is he in Iran?
You know, he has his followers, right? But as I said, Iran is not a monolithic society. Some support him, some don't. And some do just because they see no opposition figure. It is complex, but categorically, the Iranian people are no longer wanting the regime as it stands.
And you were talking about what the security forces would do. At the moment, it seems they're loyalty is still to the regime. Do you think that will last?
Again, the IRGC quite loyal to the regime because it's their longevity, its survival, its power and money is based and tied to the regime. The military at any moment can defect or not, but at present the power remains with the regime. And you were showing images, by the way. I will say that images are emerging from Hormozgan, the southern tip of Iran, right across the UAE. So these explosions are being seen in the west of Iran, but also in the southern parts. But Iranians have been preparing for this day. And I will say the majority of the population in some ways have been pushed to such extremes by the Iranian regime that they were expecting and, quite frankly, wanting some form of intervention just because they want to see what that day after looks like.
Right. And just on the point of Khamenei and the supreme leader, if he is taken out, if he is killed, what impact could that have? I mean, could the regime survive without him? How important is he in that decision-making process?
He's extremely important, and some have been in the past few days comparing the situation in Iran to that of Venezuela, extracting Maduro and the regime stays intact. Iran can be complicated because, as I mentioned earlier, there are various factions within the IRGC that at a moment of crisis are looking for their survival, and they would fight each other, and there will be this would not be clean. This would be bloody and messy unless there is a plan in place.
Yeah. And we're seeing reports that he has been targeted, but the Iranians saying that he is not in Tehran and
they moved
at
him,
a location somewhere else in the country.
And these were speculations that we were hearing during the 12-day war. You know, the complex earlier that they hit, Pastor, is a key place in Tehran. Various government offices, the president's office is there. So many have been moved. And one piece of news that was interesting is, you remember Mir Hossein Mousavi and his wife, opposition leaders during the 2009 Green movements. They have been under house arrest since 2011. And their residents have also been hit, but they have also been moved. So I have no doubt that we are going to hear of some major figures killed, but so far we have not had any confirmations of who those folks are.
No, well, we wait to see what happens there. We have seen footage, by the way, of Ahmadinejad's compound being hit. Interesting that they would go for him.
Interesting. And again, people might remember his presidency. For years, he drowned Iran's economy. He's an extremely conservative figure.
These are the images, I'm told, of the compound, the attack on the compound. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. He's not at all a favorable, figure amongst the public. And in some ways, many attribute Iran's choked economy and sanctions due to his policies. And so, yes, indeed, those are images near his home in Narmak in Tehran. And I will say Tehran has a population of nearly 10 million, including 16 million in the surrounding areas. So undoubtedly, as we saw during the 12-day war, we will have civilian casualties. And that's something to closely watch as all of this unfolds.
Well, inevitably there will be deaths. It is extremely difficult to confirm what's going on. It's difficult to confirm numbers that are emerging from Iran. But I should just say that the state media in Iran are talking about an attack an attack that's hit a primary school in the southern Iranian town of Minab.
Yes.
And state media is saying that the death toll in that has risen to 40. But as I say, it is so difficult.
It is so difficult, yes.
Confirmation of these things.
Indeed. Mehr News is a semi-official news agency, reported that. And as you said, the situation is fluid, but undoubtedly, there will be civilian casualties across the country. Indeed.
Well, Tara, I hope you can stay with us because it would be nice to talk in the next hour about what is going on, if you can, be with us for that. Let's speak now to our Europe correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. And Alistair, this clearly is a major war underway, and one assumes that, I mean, to put it mildly, diplomacy's on the back burner for now.
Yeah, diplomacy hasn't worked. I was in Geneva only 24 hours ago following those talks between Trump's envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, a high-level Iranian delegation led by the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. And, you know, honestly, the vibe coming out of it was reasonably positive. You know, big gaps remained between the two sides. Of that, there was no doubt. There was still a way to go before any agreement, if that was going to happen. But, you know, the feeling was, and I spoke to those very closely involved in the talks, the feeling was is that, you know, genuine progress had been made and both sides had entered into the negotiations wanting to find some sort of diplomatic solution. And then things started to sort of unravel quite quickly. Yesterday morning, Mike Huckabee, the US ambassador in Israel, sent an email around the embassy saying that anybody who wanted to leave Israel should do so today, today being in capital letters. I mean, it kind of might not have been a panicked email, but it didn't give the tone of a managed diplomatic drawdown. Perhaps the Americans had suddenly got notice of something. Perhaps the Israelis decided to act come what may. Because actually one thing that was not discussed in the negotiations, one thing that wasn't on the table, was Iran's ballistic missile program. The talks very much focused on the nuclear issue, but not the ballistic missile program. The feeling was that could be eventually kind of managed within the region, within the Gulf states and Iran. But that will have rattled the Israelis, because for Israel, the ballistic missile, Iran's ballistic missiles, you know, probably pose the most imminent and dangerous threat, as we've been seeing this morning, to Israel. And then, you know, a sequence of other events happened. Badr al-Busadi, the Omani foreign minister who mediated the talks and has been the mediator for many rounds of talks, flew early on Friday morning to Washington, quite last minute, to meet with the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, basically with the aim of sort of briefing the US administration, the White House, kind of in person, to make sure that the Omanis, who sort of sit in the middle of it all, got the message across and gave what they think is the honest account of where both sides are. And then Busadi did something, you know, really quite exceptional. He appeared on US networks. He gave 2 interviews to US news, US TV news, you know, which for the Omanis, who sort of pride themselves and are very effective at playing this kind of neutral role, being in the background, not always speaking openly in order to retain the trust of all sides. You know, that seemed to me as though it was trying to do 2 things. One, it was trying to explain to the American people, of which I think, you know, there is skepticism about what's going on, explain to them, you know, what is on the table by way of diplomacy. And secondly, it maybe was a bit of a desperate last-ditch attempt to keep those talks going. It didn't work. I mean, I started to receive messages kind of late last night that something might be afoot. I've covered many Middle East wars. It's always hard to tell what is accurate, what's not accurate. But clearly Trump has decided with Netanyahu that this war is the course of action they want to take. And I have to say it is a war of choice. I don't think there's much evidence that it's a war of necessity.
Yeah, OK, Alistair, thank you very much. Let's bring in Dr. Marian Messmer, a senior research fellow at the International Security Programme. Good morning. Thank you for being with us. And, well, how dangerous a moment do you think this is?
Well, I think from Iran's reactions, we can see that it is quite a dangerous moment. What's really striking to me is that I don't think there was necessarily a necessity for striking Iran, especially if what President Trump has been saying is true, that the US continues to be most concerned about Iran's nuclear program. What we've heard from the readouts from the negotiations was that Iran was actually willing to make quite big concessions when it came to its enrichment activities, whether it would continue to hold a stockpile of enriched uranium and so on. And of course, the strikes in June of last year degraded Iran's nuclear program quite significantly. And there had also already been damage done to Iran's missile program, to Iran's early warning radars and any air defense systems. in earlier strikes. So it seems to me that President Trump and perhaps also President Netanyahu were primarily going for seeing whether regime change might actually be possible, given that we have seen weeks of protests and unrest in Iran so far this year.
Do you think it is going to be possible?
I mean, you can't really do regime change through airstrikes, right? One of my big worries is that the US seems to be internalizing after Venezuela and similar action that if they take swift and decisive action through airstrikes, they can actually action different changes on the ground in a way that does not bear out in history. Given the complexity of domestic Iranian political situation and the different stakeholders, I think it's much more likely that if there isn't any support for the Iranian people on the ground, it's going to be chaos and a lot of devastation. And of course, the Iranian population and other civilians in the Middle East are going to suffer the most from that.
And President Trump must have been warned that that is one possible outcome of this. Do you think he was pushed into this by the Israeli leader?
That's difficult for me to say. I mean, President Trump himself has said over the last few weeks, as there were protests going on in Iran, that he would want to support protesters in Iran and that he would want to support action against the regime. So there undoubtedly was also some motivation on his side to move forward with that.
How do you judge the resilience of the Iranian regime and the loyalty of the security forces to that regime, given everything that's happened in the last year?
I would expect the security forces to remain loyal. And I mean, the Iranian regime has been in power for a long time. And while there are different factions within it, I think there's nothing to suggest at this point in time that regime collapse is imminent. The government has been under a lot of strain, but it has managed to control the domestic situation. It has taken quite brutal action against the Iranian population. So it remains a very forceful actor.
And the emphasis in his speech, and he's planning to make another one, I understand, shortly, but the emphasis in that first speech was very much on the Iranian people rising up, and this was their opportunity, and you may not get another one. That was the tone of it, the sense of it. How do you think the Iranian people will respond to that?
Yeah, it was a very dramatic speech. I mean, we did see that in June of 2025, after the last US and Israeli airstrikes on the nuclear program, there were also protests and there was movement among the Iranian population. So I'm sure that that's going to happen again, but it will depend on how this war is going to continue to play out and whether there's a continuation of the bombardment of Iran. Because, of course, if the whole country is under attack, then that also makes it much more difficult for the Iranian opposition or for protests to actually be active during an ongoing bombardment campaign.
Yes, and this does seem a more substantial attack than last June. Well, certainly, in terms of what is being threatened by Donald Trump. Do you see ahead a long war, a multi-attack, multi-day war?
It's difficult to say. It depends on how this will play out. But one of the things that's different is that because of all of these calls for regime change in Iran, I think the Iranian government is going to be really clear that if they don't hit back decisively, it could be the end of their government. And so for that reason, we have already seen widespread Iranian retaliation. And that really carries the risk of a much wider escalation. Also, the drawing in of the various states where the US has military bases that have been attacked. So for me, that's one of the biggest risks, that actually this turns into a much bigger regional war, in which case it would be much harder to bring to a conclusion.
Dr. Messner, thank you very much indeed for coming on. And there are new reports now of a new wave of booms heard in Doha. The UAE has condemned Iranian attacks on its soil, saying several countries in the region are being targeted. It is midday. You're watching Sky News. It has been predicted for weeks, but right now it is very much underway. The United States and Israel have launched what can only be described as a massive assault on Iran. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, and Iran has responded, as they said they would, with a missile strike. several missile strikes, one on a US Navy base in Bahrain, and explosions have been heard in Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's Supreme Leader's office at around 6 a.m. UK time. Since then, there have been strikes right across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in western Iran are continuing, and they've released pictures too of that, which we'll see in due course. This is the scene at the US naval base in Al Jufair in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in the retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the UAE says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles, and Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there. A number of major airlines have predictably perhaps cancelled flights to and from the region, some turning round in mid-air amid the threat of what is a serious conflict. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel this morning. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem a little earlier.
It's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just, well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
And we've got some pictures. This is of the beginning. These are the first pictures actually from the IDF of these strikes in western Iran. It does seem as though Israel has been concentrating on western Iran, and this is the first footage from the IDF, who have said that strikes are continuing in that area. Well, President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming that this major combat operation was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but really left very little doubt that that was his goal. Let's have a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
That was President Trump speaking in the early hours of the morning. A short time ago, we also heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran would continue for as long as necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Now, the Israelis have made no secret of the fact that they have been targeting the very senior-most Iranian leaders, and this is, we're told, the compound of the supreme leader, Khamenei, and that has certainly been hit. Now, the Iranians have said that he was not in Tehran, and this is the compound in Tehran. The Iranians have said very early on in all this that the supreme leader was at a location outside of Tehran, but very clearly there, his compound in Tehran has been severely damaged. Yalda Hakim, my colleague, is with me, and it's significant, isn't it, that they are going for the very top.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I mean, in many ways, it's similar, the modus operandi here to the 12-day war that we saw in June of last year, where the United States, Israel targeted Iran's nuclear facilities. But in many ways, it's also extremely different because we know that these strikes are going to be expansive. They have made no secret, without actually saying it, that they're going after the top leadership, that they want to see regime change. And we saw there the compound in the footage. And as you say, the Iranian regime say that the supreme leader is no longer in the country. Iranian media are reporting that the supreme leader, the president are safe. But it's hard to confirm these things until we see some kind of proof of life, I guess. The Israelis and my Israeli sources have also echoed that they've been targeting those, political facilities like the Supreme Leader's compound, his office, as well as military installations as well. It seems like the United States is focused on the military installations, the missile launches, the missile program. And it seems the Israelis are going after the top leadership, the IRGC, the Supreme Leader. So difficult to confirm.
Because they have the intelligence. I mean, they are famously good when it comes to intelligence, but Supreme Leader's residence hit, Intelligence Ministry hit, Defence Ministry hit, Atomic Energy Organisation building apparently hit, Parchin, this military facility on the edge of Tehran, hit, and that's just a few. But it shows that they're going for the top leadership, and there is this emphasis on the people, trying to get the people to rise up. The big question is, will it all work?
It's a huge gamble, Mark. And for the regime, this is very much like January 8 during those protests, where it's about the survival of the regime, which means they end up killing thousands of protesters out on the streets. They don't hold back. And this time around, we're looking at the same sort of thing where the Trump administration is saying, it's you, the brave Iranian people, it's up to you to come out onto the streets and we're going to offer you this opportunity, but it's up to you to force regime change. And frankly, this time around for this regime as well, this threat is existential and they are going to fight for their survival.
It seems very well planned. It seems it's been a long time planned. Do you think the talks that we've gone through in Geneva most recently was something of a fig leaf? I mean, it's difficult to say, I know, but it has that feel about it.
Yeah, do you remember last time in June where in the middle of those negotiations, the Israelis and then eventually the United States joined them, hit key Iranian military facilities and top leadership as well. And we saw that same sort of thing play out. Yesterday, you saw the Omani foreign minister go on American television and say, we could see a historic deal, more talks planned for this weekend. It seemed like that was just tokenistic in many ways when the plan was from the Trump administration to do this. Now, we don't know if it's planned well, actually. We'll have to wait and see. This is a huge gamble. And right now, the United States, the only ally they have with them doing this are the Israelis. Very different to what we saw when there was a push for regime change in 2003, when the United States had a coalition of about 49 countries. We know that the UK hasn't participated in any way in these strikes. We know that other Europeans haven't taken part. So this is now, for now, the United States and Israel versus Iran, but it will have regional and global implications.
Right, we're going to get the Israeli point of view on all this in just a moment. Naftali Bennett is standing by, former Prime Minister. But let's just catch up with Adam Parsons, who is in Jerusalem. Adam, give us a sense of what's going on.
Well, at the moment, it's peaceful here, Mark, but it's been a turbulent morning full of, first of all, air raid sirens, warnings, messages on people's phones telling them that Israel was likely to come under attack, and then that truth being played out on the ground and in the skies. We've had a series of missile interceptions above Jerusalem and, of course, above other towns and cities in Israel. Earlier, we saw debris from one of those interceptions land over there, a huge plume of smoke coming up into the ground. That is a site very, very near Jerusalem's old city, full of some of the most revered religious buildings in the world. So it has been turmoil and it has been tense. And Israel has been rather like that for a while now. The expectation of this attack has been tangible here. But I don't think anyone was truly expecting it to happen this morning in daylight in the midst of these talks in Geneva. And so when the first siren rang out at breakfast time, that would have surprised a huge number of people, other than those, of course, who are involved in the military planning, which has apparently been going on for weeks now. So we are expecting more of these tit-for-tat attacks, this huge wave that has struck Iran, and Iran responding, attacking targets across the region. And now, of course, well, it's a question of how many more attacks carry on, what has been the result of these attacks that have already been carried out, and the extent to which Iran will magnify its response. So far, those within the IDF telling me that they're actually surprised to an extent that Iran hasn't thrown more missiles. I think we are also expecting drones to be flown in from Iran. So this will continue to play out. Israel is putting forces up on the border with Lebanon. It's putting forces to defend its border with Syria. It is also claiming that it is fearful of Hamas representatives inside Gaza potentially rising. Hard to imagine that, bearing in mind the extent to which they have been degraded during 2 years of war in Gaza. But Israel is in a state of nervous anxiety, but clearly also in a state of attack as well. It is strengthening both its defense posture and its attack postures at the same time. It was always very hard to believe that Israel would go through with a unilateral attack on Iran without the support of the United States. And what has happened today is it's become very clear that the two nations have been planning together and have now attacked together.
Adam, thank you very much indeed. Joining me now is the former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett. Thanks very much for being with us. Yalda Hakim and I just talking earlier about the state of the talks that were going on and some positive noises coming out. If there were such positive noises, why do this now?
There weren't positive noises. Iran was very clear that it's not willing to dismantle its nuclear program, not willing to dismantle its ballistic missile program and its intercontinental ballistic program, and not willing to stop doing terror. They were very explicit about that. So on all three grounds, they basically said no. They were given a unique chance to become a peaceful nation, just like any other country. They decided that they want to continue to be a genocidal regime striving for nuclear weapons, and we had to act.
Right. I mean, the Yemeni foreign minister, who was doing the shuttling between the Americans and the Iranians, has just said this: I'm dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this. And I pray for the innocents who will suffer. I urge the United States not to get sucked in further. This is not your war. Isn't that now the danger, that the whole region gets sucked in further?
This is not escalation, this is prevention. We are preventing a terrible regime that just now shot at 6 different countries, this regime from acquiring a nuclear weapon. We know that they've been building underground under Pixax Mountain, area where they would develop centrifuges where we would not be able to hit them, nor America. This is even deeper than Fordo. We know they sealed the tunnels in Isfahan in order to continue developing and creating enriched uranium. So a regime that is very active in acquiring nuclear weapons, that is building more and more missiles, including missiles that can reach London. I believe that right now they have missiles that can reach center of Europe, and says it's a genocidal regime. It says day in, day out, we want to eliminate Israel. So October 7th has taught us to listen to threats, to believe them.
Is the aim regime change?
The aim is to totally dismantle Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. It is true that right now, President Trump, with tremendous courage and resolve, is providing the Iranian people with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to remove this dictatorship that's been murdering them and repressing them for 46 years. But that's the Iranians' people decision to be made. It's up to them. You can't do it remotely.
Is it fair to ask, I mean, Netanyahu asked the people of Iran to rise up last time round in June, and they didn't. Is it fair to ask the people of Iran to bear the burden here, given that thousands of them were killed just, a few months ago during the protests?
Well, the burden is that their own regime butchered 32,000 protesters on the street. This is not a burden, this is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that it's the Iranian people, the wonderful Iranian people that we have a relationship with that goes back thousands of years. It's their moment to rise up. It's their decision. We can only provide the opportunity. Now is the moment. They've been begging the world to do this, and now the United States and Israel are providing them this window of opportunity. It's theirs to seize.
If regime change requires boots on the ground, is Israel and the US prepared to do that?
Nobody's talking about boots on the ground. We're talking about a mission here where we're attacking leaders of the regime, of the terror regime. America is attacking the nuclear facilities. We're all attacking the ballistic missile and the police centers. But it's only the Iranian people can decide their own fate, and I pray for them.
But one thing, once things start and wars like this start, it's very unpredictable and things can get out of control very quickly. How worried are you about that?
Well, the war has been going on for 47 years. Iran has launched war on our northern border through Hezbollah, southern border through Hamas, through its arms. But the head of this regional octopus, this terror octopus, has always been immune. And what we're saying is no longer. We're fed up. We're not going to be suckers where you can hit us, you can hit Americans, you can hit citizens of the whole world and kill your own people and get away with it in Tehran. And that's why we're hitting Tehran.
Right. And just finally, isn't it the truth that Benjamin Netanyahu was never really seriously interested in the diplomacy? He wanted this kind of military action against Iran to take place.
My friend, this is not about Netanyahu. The whole Israeli people stand left and right behind this mission. We want peace. We want quiet. We don't want a Nazi-type regime acquiring a nuclear weapon. And I think it's the interest of the whole world. If that could be achieved through peaceful means, so be it. But the Iranian regime has insisted that they have the right to acquire nuclear arms. And that's simply unacceptable. It's their decision to make, and they made a really bad decision, and they're paying for it now.
Naftali Bennett, thank you very much for coming on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's speak to our US correspondent, David Blevins. And David, I gather we're about to, or at some stage, we're going to hear from President Trump again. What's been the reaction, early I know, what's been the reaction in the United States to what is going on?
Well, yes, we are, Mark, expecting to hear from the president later today. He remains at Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida. It was from there that he addressed the nation in the small hours of the morning, declaring major combat operations to be underway. He specifically spoke to members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, urging them to lay down their arms or face what he called certain death. And it became very clear that he was focused on regime change when in that address he urged the Iranian people to take over their own government. He said, once this operation is over, it will be yours for the taking. Now, the big question everyone is asking is why. Perhaps the president will answer that question when he addresses the media later in the day from his home in Florida. Certainly, I think it would be fair to say that the political fallout doesn't fall naturally or evenly across party lines. For example, you have Republican representatives like Thomas Massey this morning describing this as an act of war that is unauthorized by Congress. And that is one big problem for the president right now. There's not even been a debate about attacking Iran on the Hill, never mind a vote authorizing him to do so. And remember, he was the man who once said Barack Obama would take America into war with Iran in order to win an election. Just last year, he suggested his presidential opponent Kamala Harris would do that. And yet he is the man who has chosen to do so. And I think the reason for that comes across in what he had to say overnight. He clearly believes that the diplomatic road has run out, despite the fact that just yesterday he was saying he would give it a little bit more time. He is now indicating that Iran's nuclear capabilities need to be dealt with. Now, that begs the obvious question, were they not totally obliterated, as he claimed 9 months ago? He also talked in that statement about Iran's missile threat, so it's not just about nuclear capability. And it is clearly, although he doesn't use the words, about his desire and Israel's desire to see a change of regime in Tehran.
David, thank you very much. Sean Bell, our military analyst, is with me here. And I should just say the Israeli military has just announced that another wave of missiles launched from Iran is on its way towards Israel. That's according to the Israeli military. And there have been a fair few of those waves of missiles this morning. Sean, so there's no question about it. This is a very large attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the first thing is, when's it going to finish? You know, we talked about, were we expecting a short, sharp shot for America to say, Iran, you're messing us around with talks, we're serious. If you don't start talking seriously, it'll get worse. This is far in excess of that. And it's pretty clear from what President Trump's saying that this is about regime change. The problem that I have from a military perspective is that means that if you are now the Ayatollah, you've gone, right, it's about survival. I've got to throw everything at the Americans. And I think that's what we're seeing at the moment. We're looking at the compound here that was blown up. You've got the Israelis that are effectively targeting the Iranian leadership, and you seem to have the Americans targeting the uranium enrichment plants and the missiles. Meanwhile, from Iran's perspective, you've got a whole bunch of US military bases in the region that are being attacked. And
well, it was interesting. Naftali Bennett, former Israeli Prime Minister, said, "Oh, we're attacking military installations, nuclear installations, and so forth." But you know, these are the pictures that we're seeing of Khamenei's compound in Tehran. Now, we're told he wasn't there. I mean, if he was there...
Not much left of it, is there?
No. But we're told he's at a secure location somewhere else. But it's clear they're going for the very top of the regime.
Yeah, but I also think there's... What's fascinating, as a military guy, you've reported on this sort of stuff for a long time. What time of day do generally the military strikes go in?
Yeah, like 2 o'clock in the morning.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Why is that? Because there's a circadian rhythm. It's all... This was 6 o'clock in the morning. It was daylight. So you've got to ask yourself...
Why do you think that is?
Well, exactly. And it's probably that actually Israeli intelligence that would be able to track some of these key figures, where it's the Ayatollah, whether it's... If that was a window, they suddenly went, we've got a few of them now, you've got to go. Almost certainly the military would have been going, hang on a minute. But it does feel as if this has been happening a little bit in a rush. We weren't really expecting it. It didn't look like the Americans were expecting it. And maybe, we haven't had the fallout yet, have they been successful at all? But the Israeli intelligence would have been the main driver for their targeting of the leadership. You can't do that by chance. No. And therefore, it feels like that was a driver that maybe America was hustled into doing this a bit quicker than they wanted to.
Well, we know about Israeli intelligence from those operations in Lebanon and against the leadership of Hezbollah and so forth. What about Iran's capacity to respond? I mean, we're hearing just now Israeli military saying another wave of missiles launched from Iran. You know, how successful do you think they're going to be, and how long can they keep doing it?
I think the one strength that the Iranians have is they have literally thousands of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. And I think the question for me is that the shield around the US military bases is largely provided by Patriot missile systems, which are about $1 billion a time. You don't have many of those. You don't have many missiles. It's almost certainly that the Iranians have got an order of magnitude more missiles than the Americans have got defensive missiles. And, of course, some of those Patriots are in Ukraine. Some of them are at various bases around the world. So I think the interesting bit is Iran is probably going to be launching as many as they can whilst they're still there. We've been seeing pictures of some of those being targeted by the US, but they're one missile at a time, not the production facilities. And I think we've already seen, if you look through Qatar, Al Udeid Air Base, really big air base. It is worth pointing out, though, it's a massive air base. And actually, one missile strike in there, it will be tragic if it kills anybody, but it won't really affect the function of that base. We've also got in Kuwait, Al Salem, UAE, Al Dhafar Air Base, and we've just been hearing about the US Fifth Fleet across in Bahrain. I think it'll be pinpricks against America, but if they manage to get lucky and hit, and there's some American soldiers die as well, and I think for me, as a military, where's the off-ramp for both sides?
Well, this is the other point. I mean, even one-sided wars eventually need an off-ramp. So where is it here? And do you think that, you know, the talks could get back on track, or do you think this is now it and this is a very long war?
The delicious irony of where we find ourselves is you've got the US, which is the major military superpower here, dominates Iran, but without putting boots on the ground. There's no suggestion, I think, that America's going to do that. America has a limited supply of weapons. Donald Trump's got the midterms coming up and doesn't want to get involved in an enduring war. Iran knows all of this. They will have war-gamed this. So if they can hunker down, why would they want an off-ramp? Because actually, if America has to walk away from this and Iran leadership is still in place, they will have delivered a sort of humiliating defeat to America, which nobody could have anticipated. It's quite difficult, having made this step. And I think most tellingly, you saw, was it General Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, that Trump appointed. He's been very quiet about all this, because I think from a military perspective, I wouldn't be at all surprised behind the scenes. They were telling Trump, you've got to be really careful. There's more risk here than benefit. You could end up playing a hand which leaves you with very few options. And I think America might be there.
But is there a part of this in which you build up a force like this, and there comes a time when you've got to either use it or lose it? I mean, how long can you keep a force like this on a state of high readiness? Do you think that was a calculation as part of this?
Yes, but you sort of you're talking as if it's all or nothing, and I think there's a whole spectrum of options that the military, when the politicians go to the military, they say this is the effect we're trying to achieve, and the military come up with a whole spectrum of options. And the one we were expecting, I'm not saying it's the right one, was that America would flex its muscles, do a short, sharp shock, to try and bring the Iranians to realise that we're not messing around if you don't start talking properly. And the irony here, I think...
Well, that's not this.
No, but if you go right the way to the top here, Iran knows that if it doesn't have a nuclear weapon, it's going to be vulnerable. Ever since Russia invaded Ukraine, Ukraine was the third largest nuclear power in the world. They gave up its nuclear weapons after America, the UK and Russia said, give them up, we'll guarantee your integrity. 20 years later, Russia ripped it up. What's Iran going to believe from that? The only way to guarantee your security is to have nuclear weapons, whereas President Trump is very, very clear, if you get nuclear weapons, I cannot countenance that. So now you've got an immovable force hitting, and that's, I think, where we are at the moment. The challenge, of course, is that subtlety and diplomacy might have had a better hand than a full military operation. It's very early days. We don't know how it'll play out. But as things stand at the moment, I think America could find themselves running low on options.
Kuwait's defence ministry confirming a missile attack on a US military base in the country, and what that base would be.
Al Salem is the one that I suspect that is. But again, I would re-emphasise, we were trying to dig out some satellite imagery of places like Al Udeid. It is vast. I mean, it's it's a huge military base. Things like the command and control centre there are very well protected. These are strategic capabilities that America has there. Yes, we're going to say that a missile attack, which sounds dreadful, but will it actually be any more than a pinprick or a wasp on the backside of a rhino?
Yeah.
I think it's worrying for the countries involved, but I do think it'll be interesting to see if Iran actually starts sending 50, 100, 1,000 missiles, then we could see some very worrying outcomes.
The other thing that Naftali Bennett said, I asked him, if it took boots on the ground for regime change, and he said that's just not part of the equation, which we knew, but it's not easy from the air, is it, to bring about? There's all sorts of uncertainties.
So many of my army colleagues, we always used to have this argument that air power can be surgical, strike, whatever, but it's temporary. It has to come home to refuel, rearm, whereas boots on the ground is enduring, and you only hold ground with boots on the ground. And they're vulnerable, inevitably, and would you want to have Western boots on the ground surrounded by 1 million-strong IRGC? You would end up in a long war.
Well, in practical terms, it's a vast country, and as you say, a huge armed forces.
And there's no suggestion. I mean, we've not seen any mobilisation, so I don't think that's what they want to do.
There's not enough there. I mean, how many in Iraq? Probably 300,000, 400,000.
And if President Trump, who wants to be seen as ending wars, not getting involved in enduring wars, but what we are seeing is, yes, you can strike, but there's questions about whether America has enough weapons, because some of the weapons they're using are not simple 1,000-pound bombs. They're guided munitions. They cost hundreds of thousands of pounds each. That we've been using them far faster than industry can generate them. So there will be a limit. There'll be a limit to how many they have in the region at the moment, particularly because you want to have enough to still service the requirement for Ukraine. And also, if China suddenly thought, America's distracted, let's go and do something else. So you have to keep some war stocks behind. I think the high rates of operations in an operation like this could be very difficult for America to sustain. And Iran knows that.
And there'll be conversations all over the place about where, does this spread? Does this become a much bigger war? What are we looking at here? Do you think the likelihood is that it will be contained to some extent to a fight between Israel and Iran and America and Iran?
So one of your guests I was chatting to outside, and they said none of the countries in the region want to see this escalate. No. So I think there'll be a measure of caution there. I think what was interesting, I don't know if we've got the pictures, but we had the reports that the Israelis were massing some of their forces on their northern border. But because inevitably, one of the things that Iran can do is activate its proxies. Now, Hamas is pretty much locked down in Gaza at the moment, but Hezbollah could actually make life very difficult. So there is all sorts of potential here for this to spill over in unintended ways. Yeah, OK. Sean, thank you very much. Now, the UK's involvement, it wasn't involved in the strikes on Iran, and Sky News understands UK bases were not used by the US military. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer held a Cobra meeting this morning to discuss the situation in the Middle East. Let's go live to Downing Street and our political correspondent, Amanda Acas. And that meeting is over. Do we know yet what has emerged from that?
We haven't yet had an update from Downing Street about it, although we do know that it began around 9:30 in the morning and lasted just under an hour, and included, as well as the Prime Minister chairing it, of course, senior ministers from the Ministry of Defence, the Foreign Office, as well as military and security officials too. Now, Cobra is a meeting that is convened at times of national emergency to try and coordinate the UK government's response. Now, we do understand that the UK wasn't involved, as you say, in these strikes by the US and Israel, and also that UK military bases weren't used as part of those strikes either. And interestingly, the government have issued a sort of holding statement, which is quite measured in its tone, but also and doesn't directly criticise the action that's happened. But also, I think it's quite interesting that it stresses the importance of diplomacy and also warns about the risks of escalating any conflict across the wider Middle East region. Let me have a read of it to you. So they say Iran must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and that is why we have continually supported efforts to reach a negotiated solution. Our immediate priority is the safety of UK nationals in the region, and we will provide them with consular assistance available 24/7. As part of our long-standing commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East, we have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we have recently bolstered. We stand ready to protect our interests. We do not want to see further escalation into a wider regional conflict. Now, the question of the UK's involvement in any potential future action is definitely quite a critical one for UK-US relations, because we know that Donald Trump wanted to use the RAF base at Fairford in Gloucestershire, as well as Diego Garcia, that joint US-UK military base on the Chagos Islands. And just a couple of weeks ago, when he hit out at Sir Keir Starmer for giving away, as he put it, the base to Mauritius as part of the Chagos Island negotiations, he talked about wanting to use those bases in order to potentially attack in Iran in future.
Yeah, Amanda, sorry to interrupt. Apologies for interrupting, but we're just hearing that after chairing Cobra, the Prime Minister is going to speak to the leaders of France and Germany as part of a series of calls with allies. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with, the leaders of UK, France and Germany getting together, or at least having a call very soon.
Well, yes, indeed. And I think it's interesting because we've already heard from President Macron sounding slightly more strident than I think the UK government have so far about this. And it's politically already, we're seeing quite a divided reaction to what's happened. So you've got the Conservatives saying that the UK government needs to stand up and support our allies, the US and Israel, and that we should back them in any future strikes, give permission for our UK military bases potentially to be used. Certainly, they haven't spelled that out exactly, but Nigel Farage has. He says we should be standing with them and allowing the use of our military bases and changing our mind about that. And interestingly, part of the disagreement between the UK and the US over the issue of Diego Garcia, that base in the Chagos Islands, and part of the reason why Donald Trump seemed to have changed his mind after previously agreeing with the idea that the UK was going to have to settle its kind of legal status and pay Mauritius to lease back the site of that military base, was that Sir Keir Starmer had refused the US permission to use Diego Garcia or RAF Fairford in order to launch strikes on Iran. Now, this was about 10 days ago or so, but it seems, certainly reported at the time, that that was because Sir Keir Starmer, who of course himself an international lawyer, was concerned that these strikes might breach international law. Now, certainly he's under pressure from some on the left, the Green Party, also some of his own left-leaning MPs, Jeremy Corbyn, as well, as you might expect, coming out and saying this is an illegal, unprovoked war and military action, and Sir Keir Starmer should be coming out and condemning it, should be saying that this isn't right. The Liberal Democrats saying that he should pledge publicly that the UK military bases would never be used in any future strikes either, which clearly is quite different from that position of those on the right. Now, Priti Patel, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, has come out this morning saying don't sit on the fence. She wants him to issue a clearer statement about this, but I think it's very clear from that holding statement we've had from the Prime Minister so far that clearly goes against both his natural inclination, which is to be quite cautious on these kind of matters, but also the kind of delicate position that the UK is in terms of the US. Clearly he's invested a great deal of effort in attempting to maintain a good relationship with Donald Trump, but clearly the UK's own position on this, as we saw last time when Donald Trump bombed those nuclear facilities in June last year, we had very similar debate in politics about whether the UK should be coming out and discussing the legality of it or otherwise. And certainly Sir Keir Starmer did his best not to go down that route as best as possible. And I think we'll probably see that again this time, but it will be very interesting when we get the readout from those calls with France and Germany to find out what exactly they discussed and what their position will be. And also, of course, when he will be able to speak to Donald Trump about this as well.
Yeah, Amanda, thank you very much indeed. Smoke billowing from a location on Doha's western edge. That just in from Reuters. At least 3 big blasts heard over Dubai, also from Reuters. And the Israeli military saying, once again, that a wave of missiles is on the way to Israel. Joining me now is the Director of Military Sciences at RUSI, Matthew Saville. And Matthew, on this issue of these waves of missiles from Iran, what do you think the capacity is of the Iranians to continue this?
Good afternoon. I think the first thing to say is that if the UK is concerned about the widening of the conflict and escalation, that is already happening, because it is notable that the Iranians have responded more rapidly this time than last year, and immediately at a broader set of targets. We've seen dramatic footage of a potential strike in the US Naval Command in Bahrain, and as you just reported, there's reporting of a number of other facilities across the region being hit. I don't think anyone really knows how deep Iranian stocks are, because the view was during the 12-day war that they launched maybe a third to a half of their missiles, but lost the majority of their launchers, and that a lot of their efforts since then have been to try and rapidly build those back up. They have a mix of both short and medium range missiles. So the medium range ones are the ones that Israel will be most concerned about, but they have many more of the shorter range ones, and they can hit Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq.
And are you surprised, Matthew, that President Trump, having been provided with the various options of what to do militarily, that he's gone for something like this?
No, but that's in part because I think genuinely all the options have been on the table. One of the problems of trying to predict what President Trump is going to do is that it requires us to understand how he evaluates information. He has definitely preferred short, sharp, decisive military action, and using air power largely alone to displace a regime is not usually short and sharp. But he might be calculating that it is brittle enough that if they can break
Matthew, I'm going to interrupt you.
I'm
sorry. I hope you can stay with us, because we just got to go straight to Jerusalem, where that wave of missiles the Israelis were talking about is on its way. Adam Parsons is there. And Adam, what's going on?
Yeah, in the past few minutes, or past 30 seconds, air raid sirens have started sounding all over Jerusalem. We got a warning, and what we're hearing is a series of thuds in the distance. Now, they are probably happening above the cloud level, but those are undoubtedly interceptions. So those are incoming missiles that are being hit by air defense missiles, the well-known Iron Dome, and have been, one assumes, destroyed. Now, you'll hear the air raid siren has now gone off, although it is still a raid siren over that half of Jerusalem. It is still sounding. But these are more interceptions, Mark, another wave of missiles coming over Jerusalem. It's worth saying these are not necessarily targeted at Jerusalem. In fact, the likelihood is they're not targeted at this city, but they come flying over Jerusalem, potentially on the way to, let's say, Tel Aviv, and are then intercepted by the Iron Dome. Now, what can then happen is that debris from those interceptions falls down. That's what we saw a little earlier on when we saw smoke rising from a site just, I guess, a kilometre away from us there. That was the debris from an interception, because this is the flight path. Iran is effectively just in that direction there. So Jerusalem finds itself on the flight path of missiles towards Tel Aviv. And another reflection, Mark, of just how jittery this country is because of reprisals from Iran, and of course those nerves being replicated across this region, obviously in Iran, which has had this huge attack against it this morning, led by Israel and the United States. But now Israel is, and people who live here, constantly getting these warnings of incoming missiles. We understand there are drones on the way to Israel as well, and as is established, of course, further attacks across this region, some of them pretty significant in Bahrain. We've seen in Erbil, in the UAE. So the Iranian response, as was promised, as was always said, is not going to be simply focused on Israel, but is an attempt to spark a regional conflict by attacking those who have either supported the United States or have supplied land in order for the US to have bases here. You've heard the sirens have gone off again. What happens, just as an insight, is that when you are facing an attack or when the Israelis sense these missiles coming in, you get an alert on your phone. Normally gives you a minute or so to get into a shelter, in our case to make sure that we've got the right protective equipment on, and then you start to see these interceptions, these trails that you get up to show you where one missile has crashed into another. So the siren's off for the moment, but I don't think there's anybody who thinks that this will be the last time today that we get these kind of alerts.
OK, Adam, thank you very much indeed. Let's go back to the Director of Military Sciences at RUSI, Matthew Saville. We were just talking. Matthew, thanks for hanging on there. How difficult do you think it is to contain a war like this once it starts?
I mean, it's the great problem of war is that it takes on a life of its own. It's very difficult to contain it, particularly if, as President Trump has set out, the objective is regime change. Then that leaves the leadership of the Islamic Republic to probably conclude that they need greater escalation in order to try and force the US to back down. So this could drag on. Equally, it could be the case that a genuine decapitation of the regime, along with something that really harms its ability to mobilize security forces onto the streets, might mean that people can effectively rise up with less fear of retaliation. But this is a huge unknown. It is the risk that is being taken in terms of setting out pretty expansive goals. I wouldn't put it past President Trump if they did enough damage to the missile program and the nuclear program to declare victory at that point. But then we would be left with this sort of embittered shell of a leadership and a deeply unhappy, repressed population.
Yes, and that would be interesting. If that is the strategy, then it depends a great deal on what the Iranian population does do.
Yes, and I should say, that I think the regime's legitimacy was destroyed by their response to the protests in January after years of similar behaviour. So I don't think they're going to win people back. I don't think there's going to be much of a rally round the flag effect. There's a danger that if there were accidental civilian casualties, that people would blame the US and Israel for, say, incompetent intervention. But I don't think that's going to lead to an improvement of legitimacy for the regime. I should say also from the UK angle, of course, whilst we don't want to get involved in these strikes by the sound of things, we are involved in the regional response. There are UK jets in Qatar as part of a joint squadron with them. There are UK personnel in Bahrain. We are co-located with the US Maritime Headquarters and have our own naval support facility. So it is entirely possible that there will be UK interests threatened here. That's before you get onto UK nationals in the region.
Matthew, thank you very much indeed. The United Arab Emirates is saying it has successfully intercepted a new wave of missiles from Iran. That is the defense ministry there. They have been targeting US bases in the region. I'm joined now by global affairs journalist, author of The Heartbeat of Iran, Tara Kangalu. Thank you very much. And on what Matthew Saville was saying there about the possibility that Iranians under such a bombardment could rally around the Iranian flag, I mean, what do you think the likelihood of that is?
Even back in June during the 12-day war, we didn't see Iranians rallying around the flag in a sense that they were showing support for the regime. Rather, they were rallying around one another. There has to be a distinction that has been made very clear in the past month, perhaps more than ever, that the Iranian people are, majority of them, united together against the regime. And that's a distinction that we have to make right now. So whatever happens, we are once again going to see that. I don't think anything in the world could happen to create a situation where the Iranian public, in its majority, are somehow going to support support the regime. Mark, the internet, by the way, has been shut down. Phone lines are not working, but I managed to get through to someone in Tehran, in the city center, and he said, I'm hearing explosions left and right. And he said that my father is on the street and we can't get a hold of him. So I just want to encapsulate what the Iranian people are going through right now. This is a population that still is in mourning from the repressive crackdown that we saw in January, with thousands killed, thousands injured, and many more detained. And mind you that we're 2 weeks away from the Iranian New Year, from the Persian New Year, at a time that 51% of the population is living under the poverty line. And the only casualties will remain innocent people who came on the streets, risking it all, demanding change. And speaking of innocent people, Mark, we're getting line confirmation that students, 40 students have so far been killed in Minab. It's a small town in Hormozgan across the Persian Gulf. Israeli strikes hit a school. And so knowing Iran and knowing the saturation of its major cities, undoubtedly we are going to see some harsh scenes in the coming hours and days.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be terrifying
Absolutely.
for the people of Iran, Tehran and the rest of the country, and terrifying to think, what is the future now?
Absolutely.
What is the future going to be? What emerges from all this?
Absolutely. Just moments ago, by the way, the French president, Emmanuel Macron, said, we need to have a summit, we need to have de-escalation and an end to this. We also heard minutes ago from Russia's Lavrov demanding a de-escalation. But what stood out to me is the foreign minister of Oman, who yesterday was in Washington, and I believe he still is. He is the mediator. He was the one essentially negotiating between the U.S. and Iran. And he said, I am stunned and surprised at a time that he said in his words, there were breakthrough. So there's so much lack of clarity right now as to what comes next. But from what we're seeing, it's going to be an ugly 48 hours.
Yeah, and Macron calling for a meeting of the Security Council. But the Iranians clearly determined to respond and to show they can respond. And then it becomes a question of how this ends. I mean, how... Because sometimes it can end in reasonably short order, but this has the feel of quite a long conflict.
Absolutely. Before the lines shut down in the morning, I spoke with two sources, and they said there are talks circulating that one of the reasons Iran is going in such full force against neighboring countries, as we're seeing in Bahrain, the UAE, and Kuwait, is possibly to have them pressure the United States, right? We have to remember none of the Gulf countries, as well as Turkey, by the way, were in support of any military conflict, and they were in some ways trying to de-escalate the situation. So that's the line that I'm hearing, that this might be part of a strategy to have them influence Donald Trump. But again, what happens between that moment and now is fluid, and so much can happen. And also, the Iranian regime is indeed at its weakest, but it's still strong. And we have to understand that they will do everything in their power to remain in control.
In power. But there is a difference then, presumably, given what happened in January and the protests and the killings, all those killings. I mean, I think the official word is 6,000 people died, but of course there's unofficial reports of many, many more than that. So there is a difference between the Iranian people's mood after the June attacks and now, presumably. There's real anger.
In some ways, and Mark, we have to really think of it this way. It takes so much to push a society to such extremes so that they look outward. Because when you would speak to Iranian people in Iran, before today, before this morning, they would say, we're standing by. We are waiting for the United States to strike. And then the words of a journalist, this was quite poignant. He said, you know what, even if they kill a few heads of state, even if they would kill a few IRGC members, we are happy. Because we are so desperate and we are so resentful toward this regime that any blow and any hit to the government would be satisfactory to us. And that just shows the level of extreme that the regime in Iran has pushed this population that for long have demanded change. But the mood in Iran is somber. And I think, again, to put things in perspective, Iran is in an economic free fall. And this is a population that is at a verge of collapse. And things are only going to look dire for ordinary Iranians. And as we've been hearing, if the regime of Iran stays intact, it's only going to become further repressive toward its population. We've seen this in the earlier days of the Islamic Revolution. We've seen this throughout the decades, and we saw this after the 12-day war.
Okay, Tara, thank you very much. And that's the big question, if the regime stays intact. And the leadership has been targeted. The Israelis have said as much. Khamenei has been targeted. The president has been targeted, but we await to see what has happened there. More reports of, flight chaos. Dubai's airport suspends all flight operations at Dubai International Airport until further notice. So real chaos in that region. Right, it's 1 o'clock. You're watching Sky News, and this has been predicted for weeks, but it is happening now. The United States and Israel have launched what can only be described really as a massive assault on Iran. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country. Iran has responded as they always threatened they would, with a missile strike on a US Navy base in Bahrain, and explosions heard in Qatar and Abu Dhabi as they attack US bases there. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's Supreme Leader's office at around 6 a.m. UK time, and since then there have been strikes, right across Iran, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in western Iran are still continuing. This is the scene at the US naval base in Al Jufair in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in the retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the UAE says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles. Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there. A number of major airlines, as I was just saying, have cancelled flights to and from the region. Airports are closing, some of the flights turning around in midair amid the real threat that is now existing in the Middle East. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem a little earlier.
It's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
Adam Parsons there in Jerusalem. President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming that this major combat operation, as he put it, was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government.
He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but really left little doubt that that was his goal. Let's have a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
That was President Trump speaking a few hours ago. By the way, he is expected to speak again from Washington shortly. And a short time ago, we heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran would continue for as long as necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. the Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
Benjamin Netanyahu there. Let's just show you an image that we have got in, a satellite image, in fact, which shows black smoke and the blackened building, extensive damage. And this is the compound of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and that has very clearly been targeted and attacked. Now, the Iranians said very early on in this, in what's happened today, is just after the bombing started, the Iranians said that Khamenei was not in Tehran. They said he was at a safe location outside the Iranian capital. We do not know whether that is the case. We don't know where he is. We don't know whether he is dead or alive. We wait to hear all that. But that is the image, satellite image there, of the compound of the Iranian supreme leader in Tehran. We've had this reaction from Iran's foreign minister, who has been involved in the negotiations with the Americans. He is Abbas Araghchi. And in a post on X, he said Netanyahu and Trump's war on Iran is wholly unprovoked, illegal and illegitimate. Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. Our powerful armed forces are prepared for this day and will teach the aggressors the lesson they deserve. Let's bring in our US correspondent, David Blevins. And David, I gather we're waiting to hear for the second time since this began from President Trump.
Yes, the president remains at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his home there, from where we understand he has been monitoring developments from a makeshift situation room. Of course, he also did that on the night the US attacked Venezuela. He is joined there, we are told, by the self-styled Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. I suspect we're going to hear from him later today too. Perhaps the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is also there. Marco Rubio, we understand, briefed members of Congress, the so-called Gang of Eight, that's congressional leaders, in advance of the strikes overnight. But there are many people on Capitol Hill this morning asking questions, and the political fallout doesn't divide evenly across party lines. I mean, you don't have Republicans all rowing in behind Donald Trump and Democrats opposing this. We've one Republican representative describing it as an act of war that was unauthorized by Congress. And there are some Democrats who will already be calling for Donald Trump to be impeached over this decision, because there wasn't even a debate on the Hill, never mind a vote authorizing this kind of military action. And the big question they're all asking really is why now? Given that yesterday President Trump said he would prefer not to attack Iran and was leaving room for diplomacy for a few more days. In fact, the Omani foreign minister was here in Washington to brief the Vice President, J.D. Vance, about negotiations between the US and Iran, and he finished a post online with the words, "Peace is within reach." But clearly we only have to go by what Donald Trump said overnight, and he appears to be suggesting he's still concerned about Iran's nuclear capability, despite the fact that 9 months ago he said it had been obliterated, and that he is determined to bring about regime change by any other name, urging the Iranian people to take over their own government and telling them that they will have the opportunity to do that once this military campaign comes to an end.
And David, what do we know about political support in the US for this, Pentagon support in the US for this?
Well, it's very hard to gauge right now, because what Americans have been hearing for quite some time, Mark, is a conflicting message from Donald Trump. You will remember 9 months ago he told them that Iran's nuclear capability had been obliterated. A month ago he told the Iranian people to keep protesting. Help was on the way. Help never arrived. And as recently as yesterday he was suggesting that there was still the hope of a diplomatic solution. So people haven't really known how to prepare. In some ways they have viewed the massive US military build-up in the Middle East, the largest since the invasion of Iraq 23 years ago, as something of a political or diplomatic game. Many people believed the president was simply engaging in a very costly exercise to try and pressure Iran into signing some sort of deal in relation to its nuclear weapons. Well, that's a very costly game of chicken, and it appears that that wasn't the case anyway, that he was always giving himself the option to strike Iran alongside Israel if he chose to do so, and it appears he chose to do so in the early hours of the morning.
OK, David, thank you very much indeed. We're going to speak to Sally Lockwood in just a moment in the Middle East, but Michael Clark is here, Sean Bell is here, and let's just look first at some material we've got in from Tehran, which we can see here, which is phone footage taken by someone in Tehran, and I mean, it just gives an indication of the terror that you know, a bombardment like this creates.
Yes, I mean, you know, people in the street don't know what to do. It creates lots of smoke and dust, lots of sense of confusion, and just having what you assume to be foreign aircraft flying pretty low over your capital is very unsettling. It's like the sound of missiles, the sound of drones. I mean, that little bit of footage there, where the aircraft that we saw was flying pretty low, very low.
Yeah, and there's some more pictures. I mean, this, first of all, Michael, is clearly a significant military attack on Iran.
Yes, but President Trump said in his astonishing 8-minute video overnight, he said this is a major military operation. Well, you know, Mr. President, it's not a major military operation, it's a war. Because you laid out a whole series of objectives. No nuclear program, no missile program, no involvement in the rest of the Middle East, calling upon the people of Iran, this is your moment, come out and replace this government. What you're trying to do, Mr. President, is to actually attack another government. And that's called a war. So this is war, undoubtedly. It's a war of America on Iran, which will have regional implications. Now, it might turn out to be a short war, we'll see. But it's a war. It's not a major military operation, it's war.
And once these wars start, it's very difficult to predict where they go.
You're absolutely right. I mean, at the moment, you've got this... if you're playing top trumps, the irony is America would win nearly all of it. So you'd imagine that the US military would crush Iran. But the harsh reality is if you don't put boots on the ground, and there's no suggestions that America wants to do that, it could be incredibly dangerous if that happened. America can strike targets with relative impunity across Iran. But Iran is also able to strike back, and we've already seen that. They've got a massive ballistic missile and cruise missile program. Cruise missiles are relatively easy to shoot down because they fly through the Earth's atmosphere. Fighter jets can shoot them down because they can catch up with them and take them out. Ballistic missiles is a completely different story, and I think we've already seen with lots of military bases, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE and Bahrain, attacking the US military options there. But I think one of the things Michael and I were chatting about offset, because we don't often get the chance to. This is like it's like Ghostbusters. You can't cross the streams. Yeah. But the timing of all of this is actually also a bit bizarre, because neither Michael and I can remember. You normally start these military operations the early hours of the morning. Yet we were both awoken about 6 o'clock, which is about 9:30, I think.
9:30 Tehran time, yeah.
And therefore, why was that? And it seems likely that because the Israelis are focused on the Iranian leadership, that they probably went, we've got a window of opportunity, it suddenly opened up, we've got to go now, because I can't otherwise explain why that would have happened.
But Sean mentioned it, boots on the ground. Really interesting what Donald Trump said in his video. He urged the people of Iran to come out onto the streets. This is your moment. You know, we're going to do this. We're going to reduce this government, and this is your opportunity.
And you might not get another one.
Exactly. And all regime change, all wars end up with some boots on the ground. Eventually. So who are the boots on the ground going to be? Certainly not going to be the Americans. It absolutely won't be the Israelis. Who are the boots on the ground? He thinks they'll be the population of Iran. They will be the boots on the ground. And he said, I call upon the IRGC, lay down your arms and you get complete immunity. Lay down your arms to who? Who is going to grant you complete immunity? Does he think that the IRGC are going to lay their weapons on the floor and the ordinary people of Iran are going to walk into government buildings and take over? Yeah. Well, what does he think is going to happen?
Well, June, Benjamin Netanyahu said this is your moment.
Exactly, yeah. But how do they think that is going to work? I mean, it's just presidential gobbledygook.
Let me just ask you, or talk to you about this. Iranian Revolutionary Guards commander says Tehran only fired so far its scrap missiles, will soon unveil unforeseen weapons. Now, that was on state TV. I mean, what's he talking about?
No idea. I mean, if he's got unforeseen weapons, if he doesn't use them soon, he will lose them. I mean, you know, Israeli intelligence is very good. They know a lot about what is happening in the streets of Iran. It always has been for years. The Israelis will have a pretty fair idea where the various weapon stocks are. Maybe not all of them, but lots of them. And the Iranians must know there is a sort of military logic to this. Unless they use what they've got soon, the chances are they will lose it. And the Iranians always talk in apocalyptic terms about what they're going to do. Usually what they do is not very effective. They have, this last 18 months, they've taken to retaliating not very effectively. In this case, they want to get lucky. They want to get lucky at sea against American ships, or in the air, or in some other way against Israel. They need to get lucky sometime, I would guess, in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Right, listen, we've just got to go to Sally Lockwood. The White House is now saying that reports that President Trump, which I have been saying this morning, would give another address to the nation on Saturday morning are inaccurate, which could be a suggestion that he just wants to see what's going on. He wants to see whether there are any American casualties, and he just wants to, you know, take stock, maybe. Let's go to Sally Lockwood, who's in the Middle East, in Dubai. And Sally, we keep getting these reports of waves of missiles heading towards, one assumes, US bases in the region. Bring us up to date.
Yeah, hello to you, Mark. Probably around 20 minutes ago, I heard a series of very, very loud explosions where I am in Dubai. Reports at the moment, nothing confirmed, that a missile was shot down overhead the residential area where I live. And certainly there are various videos circulating on residents' WhatsApp groups at the moment. It felt very, very loud. My house shook. And certainly I would say that the sense here at the moment is one of disbelief and a lot of fear. People are very, very nervous. The British Embassy gave a travel update earlier and posted for British nationals to remain indoors or to seek safe shelter, to stay away from windows. They confirmed that missiles were flying over the United Arab Emirates. These are things that would have been unthinkable a few hours ago. The fact that people in the UAE, which prides itself as being one of the safest places in the world to live, it's a big draw for many people that come to live here. Around 240,000 British citizens live here. And they're now experiencing a very different world today. And it's one that people couldn't have predicted. I mean, we have been watching the situation very closely since the middle of January, since those protests in Iran that resulted in Donald Trump saying he was sending this armada to the region, which of course is now in place and has now attacked Iran today and started this war that we are now beginning to experience the consequences of. But I think there was a sense that even though there is an American military base in Abu Dhabi, Al Dhafra, it's not the principal military presence here in the region for the Americans. And the UAE came out publicly in a statement several weeks ago and made very clear that no strikes on Iran would take place from their territory, airspace, or waters. There was a sense that the UAE would have been pretty far down the target list for Iran. So the fact that missiles are now flying over my house here in Dubai is absolutely extraordinary. We've seen images of people in Dubai running in the street for shelter, air raid sirens sounding, and explosions have been heard in Abu Dhabi as well. The Defence Ministry here confirmed that an Asian national has been killed in Abu Dhabi due to falling debris. And they also confirmed that they had successfully shot down Iranian missiles from the sky. So it seems that we've now had 3 waves of missiles sent over the UAE. We felt like perhaps there was a lull and that this was calming down. It seems not, because that last wave was just 20 minutes ago. The airspace over the UAE remains closed. Dubai is now the busiest airport in the world. It's caused a huge amount of travel disruption and chaos. I've received updates from the airport that is pretty chaotic there with cancellations, a lot of uncertainty. I'm also hearing from people in London that Qatari airline flights have been turned around on the tarmac at Heathrow and sent back to the terminal. It's not clear how long this disruption is going to last for. Everything feels very, very unclear right now. But what we do know is that it's a big moment. It's a very big day. Donald Trump and America have waged war on Iran. It appears they want to topple the regime. This is very different to last summer, where we saw that 12-day war carried out by Israel against nuclear facilities in Iran. A 12-day war that America joined, and then that face-saving retaliatory attack on Qatar by Iran, where they fired missiles at Al Udeid Air Base. No one was killed, there was minimal damage, and everyone got to walk away, and normal order resumed fairly shortly after that. This time it's different. Donald Trump made very clear in that video message earlier that he wants to see regime change in Iran. And so for the Iranian regime, they have nothing to lose here. They're potentially going to go down fighting, and this is existential for them. This is about survival. So that makes this time, this war, much more concerning, much more unpredictable. And certainly what we're seeing right now is something that could potentially spread into a wider conflict. And that's causing a lot of concern indeed.
OK, Sally, thank you very much indeed. Michael Clark and Sean Bell still here. So the key question, Michael, where do you think all this is heading?
Well, it's heading for more operations in the short term, so we'd expect this to be going on for another 24, 48 hours at least, because these sort of air campaigns, as Sean will know, are cumulative. So it's, first of all, it's SEAD, suppression of enemy air defence normally, and then rolling through a series of targets. So that's one aspect. So it'll go on for that sort of time. The degree of Iranian retaliation will matter. If the Iranians get lucky in the next 24, 48 hours with one or two hits somewhere, particularly against American facilities, that may change the political sign a bit. If they don't, then it moves into whatever happens inside Iran. And what President Trump seemed to be pushing at is that they're going to dismantle this regime from top to bottom, and they're inviting the Iranians to come out on the streets. But remember, or we should remember, that the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, have about 220,000 people. The Basij, who are the militia, who work with the IRGC right down to the lowest levels of Iranian society, are thought to have about 600,000 people, and they're prepared to come out with weapons and shoot anybody that they think is a demonstrator. They've shown that they could do that in early first week of January. So here we are. Do
they remain loyal? Do you think the security forces...
Well, no, the question will be, what about the third element is the Iranian army. Does the Iranian army side with the people, the demonstrators, against the IRGC and the Basij, or do the Iranian army stay at home and just see which way the wind blows? So if there is to be some sort of civil some sort of resolution to the tension in Iran, does it become IRGC versus the army, or IRGC versus unarmed people? And we won't know the answer to that for many days yet to see what happens internally. And the Americans must be standing back then to see, well, this destruction that we and the Israelis are visiting upon Iran, what sort of political effect is it going to have on the streets?
Yeah, and I mean, all these wars need an off-ramp at some stage. Where do you see that? Can it be contained? And if so, do you think there's a way that this can end and talks resume? I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's the early days. If it was yesterday and we were talking about this, I'd have thought a short, sharp shock, make sure that everybody believes that the Americans are serious. Now we've gone well beyond that. I think there's two things. First of all, it's pretty clear there'll be a master target list that the Americans will have. If it's true that the Israelis are focused on leadership, you need the element of surprise to do that, because you've got to wait for the leadership to be in the right place at the right time. Once you start degrading things like missile systems. So I think the Americans have a long list of targets they want to take out, uranium enrichment, and missiles and stuff like that. Now, once they've got that down to the level they want it to be, then there potentially is the ability to stop. I think the challenge here is the off-ramps. Normally, you'd be going, right, we're going to keep hurting until Iran capitulates and says we'll talk. I think it's quite difficult to see why Iran would do that in this case. They know that Trump's got midterm elections. He knows that, actually, we can keep launching ballistic missiles. As Michael said, you don't need to hit with many. You just need to be lucky with one and leave Trump with a major headache. And the question then is, how does Trump get an off-ramp out of this? So I think it'd be really interesting to see that the president's presentation, he's going to be addressing the nation shortly, what tone he takes. Does he hint at this being a long-term, or does he try to resurrect talks?
Because President Trump has gone for broke in this, we wondered what he would do. Would he want this or this or this? He's gone for everything. He's gone for broke. And that means that there aren't many ways out for him in the short term.
Yeah, well, we were talking about what tone he will take. It seems like he might not speak again in the next few hours. We thought that he might, but we know what tone he took because he addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning and confirmed that this, what he called a major combat operation, was underway, and he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. Let's just have a listen to...
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Now, that was Donald Trump speaking in the early hours of the morning. There were suggestions then that he would speak again from Mar-a-Lago, where he is. He's not in the White House. But that now does not seem as though it's going to happen. The White House saying that there are no plans for President Trump to speak, at least not at the moment. News from Israel, they are saying that they believe their attacks have killed several senior Iranian officials. That's from an Israeli military source to the Reuters news agency. No word on
how senior or who they are. Now, let's bring in the Senior Research Fellow at Proliferation and Nuclear Policy, Daria Dolcikova. Thank you very much for being with us. So this is the real hub of this, Iran's nuclear program and how advanced. What do we know about how close Iran was to a nuclear bomb?
Well, so that's part of the challenge. After the June strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities by the US and Israel, we lost a lot of what was already quite slim clarity on the state of the Iranian nuclear program. So prior to the June strikes, we knew that Iran was enriching uranium to 60%. So that's the material that would go inside of a nuclear weapon. That's not quite what would be required for weapons grade, but it's getting pretty close. We knew that they were enriching with advanced centrifuge technology, so they were able to enrich quite quickly. I think the estimate was that if Iran wanted to, it could enrich sufficient material for a handful of weapons, I think about 5 in under a week. So that was concerning. Now, having sufficient material for a nuclear weapon is not enough. You need to actually then build a nuclear weapon and mount it onto a delivery device. But there were serious concerns over the state of Iran's nuclear program. Since the June strikes, not only do we not have clarity over the extent of the damage that was done in the June strike, so what material or equipment might have survived, but Iran has also stopped allowing the International Atomic Energy Agency to access the facilities that were targeted. So we've now lost even more information on what the state of the program might have looked like before today.
Right, but there was this question over this 400 kilos of 60% uranium. Now, what's the status on that? Do we know?
So we don't. And you're right. When we look at kind of what the key concerns are with regard to Iran's nuclear program, I'm simplifying a little bit, but really the key things that we want to be looking at is the state of the fissile material, so the enriched uranium, and then the technology that Iran would need to enrich that uranium to a point where it would be usable in a weapon. So that's the centrifuges. So when it comes to what you had mentioned, the 60% highly enriched uranium, those stocks, it's unclear what happened to 400 kilograms of those stocks. There's some suspicion that they might have survived at the Isfahan nuclear complex. Now, I know there have been reports that there have been strikes on Isfahan or in the vicinity of Isfahan city, but it's not clear whether that targeted any nuclear facilities there.
So when President Trump said after the last attacks that the nuclear program had, to all intents and purposes, been obliterated, that was not true.
Well, it seems that it wasn't true because we're now seeing again a return to strikes against Iran. Now, again, it's not entirely clear what the strikes have been on thus far today. By the sounds of it, they've primarily been on Iran's military facilities and government facilities. I've not seen reports, but again, doesn't mean that there haven't been any strikes on the actual nuclear installations. But the general kind of consensus understanding has been that the strikes in June set the program back significantly, but that they didn't obliterate it. And it's not just the physical material that would need to get destroyed, it's the expertise that's needed to rebuild. And we've seen through satellite imagery that Iran has been hardening a number of those facilities. So clearly there was a resignation to at least harden existing facilities, if not rebuild them again.
And Daria, just finally, how close do you think the talks were? And this is very difficult to say because no one was really talking about the detail in these talks. We were just getting, signs of progress here, signs of progress there. How close do you think they were to, a deal that would have satisfied the Americans?
Again, as you say, very difficult to say. And there were a number of key outstanding issues that I and others certainly struggled to see how the two sides would square them. The Americans seemed to have relented a little bit on this line that they were pushing of absolutely no enrichment in Iran. The Iranians seemed, again, just from what we can hear from public reporting, the Iranians seemed to be willing to negotiate over really limiting their enrichment activity and stockpiles. There's still a bit of a ways to go. We need needed to figure out verification monitoring. But again, we don't know what was on the table. But I think the important thing to note is that they were sitting at the table and they were having discussions, which hopefully would have led to something.
Yeah, Daria, thank you very much indeed for explaining all that. Now, let's speak to the former Israeli Prime Minister, current leader of the opposition in Israel, Yair Lapid. Good to talk to you. Thank you very much. And first of all, I suppose the question is, do you support the action that is being taken right now?
Absolutely. It is justified. I mean, it's a rarity these days to have a just war, but this is a just war against a horrible regime that was trying to rehabilitate its nuclear program and its ballistic missiles program. So it was totally justified, and I totally support it.
Right. I mean, but how dangerous a moment do you think this is? Because, as we've just been talking about, once you start a war like this, you don't really have control over where it goes or how it ends.
Yes, but sometimes, you know, I mean, try not to make a habit out of this, but sometimes you have to go to war in order to prevent more horrible things. As I was saying, it's a rarity, a justified war, but this is a just war because we cannot allow, not only Israel, the world, the global community, the Americans, the region, we cannot allow a nuclear Iran, and we cannot allow the scale of the ballistic missiles program they were building, and therefore we were forced into this war, and we're going to win it. I think, you know, the best case scenario, of course, is the fall of the regime and help for the people of Iran who are just being massacred by their own government. And if this is, for the flair of the dramatic, this is the sirens of another missile attack on Israel as we speak.
Right, and there have been these sirens throughout the day. So are you clear? Do you have to go, or can you carry on?
Yeah. I'm fine. But everybody around me have to clear. Okay, go ahead.
Right. I mean, so do you think the aim is clearly then regime change?
Well, the aim is to obliterate the nuclear program, to obliterate the ballistic missile program, but also, if the regime will fall, everybody will be better off. Maybe, first and foremost, the Iranian people. This is a horrible regime that creates the biggest exporter of terror in the world, and an unstabilizing force in the entire region. So if they will fall, everybody will be better off. This is part of what we are hoping will happen.
But Benjamin Netanyahu, hoping that will happen. This is interesting because Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump want regime change, it seems, but they want the people of Iran to do it. Now, in June, Benjamin Netanyahu called upon the people of Iran to rise up, and they didn't.
Well, there is a difference because since then they did. We just saw that a few months ago. You know, the regime killed more than 30,000 people in Tehran and elsewhere, and they said, okay, enough is enough. We want a regime change. We want to be free. So this is also a fight for freedom, and we need to support this as much as we can. But it's up to the people of Iran to decide whether or not they want to live under this horrible oppression and forever, or to take their destiny into their own hands.
Is it fair to ask the people of Iran to do this, given, as you say, what's happened in those protests when thousands of them were killed? Is it fair to ask them again to rise up?
Well, I think right now, and that's the difference, right now the civilized world is there to help them. Bombing the Revolutionary Guard's bases and making sure it is more doable than before. But still, nations have to decide their own destiny by themselves. We all hope, and we know that the people of Iran hope for a regime change. So, but it's up to them, and we are just being as supportive as we can.
What about the timing of it all, Mr. Lapid? I mean, these talks were going on. There was suggestions there'd be another round of talks in, I think, Vienna on Monday, lower-level diplomats, but nevertheless, the talks were technical talks, I think they were. So there was obviously some sort of progress. Didn't you favour that route, or have you always favoured the military route like Benjamin Netanyahu does?
Well, I thought the talks were another way of Iranian deceive. I mean, they were just stalling, buying time while promoting the murderous plans. So we didn't think much of this as a real thing. It was said before that the Iranians never won a war and never lost a negotiation. What they did was stalling and buying time in order to push forward the nuclear program, getting as far as they can from the riots within their own cities, and building more ballistic missiles and launchers. So we couldn't allow this to go on forever.
It's probably an understatement that you don't agree with everything Benjamin Netanyahu does.
It is an understatement.
I'm just interested in your support this time. Is that reflected across Israel, do you think? Is there a general feeling that this is what needs to happen?
Yes. This is beyond Israeli politics. This is beyond day-to-day politics. This is existential. Listen, there are only two countries in the UN in which one of them is openly saying our aim or our goal is the total destruction of another. And this is Iran about Israel. So this is an existential threat. It is coming to us after we were massacred on October 2023, and we're not going to allow this to happen anymore. So if everybody messes with us, this is the price it's going to pay.
And when Iran says, as it has in the last half an hour or so, that these are our sort of scrap missiles, we've got unforeseen weapons to unleash on Israel, what's your level of concern?
Well, I am concerned. I have children and grandchildren here, and I care about my people. And but I wouldn't go too far in believing them with. I mean, it's their way, a very Middle Eastern way of throwing threats into the air in the hope that somebody will get really frightened and make mistakes. We are strong. The Israeli army is strong. We've got the strongest military power in the world, which is the American Army and Navy behind us. And even the people of the region are losing patience to Iran. So I think this is an opportunity for us to get rid of this horrible regime.
And just finally, isn't the truth that Benjamin Netanyahu he wasn't interested in diplomacy at all. He always wanted to persuade Trump to go along with an attack like this on Iran?
Yeah, we're pushing it out now in me agreeing with Netanyahu, but I do agree with Netanyahu on this one. I thought that this negotiation was just a way of stalling. It wasn't real, and therefore the military option was the right option in order to try to, as I was saying, obliterate the military side of it, and B, pushing for a changed regime. There's another siren, so I'm pushing my luck now, so I'm letting you finish the interview without me. Or is it okay?
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yair Lapid, there, opposition leader in Israel. Michael Clark here, Sean Bell here. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, he's there supporting what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing, and he was quite clear regime change is what is needed. Not that it is sort of certain to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the Israelis have been saying this for over 10 years. They say that, everything we try with Iran just gets spun out, and that ultimately we have to confront the Iranians. They've always said that. They've always failed in the past to get the Americans to back that view, but President Trump is a different sort of American president, so this is their historical moment. And two things. I mean, first, the attack on Israel on the 7th of October 2023 was a great shock. Of course it wasn't, an atrocity. But the Israelis absorbed the shock and then came back with their own agenda, which is now a very assertive agenda. And then in November 2024, President Trump was elected. And those two historic events have lined up to give a sense in Israel of a historic moment. This is our moment to change the balance of power in the Middle East, to create a greater Israel, and to put ourselves in a new security situation. And so far, it looks as if they can do it. The losers, as always, will be the Palestinians, 10 million of them. But there are 10 million Israelis at the moment feel that history is moving in their direction, mainly because of what has happened in the United States.
Yeah, and they spy it's their moment because they see the regime as weak, militarily as well. I mean, do you think that is true, or do you think that the Iranians will have a capacity to resist?
Yeah, I can't help feeling that President Trump's been sort of encouraged into something which possibly is a bit more than military can achieve. It's one thing having an existential threat to Israel, but for America to get drawn into a regime change, militarily, we've discussed, it's really difficult to see how you could ever do that. And I do wonder whether America may have taken a bit of a step too far. I think the other thing, what we're seeing at the moment is we're looking a lot about the missiles and what Iran can do with missiles. Now, the Americans have got very good defensive capability, but I think we've got a bit of video. I'm not sure if we are able to show it at the moment, but it's actually from Doha. There is what we're seeing here is a picture of a missile falling. And actually, as it falls, there's obviously a big explosion. Now, can you imagine if you're anybody in Doha? That would be dreadful. But when you look very, very carefully at the picture, what's happening is the missile has actually been shot down. And just before it impacts the ground, it's almost flat plating. And the fact is, I think most of the missiles are not going to be hitting their intended targets. But that is still not going to be of any comfort to the people in the Middle East as they fall around them. As we heard, Sally was very concerned, understandably so. And I think as the longer this goes on, particularly this is one of the strengths that Iran has, very large stocks of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, that even when they're shot down, they're going to cause havoc. And it only takes one lucky strike, and all of a sudden there'll be a very bloody nose for America and some others.
And the poor old Qataris, I mean, they tried to play the role of mediator around the Middle East, and they've been attacked 3 times now, twice by Iran and once by Israel. And the Qataris must say, why is it always us? We try to play the positive role, and everybody attacked. They go for the Al Udeid base, of course, which is this big American base where the British operate as well. So there, the irony is, the most active peacemakers in the Middle East have now been attacked 3 times by somebody else.
Michael, are you surprised by the scale of what we're seeing? Because, I mean, there were a number of options presumably given. Well, we know he was given a number of options, President Trump, including this idea of a limited attack to try and bring the Iranians or encourage them to give a bit more in the talks. Are you surprised by what we're seeing?
Yes. I mean, I thought we all thought that, the Pentagon wanted to give the president a full range of options. And it's very much Pete Hegseth, a man who calls himself the Secretary of War now. It's still technically Secretary of Defence, because it hasn't officially changed, but that's what he says. And so Pete Hegseth is very assertive about this. And the sort of resources that have been put into the Middle East, these 2 carrier strike groups, the Lincoln and the Ford, at least 100, well over 100 land-based aircraft transferred to Europe, all the tankers, all the AWACS aircraft, the airborne warning and controls, at least 6 of them, Sentry aircraft in the region, all of that, plus the aircraft that's on the carriers, all the Super Hornets, the F-18s. This is a big concentration, the biggest since 2003. And we all thought, OK, well, that's to give the president lots of options. I don't think we anticipated he'd use all of them immediately, all at once. But that clearly is a decision that he's made. He's very instinctive. It's a decision to go for broke and to create an air campaign, predominantly an air campaign, to destroy the government of Iran. And when you aim to destroy, you're never aiming to destroy the people. That would be genocide. You're aiming to destroy the government of Iran. And in principle, it's no different to Putin's decision to destroy the government of Ukraine. It's an aggressive war on a foreign government.
But Putin is using thousands of troops on the ground to do that.
Boots on the ground. President Trump is trying to do
it from a distance,
remotely. And it'll be a neat trick if he can do it. But we shouldn't, be blind to the fact that this is an unauthorised operation. It's got no UN backing. It's got no regional backing. There's no regional organisation that said it. It's got no congressional backing. This is President Trump. So this is like another Venezuela operation, but on a grand scale. And it's a great experiment, both in military power, that Sean would understand better than me, and in, as it were, political persuasion. See if he can do it.
But I think on the final footnotes there, General Kane, obviously the Chairman of Joint Chiefs, his silence speaks volumes about they've put military options on the table. It feels pretty clear that President Trump has gone, I don't care, this is what I want to do.
Yeah, OK, thank you both very much indeed. There's been a meeting of Cobra this morning, chaired, I think, by Keir Starmer. Amanda Akas is in Downing Street. Amanda, just bring us up to date with what... she's not in Downing Street now, in Westminster. Just bring us up to date with what emerged from that Cobra meeting.
Yes, so not long after that meeting, which finished just before 10:30, the Prime Minister embarked on a series of phone calls with our European allies, France and Germany. We know he's been speaking to, and their leaders of the UK, France and Germany have all issued a joint statement now following those phone calls. And let me read to you what they had to say. So it's from President Emmanuel Macron, Chancellor Friedrich Merz and Prime Minister Starmer. France, Germany and the United Kingdom have consistently urged the Iranian regime to end Iran's nuclear programme, curb its ballistic missile programme, refrain from its destabilising activity in the region and our homelands, and to cease the appalling violence and repression against its own people. We did not participate in these strikes, but are in close contact with our international partners, including the United States, Israel and partners in the region. We reiterate our commitment to regional stability and to the protection of civilian life. We condemn Iranian attacks on countries in the region in the strongest terms. Iran must refrain from indiscriminate military strikes. We urge the Iranian leadership to seek a negotiated solution. Ultimately, the Iranian people must be allowed to determine their future. Now, I think what's really interesting about this is how much more supportive of the US and Israel and critical of Iran this is than the statement that the British government put out a few hours earlier, which really went into talking about the importance of a negotiated solution, really stressing the importance of diplomacy, which obviously the converse of that is the use of military strikes by the US and Israel. So that seemed to be a bit of a sort of tacit criticism of this action, and also warning about the risk of escalation across the wider Middle East. And although this statement does touch on their commitment to regional stability, we don't have that kind of warning, and we also don't have a statement about the importance of democracy and negotiation here. Instead, it's criticism of Iran and criticism of Iran's responses. So I think certainly Sir Keir Starmer has been moved into a slightly more hawkish, pro-Israel, pro-US position than perhaps he had initially this morning.
Amanda, thank you very much indeed. It is just approaching 2 o'clock. You're watching Sky News with continuing coverage of the strikes on Iran. It has been predicted for weeks, but it is now underway. A massive assault carried out by the US and by Israel. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, with the belief in Israel, at least, that senior Iranian officials have been killed. Civilian targets were hit too, with reports of more than 40 people killed at a school in southern Iran. Iran has responded with missile strikes and explosions across the Middle East, including in Bahrain, Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's supreme leader's offices around 6 o'clock in the morning UK time. Since then, there have been strikes right across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in western Iran are continuing. This was the scene at the US naval base in Al Jafar in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the United Arab Emirates says one person's been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles. And Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there. A number of major airlines have cancelled flights to the region, some turning around in mid-air amid the threat of a widening conflict. Air raid sirens are sounding across Israel. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem this morning.
It's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just... Well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. that is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
That is Adam Parsons in Jerusalem for us. President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming a major combat operation was underway. And he urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government. He stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but left little doubt that that is his goal. Let's take a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
We've also heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran will continue for as long as is necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
We can show you a picture now of a satellite image taken today which shows black smoke and extensive damage at the compound of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The image showing the Supreme Leader's compound in central Tehran was taken just after 11 o'clock in the morning local time. It wasn't clear if the Ayatollah was there at the time. Let's go back to Jerusalem. Our Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons is there for us. Adam, any signs there about the Israeli and American military operation?
Yeah, Matt, in the past few minutes, we've seen a series of jets going ahead of very, very high in the sky F-22s heading in that direction. Well, it won't surprise you to know that direction goes towards Tehran. So the operation clearly continues. You might be able to hear a few rumbles in the air around us. I mean, there are still interceptions happening through Israel, have been over the course of the day. We are told that there may be drones heading from Iran to Israel. So this operation continues, and I think we are going to see waves coming from Iran and further waves coming from Israel and from throughout the Middle East. And indeed, of course, you are still going to see attacks taking place not against Israel, but against, we've already seen it, Bahrain, UAE, in Abu Dhabi. This is Iran trying to turn this into a regional conflict, doing what it said it would do, which is to attack US bases and countries that have offered support to the United States over long years. This has escalated very, very quickly from a base where, although tensions were high in Israel and across the region, I don't think many people woke up this morning thinking this would be the day when it started. There were, of course, talks still continuing in Geneva, that those were supposed to resume next week. One assumes that that's now unlikely. But we should perhaps have looked at the precedent back in June when, in a similar position during negotiations, that's when the 12-day war started, when Israel attacked Iran, and of course America came into that conflict as well. So I don't see, Matt, any path to this de-escalating quickly. Simple fact is that when both the United States and Israel have come together after weeks of planning to launch a coordinated attack on Iran to attack the compound used by the Ayatollah, as well as, for instance, the intelligence ministry, Republican Guard targets. Iranian media reporting that a school has been hit and that a very significant number of children, they say, have been killed in that attack. This will provoke a huge response, is provoking a huge response from Iran. And according to Telegram channels, messages coming out of Iran, they are in no mood to now make peace. So I fear that what we are seeing is the start of a war. How long it will be, whether it will be 12 days, whether it will be shorter, whether it will be much more protracted and complicated, that remains to be seen. But I would say right now the chances of this coming to a rapid end seem slender.
Thank you very much indeed for the time being. As you'd expect, plenty of response from governments in the region. Let's start with lines coming from Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi saying we may have lost a few commanders, but that's not such a big problem, he's reported to have said. Also, Araghchi saying the attack was unprovoked, illegal and absolutely illegitimate against international law and should be condemned. This from an NBC News interview, our colleagues there. Araghchi also saying what we are doing is an act of self-defence, which is absolutely legal and legitimate, they think. But the Saudi Foreign Ministry has said at the same time the Iranian attacks in its territory were dealt with, but the attacks on Riyadh and the eastern region were condemned. They said, the Saudi Foreign Ministry condemning the Iranian attacks on their soil, not least on Riyadh and the eastern region. Let's go elsewhere in the region now. Joining me is our correspondent, Sally Lockwood, who is in the UAE, I think. Sally, aren't you? What's the situation there right now?
Rather surreal, Matt. Few could have imagined the United Arab Emirates having to experience loud bangs and explosions and air raid sirens a matter of hours ago, but that is the reality today. Even just over where I live here, there were Iranian missiles flying around 45 minutes ago, perhaps, and then that was followed by loud bangs, one extremely loud bang. The building shook, and there's certainly a lot of concern here. The British Embassy gave travel advice to British citizens in the UAE earlier, warning them to shelter at home or in a safe place and to stay away from windows. I mean, advice like this is not something people living here are used to. There's around 240,000 British citizens living in the UAE, and one of the big draws is the sense of safety, which has been shattered today. That said, we have been braced for this. It is something that we've been keeping a very close eye on in recent weeks. It's something that Donald Trump warned was going to happen and threatened was going to happen. And indeed, it seems America and Israel are now at war with Iran, and Iran is now carrying out those retaliatory attacks that it threatened. It threatened that this would result in regional conflict. It threatened to target American military assets in the region. It said that they would all be completely legitimate in the event of war with America. And even the Supreme Leader threatened to sink American warships, of which there are many now here in the Gulf, just to the north of here. Now, we don't know the extent of this war. We don't know how long it's going to last, but there have been 3 waves of missiles sent over the UAE today, and the Defence Ministry here has confirmed that they were successfully shot down by air defences, but due to falling debris, there has been some damage, and it's been confirmed that 1 person in Abu Dhabi has been killed. Of course, we know that other countries in the region have also been targeted, as you said, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, and Qatar. Now, I've heard from a local source in Qatar in the last half an hour who said that there's been more loud bangs there. She said the loudest they've had so far today. And there's been that extraordinary footage that we have now seen that someone filmed on their mobile phone of an Iranian missile being shot down by air defences, but we saw it land on the ground in a street full of civilians, with people having to flee, and then you see the big explosion and plume of smoke and flames. Absolutely terrifying. And in the last 12 months, it's been an extraordinary time for people living in Qatar. They had that 12-day war between Iran and Israel last June, which resulted in Iran firing missiles at Qatar, albeit it was choreographed and it was coordinated. Diplomatic channels were open. It was a face-saving attack by Iran, but still absolutely unnerving for people living there. And I spoke to corporate companies that are based here in the Middle East who said, you know, they had staff that wanted to evacuate Qatar after that attack. And then, of course, you also saw the attack on Hamas residents in downtown Doha not long after that, carried out by Israel. And now this, a third attack on Qatari soil in less than 12 months. And this is a country that normally would be an extremely safe place to live. And people there are feeling extremely shaken up. And I think the big concern this time, compared with last June, during that 12-day war, is that last June they were targeting nuclear facilities. It was very targeted strikes. And then a very targeted response, a very coordinated response by Iran that America was aware of, that Qatar was aware of. This time, Donald Trump has made very clear that they are targeting the Iranian regime, that they want to see regime change in Iran. And the Iranian regime, it seems, will potentially go down fighting, that this is existential for them. This is about survival. They've got very little to lose. That makes their response extremely unpredictable and extremely concerning for people living in this region.
Sally, thank you so much. Let's go to the US now, bring in our correspondent David Blevins, who is there. And David, look, the whole country now waking up to this news that happened overnight, that the US is now involved in this military action in the Middle East.
Yes, and some Democrats will already feel that President Trump should be impeached for going to war with Iran without congressional authorization. And they're not alone in that thinking. One Republican representative, at least, Thomas Massey, is describing this as an act of war unauthorized by Congress, because there hasn't even been a debate on Capitol Hill, never mind a vote authorizing the president to engage in this sort of military activity. But he clearly felt it was time to do so and expressed as much in that very bombastic overnight address from Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida, where he has been monitoring developments from a makeshift situation room there. He spelt it out very clearly, didn't he, that this was a major combat operation. He talked about Iran and its proxies having posed a mass terror threat for 47 years. And then he called on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard to lay down their arms or face certain death. But I think the most telling remark was when he spoke to the Iranian people directly and urged them to take over their government, because it would be there for the taking once this operation was over. So it's very clearly about regime change, as Sally says, for the President of the United States. But so much has changed in such a short space of time. Just yesterday, the Omani Foreign Minister Badir al-Busadi was here in Washington briefing the Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, he's one of the mediators in the talks between the US and the Iranians. And yesterday, he was talking about the potential for peace. He said peace is within our reach. In an interview with CBS, he said a peace deal could be struck within 24 hours. Instead, within 24 hours, the President of the United States was engaged in a military operation against Iran. And I think perhaps the most telling remark so far has come from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. You quoted some of it earlier, but he also said Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. So they are quoting the president's own words, because America first was the platform on which he stood in a bid to win the White House last year. And the Iranians are making it very clear that they know some of the president's own base here in the United States will be very uncomfortable about the idea of a foreign war in a far-off place in this midterm election year.
David, joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed. Well, earlier, my colleague Mark Austin spoke to the former Israeli Prime Minister and current leader of the opposition in Israel, Yair Lapid.
It is justified. I mean, it's a rarity these days to have a just war, but this is a just war against a horrible regime that was trying to rehabilitate its nuclear program and its ballistic missiles program. So it was totally justified, and I totally support it.
Right. I mean, but how dangerous a moment do you think this is? Because, as we've just been talking about, once you start a war like this, you don't really have control over where it goes or how it ends.
Yes, but sometimes, you know, I mean, try not to make a habit out of this, but sometimes you have to go to war in order to prevent more horrible things. As I was saying, it's a rarity, a justified war, but this is a just war because we cannot allow not only Israel, the world, the global community, the Americans, the region, we cannot allow a nuclear Iran, and we cannot allow the scale of the ballistic missiles program they were building, and therefore we were forced into this war, and we're going to win it. I think, you know, the best case scenario, of course, is the fall of the regime and help for the people of Iran who are just being massacred by their own government. And if this is, for the flair of the dramatic, this is the sirens of another missile attack on Israel as we speak.
Right, and there have been these sirens throughout the day. So are you clear? Do you have to go, or can you carry on?
Yeah. I'm fine. But everybody around me have to clear. Okay, go ahead.
Right. I mean, so do you think the aim is clearly then regime change?
Well, the aim is to obliterate the nuclear program, to obliterate the ballistic missile program, but also if the regime will fall, everybody will be better off. Maybe first and foremost, the Iranian people. This is a horrible regime that creates the biggest exporter of terror in the world, and an unstabilizing force in the entire region. So if they will fall, everybody will be better off. This is part of what we are hoping will happen.
But Benjamin Netanyahu, well, hoping that will happen. This is interesting because Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump want regime change, it seems, but they want the people of Iran to do it. Now, in June, Benjamin Netanyahu called upon the people of Iran to rise up, and they didn't.
Well, there is a difference because since then they did. We just saw that a few months ago. You know, the regime killed more than 30,000 people in Tehran and elsewhere, and they said, okay, enough is enough. We want a regime change. We want to be free. So this is also a fight for freedom, and we need to support this as much as we can. But it's up to the people of Iran to decide whether or not they want to live under this horrible oppression and forever, or to take their destiny into their own hands.
Is it fair to ask the people of Iran to do this, given, as you say, what's happened in those protests when thousands of them were killed? Is it fair to ask them again to rise up?
Well, I think right now, and that's the difference, right now the civilized world is there to help them. Bombing the Revolutionary Guard's bases and making sure it is more doable than before. But still, nations have to decide their own destiny by themselves. We all hope, and we know that the people of Iran hope for a regime change. So, but it's up to them, and we are just being as supportive as we can.
What about the timing of it all, Mr. Lapid? I mean, these talks were going on. There was suggestions there'd be another round of talks in, I think, Vienna on Monday, lower-level diplomats, but nevertheless, the talks were technical talks, I think they were. So there was obviously some sort of progress. Didn't you favour that route, or have you always favoured the military route like Benjamin Netanyahu does?
Well, I thought the talks were another way of Iranian deceive. I mean, they were just stalling, buying time while promoting the murderous plans. So we didn't think much of this as a real thing. It was said before that the Iranians never won a war and never lost a negotiation. What they did was stalling and buying time in order to push forward the nuclear program, getting as far as they can from the riots within their own cities, and building more ballistic missiles and launchers. So we couldn't allow this to go on forever.
That was Yair Lapid speaking to Mark a little bit earlier on. Some more lines to bring you now. As you can imagine, plenty of lines coming from all sorts of places this afternoon. Let's start with another one from Iran's foreign minister saying we may have lost one or two commanders, but almost all officials, says Abbas Araghchi, are safe and alive. Plenty of rumours flying around as well, a lot of them unsubstantiated, of course. But that is what Iran's foreign minister is currently saying. Turkey's presidency communications head said escalating tensions between US, Israel and Iran are unacceptable. There is serious concern for the region, and Turkey would prefer the negotiation mechanisms, they say, to be urgently reactivated. They were due to happen in Vienna next week, but you wouldn't be surprised if that didn't happen now. Things have escalated. Let's bring in journalist and human rights activist Daniela Saperi to discuss this. Afternoon to you, Daniela. Your reaction to what we're seeing in the Middle East?
Yeah, so what we are seeing is that, again, no one really cares for the people in these countries. We always see that in a war, civilians are the one party who have no lobby and who are on the front line of the death numbers and on being killed. Especially in Iran, there are no safe havens, there are no alarm systems. The people cannot be warned if there is an attack. And we have just seen that in Minab, there was even a school a girls' school that was attacked, and we still don't know how many children died in this attack.
Donald Trump and his supporters would say they are doing this for the people. He said that in his address overnight, and we just heard the former Israeli Prime Minister say to my colleague Mark that he believes this is a just war.
Yeah, this is what they have said in June as well. But we have seen in June that civilians died, political prisoners got injured on the attack on the Evin prison. And it would be the first time that bombs caused a country in the Middle East to be free and democratic. And we have seen it in the past. Wars do not bring peace and democracy. But what we do see, and this is something happening at the same time, the people in Iran are, there are people that are dancing on the streets that are happy about these attacks because they are so desperate. They really believe that these attacks can bring the fall of the Islamic Republic, while also being scared of these bombs because, as I just said, there are no safe spaces for the people in Iran to go and protect themselves from the bombs. So they are in the hands of the murderous regime and of murderous bombs.
Yeah, I think people hearing what you say may think about the situation in Libya following regime change there and a power vacuum that was then filled effectively by chaos and anarchy. But they may also point to the situation in Syria and the toppling there of President Assad. And so far, look, of course, Syria isn't without its problems or its continuing violence in some parts. But so far, things seem to be holding a bit steadier there than they were previously. So it begs the question, which way could Iran go?
Well, I would not say that Syria is more stable now. The minorities especially would not say that. The Druze, the Alawites, the Kurds who have been under attack of the Shaddad regime. And it's good that you mentioned Syria because a few hours ago, several people were killed in Sweda as well during the Iranian missile attack that was stopped in Sweda and fell on the people. So what if the war causes freedom in Iran? This is something that I cannot say. I would be the first one celebrating if after this war, Iran will be free and democratic. But we have seen in the history that this is normally not the way that brings democracy or freedom to a country. What I really hope is that the people in Iran can achieve the downfall of the Islamic Republic. And I really fear for the political prisoners, especially who are in the prisons, who have no way to hide or to escape the bombs and are at the hands of the regime. We have seen in June that under the shadow of this war, there were more repressions in the inside of the country. Dissidents were arrested more. There were more executions. And I sincerely hope that this will not be the case this time. But I fear that the regime will, get its revenge on the people in Iran again.
Yes, our viewers will well be aware that amongst those prisoners being held in Iran are two British visitors who were arrested and imprisoned there and remain so today. Do you think the talks that were happening should have continued? Would that have been preferable? Because certainly with hindsight now, it may seem like both sides were bluffing.
I think the talks were just to buy both sides some time. Trump needed some time to prepare for this attack, and the regime in Iran needed the time as well to retaliate their own forces, to get back the strength, because they had a really bad pushback from the Iranian people who were on the streets protesting. And what I hear from the people in Iran is that they have been very angry about these negotiations, about these talks, because they said that the regime in Iran has murdered thousands of people. There were mass killings on the streets, and now the USA, instead of helping the people in Iran, are negotiating with exactly those people who are responsible for these massacres, for these mass killings.
Look, as we've been speaking, Daniela, Russia and China, both, of course, allies of Iran, have requested an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council. They are both, of course, permanent members of the UN Security Council. Do you think that could achieve anything?
I don't have high hopes for that, because we have seen that in the past. It never really helped having these council meetings, because especially Russia and China also not allies of the people in Iran. And this is the big dilemma we are having. The people in Iran have no own lobby. They have no one talking for them. The regime is not their representative. America and Israel, but also Russia and China do not have the interests of the people in Iran in their mind. So I don't have a lot of hope about this meeting.
Daniela Saperi, human rights activist and journalist, appreciate you joining me here on Sky News this afternoon.
Thank you.
Let's talk to international negotiator now, Nomi Bar-Yaakov, who I think joins us from Jerusalem. Nomi, correct me if I'm wrong, but if that is where you are, how are things where you are?
Hi, Matt. Good to see you. How are things? I think tense would be the, if I had to just describe it in one word. Since early this morning, there have been many sirens, calls for the population, not only in Jerusalem, but more or less in the whole country, to get into a safe space. There have been very loud bombings, louder than the usual. The bombings, of course, are usually the interceptions of the missiles, but the warnings are that the missiles coming from Iran, and these are missiles, not drones, are carrying heavier warheads than the usual. So we're expecting massive blasts, and certainly the interception sounded very close, the interceptions, plural. And as I said, extremely, extremely loud, and they're ongoing. So it's tense, the jets flying overhead, and by jets, I mean fighter jets, and as well as drones. So they're all, the sounds, the music around is very much a dance of war.
It's interesting you call it a dance, because previously when Iranian missiles have come in, almost all of them have been downed by Israel's Iron Dome defence system. But you speak to military analysts, and if Iran unleashed all the missiles it has, then that system could well be overwhelmed.
But it's not just the Iron Dome. There are a number of air defence that are deployed. The Iron Dome is one of them. Then, of course, there are the THAAD deployed in the entire region, and another sort of long-range Israeli-owned made system. So you've got a huge amount of air defense, and you've got the deployment. The US had come in early. The Gerald Ford is docked outside on sort of the Mediterranean in northern Israel. So there are, yes, very, very, very serious deployment to try to prevent attacks. But that said, there have been Israelis taken into hospital, wounded, and some of the Iranian missiles have managed to target certain areas. So it's all kept, as you know, under wraps at this stage, but there's certainly some penetration. Yes. The vast majority has been intercepted. Certainly the very loud booms that I hear from where I am sound to me very much like a massive interception. But again, interceptions can be very, very dangerous. And then, of course, whatever the missile that was intercepted has to be dismantled by a special anti-bomb team.
Nomi, we'll discuss
bomb dismantling team. Sorry.
Understood. Look, we'll discuss how you think this is going to play out in a minute. But before we do, it'd be good to just look backwards a little bit, given your background as an international negotiator, and talk about the diplomacy or lack of leading up to this point. I mean, it's only a matter of hours ago that Oman's foreign minister, who was chairing these negotiations in Geneva between the US and Iran, Badr al-Busadi, was making positive noises about progress, planning meetings in Vienna next week.
Correct.
Do you think it's regrettable that that is not happening, that has not succeeded, and perhaps the US, perhaps Israel plan to do this all along?
Yes, I think that Israel and the US agreed on this date all along, and that is what is happening, because progress was made in Geneva on Thursday, and the Omani foreign minister then flew on Friday to meet with J.D. Vance and other US officials, the US vice president and others in Washington. And as you said, technical talks were scheduled in Vienna, the seat of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Commission, for Monday. So usually in negotiations, the framework is decided first on what is going to be discussed at that level that you saw. Arachi, the foreign minister of Iran, and the foreign minister of Oman. And at that high level, the US president deployed his two key envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, his son-in-law. But what you saw, though, is that the US had set the bar extremely, extremely high. It wasn't only the nuclear issue that they wanted to discuss, where very serious progress was made, and that was what the technical team was going to discuss in Vienna Monday onwards. It wasn't just Monday. There were scheduled talks for Monday and Tuesday, and then on Wednesday there was supposed to be a political meeting to follow. So so it's not, and this is exactly what happened last time in June. I mean, they were in the midst of negotiations in Muscat, the capital of Oman, when Israel got the green light from the US to attack Iran, right at the heart, in the middle of negotiations. So you're seeing this again. Am I surprised? Unfortunately, I'm not surprised, because I think this is part of the tactic. There's a surprise element there, although the Iranian regime had said that they have no faith in the way that the US was negotiating. It was very clear to them that the US had set the bar too high, and they basically were set to fail, because the US also requested, that the reason the talks failed is because the US was insisting that ballistic missiles program would be discussed, not just discussed, but eliminated, that the nuclear program would be eliminated, and that Iran will stop all support to all of its long arms, i.e. the proxies, the Houthis and the Hezbollah and the Shia militias in Iraq. So that wasn't going to happen. The US knew that wasn't going to happen. So that's why we are where we are at today.
Nevertheless, Nomi, final question from me. Plenty in the States now, plenty of people who do not support Donald Trump, saying this completely undermines, in fact, tears to shreds his America first ambitions, and are calling it more like Israel first. Is this an Israeli-led operation that America is providing the muscle to?
Well, it's an excellent question. Well, I think that the US president is taking the lead here, that, Israel could not have done this alone, not at this scale. It's very clear that the aim of this operation, inter alia, is regime change. It's not just the elimination of the nuclear program. It's the elimination of the nuclear program, the elimination of the ballistic program, the elimination of the naval forces, and any, air, land and sea, the whole shebang, plus regime change, which is much more complicated. And as you know, Israel has announced that it targeted the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. They say that he's definitely wounded. Some say he's definitely dead, but he's definitely been targeted. There's no doubt about that. And that is very, very big news. And then the question really is, he's not the only one that was targeted. So this morning, yes, the Israelis commenced with the targeting of Iranian officials. The US commenced with the bombing of military sites, and that was obviously very well coordinated. Is Trump leading? Yes. Who is behind it all? Is Netanyahu the one that persuaded him to do so? Yes. The answer is yes.
I'm going to have to interrupt you and say thank you very much indeed for your time, because I'd like to play our viewers some response from Prime Minister Keir Starmer in the past few moments. Here it is.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability, and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people. brutally crushed dissent and sought to destabilise the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies, as Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table. Thank you.
Well, let's cross to Westminster. Our political correspondent Amanda Akas is there for us now. A bit of a tightrope for Keir Starmer to walk, calling the Iranian regime abhorrent, but also keen to say there, Amanda, that Britain played no part in this operation.
Yes, absolutely. I think there are a number of interesting lines within that, of course. So the Prime Minister really focusing on his criticism of Iran, on the indiscriminate attacks carried out on partners of the UK across the region. He said he knew that people would have friends and family members living in the broader Middle Eastern area and would be concerned about that safety. He also talked about the defensive role that UK military forces were carrying out in the region. He said British planes are in the sky, working alongside our allies in terms of defending the region, which is something that we knew that previously that the UK government had said that they had bolstered their defences in the region. We knew that Typhoon jets had been sent to Qatar, for example, in January. We knew that there were new F-35 planes that were sent out there, along with a load of other additional military capabilities, anti-drone capacity, and additional missile defence systems and so on that we've been told have been sent out there. But I think this is the first time we've heard from the Prime Minister saying directly that British planes are in the sky, although he was clear that this is about protecting our allies and our interests and in line with international law, which clearly is his underlying commitment. As part of his criticism of Iran, he also talked about the fact that the Iranian regime has not just murdered many of its own people, but also talked about the direct threat posed by the Iranian regime to the UK. He talked about at least 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. He talked about the direct threat posed to the Jewish community and Iranian dissidents. So he's very much trying to bring it home. And certainly I think the overall message was supportive of the goal, clearly, of getting Iran to end its nuclear ambitions and to come back to the diplomatic negotiating table. And he ended by saying if they do so, that is the route towards de-escalation and a return to the negotiating table. Now, clearly, what is missing there is really any commentary on the US, the actions of the US and Israel. It's very much about the ends and what they would like, the UK government would like Iran to do in response to what has happened, but not a commentary on what the US government has done. Now, that's in the light of quite a growing political debate, really, in the UK about the nature of these strikes. You've got many politicians on the left coming out and saying they are unprovoked, illegal, unjustified, and calling for the Prime Minister really to take a stand to openly oppose the action taken by President Trump and to describe it as illegal. Now, clearly, that's not something that the Prime Minister is going to do, as you said in your introduction there. He's clearly believes the security of the UK rests on this close relationship with the US that he's spent a long time trying to develop over his time in office. On the other hand, you've got those on the right of politics, the Conservatives saying they support these strikes, they stand with the US and Israel, saying the Prime Minister shouldn't stand on the fence, that he should be more overt in his support for the US and Israel about this, and indeed Nigel Farage saying that he should change his position and allow the Americans to use UK military bases, RAF in Gloucestershire and Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands for American forces to have carried out these strikes and indeed to do so in future. Now, clearly, that's something that it seems Donald Trump had previously been putting pressure on the UK to allow. We saw Donald Trump's outburst over the Chagos deal, telling Sir Keir Starmer not to give away Diego Garcia just over a week ago, which seems, it's reported, to have been prompted by the UK government blocking the US from using its bases to mount any of these strikes. Clearly, they didn't need to use them, and we saw last June the same thing happen, the US able to clearly operate its attacks on the nuclear facilities then without using UK bases. And once again, I think Sir Keir Starmer very keen to distance himself from the direct military action, but also I think in this statement taking quite a clear position in terms of Iran and in terms of urging the Iranians back to the negotiating table, and very direct criticism of the Iranian response to these attacks, but steering very clear for diplomatic reasons of any commentary on the American-Israeli activity.
Amanda in Westminster, thank you very much indeed. Joining me now in the studio is our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Michael, good to see you. Listen, as Amanda was just speaking there, reacting to what we heard from Prime Minister Keir Starmer, the Russian UN mission has said the Security Council is due to meet later on today. We know that the Chinese and the Russians were asking for that to happen, obviously permanent members of the Security Council alongside the UK, the US, and I think France is the fifth member, isn't it?
Yep.
What difference will that make, if any?
It'll go through the process of condemning the action. I mean, the Russians and the Chinese will undoubtedly put a very critical resolution to the Council. Yeah. It'll give everyone a chance to make their points. Difficult for the British, because this won't get through. Of course it won't. It'll be vetoed by the United States. It might be vetoed by Britain and France as well. But we'll see. The way Britain and France react will be quite critical, because this issue is going to split the United States from its European allies a bit further. Because already Britain, France and Germany have already issued a joint statement making it clear that they support the idea that Iran should not get a nuclear weapon or nuclear weapons, but they explicitly don't talk about supporting this operation. The only Western country that has said good on you to launch this is Australia. Albanese this morning said, we support this operation. All of the other Europeans have said something less than that.
Yeah.
So they've said they support the ultimate objective of a negotiation away from nuclear weapons for Iran, but not the means. And people like Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish, Prime Minister, he's very distanced from the United States. He's talked about international law. More seriously, Espen Barth Eide, Foreign Minister of Norway, very good man, he has said this is not international law.
Yes.
This is not, and he concentrated his criticism on the Israelis, but that's a way of criticising the United States by proxy. And the Russians, interestingly, Dmitry Medvedev, in one of his more sober moments, he actually had quite a good little joke about an hour ago.
Right.
He said, this is typical. The Americans never negotiate in good faith, but this is a matter of history. He said the United States is 249 years old. Iran is 2,500 years old. So we'll see who's there in 100 years' time. I thought it was quite good for him, really.
Well, let's look at recent history, because the Russians themselves thought their invasion of Ukraine would be done and dusted within a week. Yep. It does make you wonder if the Americans and the Israelis have a better idea of how to conclude their own military operation more quickly than has happened in Ukraine. I guess the question there, Michael, is what is the strategy for them?
Well, this is what's been interesting since, in my case, 6 o'clock this morning, that the United States is going for broke. I mean, we all wondered, and the American critics have said, look, this is a war in search of a strategy.
Right.
The Americans have got a war plan, but they don't know why. And we thought, well, is it about forcing negotiations? Is it about curtailing the ballistic missile program of Iran? Is it about curtailing Iran's ability to operate around the region in a mischievous and difficult way? Is it about the opposition in Iran being given the chance to replace the government? Which of these things would it be about? And Donald Trump answered the question this morning in this astonishing 8-minute video on Truth Social. He said it's about all of them. It's about everything. And so it was clear. He said, this is major combat operations. No, Mr. President, this is a war. What you're trying to do is actually destroy the government of another country. Now, most of us don't like that government, but you're trying to destroy the government of another country. You're not trying to destroy the people, because that would be genocide, but you're trying to destroy the government. That's war. And so that's the answer. The United States has gone to war. And something else, Matt. The date today is the 28th of February, right? The 28th of February last year was the day upon which Donald Trump and J.D. Vance beat up Zelensky in the Oval Office.
That's
Remember
a year
that awful...
ago.
It was the 28th of February. And so last year, the world was kind of shaken by the fact that the United States seems to have changed sides in the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
And this 28th of February, the president has gone to war. The man who seemed to be annoyed that he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize has gone to war.
I wonder if Zelensky would be watching this and wishing he had that kind of military might.
And do you know what
behind
Zelensky has said, or at least what the Ukrainian government has said? They've concentrated on the fact that Iran is a power that is a nuisance to everyone else. They've not talked about American action, but they've lent as far as they dare towards supporting the United States on this, without actually saying we support the invasion of another country.
Will Iran's actions, insofar as sending missiles towards Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Qatar, will that catalyse more support from those countries for the US and Israel? That might be quite a leap for some of those countries, but could that bring them into their tent, if you like?
It might, but I think they'll try to keep themselves separate. And that was really what was in our Prime Minister's statement. He said, we stand ready to protect our interests. And what the British have said, and what the Israelis have said to Lebanon, they said, if you retaliate, if you're involved in Iranian retaliation, we will act. And that's what Keir Starmer was really saying, is that we're ready to act if the Iranians retaliate against our interests, which really means the base in Doha and the base in Akrotiri.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll catalyse support, lining up behind America, but it may well catalyse an anti-Tehran front, as it were, who, reluctantly will feel that they've got no alternative.
So many questions for you. I mean, you've got Democrats in the States saying Congress was not made aware of this. They're claiming that means it's unjustified and unconstitutional, illegal, effectively. But recently we've seen diplomatic engagements between, for example, Narendra Modi and Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. Do you think those people would have been given a heads up that this was a likelihood?
I doubt it directly, because it would leak. But I think that the sense that the United States was moving towards a decisive moment, I think that's been clear. And I think they've been clearing their lines with other powers that we may have to do something. But most people felt, I guess, that what the United States would do would be less than go for broke. And what has been interesting and surprising to all of us, I think, is that at first, the first action that Trump has announced is to go for broke. And where that leaves the United States in 72 hours or not, we don't know. The Iranians are trying to get lucky. I mean, they're not. Whatever they can do, they've got to fire off whatever they've got quite quickly, or they'll lose it. Yeah. Because those sites will be known to the Israeli intelligence, so they'll use whatever they've got quite quickly, and they hope to get lucky by hitting some American facilities, killing some Americans if they can. And Trump has already priced that into his speech. He's, amazingly,
he said we may lose some people.
We may lose people. Yeah. Again, it's an indication we are going to war. He didn't use the word war, but in every other respect, that was a speech about going to war. So it'll either end in a sort of a big version of Venezuela, and everybody said, well, give them respect. They've done it. They've made it. Or it will get very messy indeed by the middle of next week.
Michael, stay there, because there's some breaking news to bring people. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is reported to give a speech within minutes after the US-Israeli strikes on Iran. That's coming to us via the Reuters newswire and attributed to Al-Alam TV. So the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is apparently going to give a speech within the next few minutes. Look, plenty of rumours flying around online, as I'm sure you'd expect, about his whereabouts or his situation. But we may well hear from the Supreme Leader where and when. Well, we can't be exact, but that is a line that is coming out of the Middle East. Michael Clark is still with me. What do you make of that?
Well, we were saying off air, there's been rumours flying around for the last hour and a half.
As you'd expect, right?
Of course,
you'd expect these kind of rumours.
Ali Khamenei, they've got it. They've got Shamkhani. I mean, they've killed Ali Shamkhani, who's effectively the defence minister. He was the chief of the Supreme Defence Council. Now, he is confirmed dead, and that's a big name. And so about half an hour after that was confirmed, rumours about the Supreme Leader being killed have been circulating around several sources. The way to scotch those rumours is put him on television. Yeah. And to make sure that what we see is today and not something done a week ago. Quite. For exactly this eventuality. Because if he has been killed, the Iranians will try and cover that up for as long as they possibly can. Yeah. So this statement, as and when it comes, will be very interesting. I mean, what he should do is hold up a newspaper or something, do something as in an American cop film, show some indication this must be live and today, whatever. But the best way to disprove the rumours, put him on television.
However, if he does that, he's effectively putting his head above the parapet, isn't he?
Yeah,
and that's a risk for them.
His compound, I mean, his home compound has been destroyed. There's plenty of Air 11s of that. But, I mean, he'd be a very foolish man if he was there last night. I mean, he moves around a lot. And the fact is the Israelis have gone after lots of these areas, these compounds within particular part of Tehran. But, I mean, all of the Iranian leaders are not so foolish as to sleep at home at times like this. They all move around. And so, I mean, Israeli intelligence is very good, but you can't guarantee to get everybody. And when you look at the pattern of Israeli strikes earlier this morning that were in residential areas of Tehran, the first thing I thought is that they're going after people. They're going after individuals. And that's maybe dictates the timing of this. The timing has always been very curious about this. It's very late in the day to be launching these attacks. Yeah. I think the Israelis probably had people lined up with intelligence and they said, look, there's half a dozen of them we can locate. We can get them now. And they said to the Americans, can we do it? And the Americans probably said, OK, that's not ideal. Go for it.
Michael, thank you. It is 3 o'clock. You're watching Sky News with continuing coverage of the strikes on Iran. It had been predicted for weeks, but it is now underway. A massive assault carried out by the US and by Israel. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, with the belief in Israel, at least, that senior Iranian officials have now been killed. Civilian targets have been hit as well, with reports of more than 40 people killed at a school in southern Iran. Iran has responded with missile strikes and explosions across the Middle East, including in Bahrain, Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's supreme leader's offices around 6 o'clock this morning UK time. Since then, there have been strikes across Iran, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in the west of the country are continuing. This was the scene at the US naval base in Al Jafer in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the United Arab Emirates says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles. And Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there as well. A number of major airlines have cancelled flights to the region, some turning around in mid-air amid the threat of widening conflict. Air raid sirens have been sounding across Israel. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons, who is in Jerusalem this morning.
It's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just, well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem. And there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming a major combat operation, he said, was underway. He urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government, but stopped short of saying the aim was regime change, but left little doubt that is his goal. Have a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
We've also heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran will continue for as long as is necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
We can show you a picture now of a satellite image taken earlier on, which shows black smoke and extensive damage to the compound of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. As you'd expect at times like this, plenty of rumours flying around online as to his well-being and whereabouts. But in the past few moments, we learned via Al-Alam TV, which is Iranian state-owned outlet, they're saying that the Supreme Leader is going to give a speech within minutes. So we await to see if that will happen. Let's bring in Sky Security and Defence Editor Deborah Haynes right now, though. This was signalled for quite a while because of the build-up, Debs, of plenty of military assets of the US in the region. That said, the people involved in those talks in Geneva thought they were progressing positively. So that all looks now perhaps like a bit of a smokescreen on the part of the US itself.
It does, and it's interesting to see the British, French and German positions on this. They are all absolutely condemnatory of the Iranian regime and united in that expressed intent from Donald Trump that Iran should not have nuclear weapons. However, they all clearly favour diplomacy to resolving this crisis and are not expressly supporting the US military action, which is so different to previous large-scale interventions. You'll remember the run-up to the US invasion of Iraq. There was months of effort by George Bush and his government and Tony Blair, who was obviously then working alongside the Americans as part of that invading force, to try to convince the international community of the legitimacy of this military action. And obviously, then it was a disaster. This time around, Donald Trump has just avoided the whole of any sense of trying to get international support for this military action. And for his allies, they will be looking on with concern because it does set a dangerous precedent when it comes to the use of force. There has been overwhelming condemnation of Vladimir Putin, for example, for his full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And while no one is drawing comparisons between those two events, clearly there is nervousness about the decision to take military action now, especially given diplomacy was still playing out.
Deborah, thank you very much indeed. Here with me in the studio is our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Let's just pick up on some of what Deborah was saying there in terms of where's the strategy here? What is the thinking on behalf of the US and Israel as well, of course?
I think the strategy is that this is a great opportunity. I mean, people have been saying to Donald Trump for some time now, Iran has never been weaker for all the reasons that we've talked about over the last 12 months. And that, you know, Mr. President, if you don't take advantage of this, history won't forgive you. This is your moment to bring down a regime that has been anti-American since 1979. And President Trump said in his 8-minute video, he said every Friday they chant death to America, which they do. Mm-hmm. And so that, you know, what he's been being told is that don't miss this opportunity. We can remake the Middle East. Now, of course, he's been hearing that from Israel, because the Israelis, having absorbed the shock of the atrocity of the 7th of October, 2023, which is a long time ago now, the Israelis have absorbed the shock. They've come back and taken on all of their enemies one at a time, and then simultaneously, the Houthis in Yemen, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Iranians, directly last year in the 12-day war in June. This, in Israeli thinking, and the Israelis seem to be united on this. I mean, Lapid, the opposition leader, was saying so earlier on.
He called it a just war, didn't he?
Just war, exactly. This is their moment to remake the Middle East. And their view is that, look, a lot of the Gulf Arab states, they condemn all these things, but privately they say to us, get on with it, do it. This time, I'm not sure that's true. It was always the case before that when Israel hit out at Iran, the Arab states either stayed quiet or issued some condemnation, but they didn't mean it. That's what Israelis always felt. This time, I think the Arab states are genuinely nervous, that they quite like the idea of an Iran which is enfeebled, but they don't like the idea of an Iran which collapses, because that will create enormous instability, or could do, throughout the region. So we're on the cusp here of an Israeli-American attempt to remake the geography, the political geography of the Middle East. And a lot of people in the Middle East are worried about how disruptive and how vicious that might turn out to be.
So it's more than regime change. It's trying to change the geopolitical landscape of the wider region here.
For sure. For sure, because the view in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, and increasingly now the view in Washington, in the Trump administration, is that the problem that they have is Tehran. You know, they can get on with Riyadh, they can get on with Saudi Arabia, they get on very well with the Gulf states, they can help remake Syria under its new government. They can deal with Lebanon and Gaza and Yemen. These are not strategically important. These places are just nuisances in a strategic sense. That if you have a powerful Israel, a powerful Saudi Arabia, good economic relations with the Gulf, and in Iran under some sort of new management, preferably a new version of the Shah, but we'll see about that. But any sort of new management would then create a more westernized, stable Middle East. And who's to say they're wrong? I mean, in 10 years' time, the Middle East might look very different. But there certainly, if that's the case, will be great winners and losers. And the most obvious losers, as always, will be the Palestinians.
Well, the Shah's own son, Pahlavi, has been in the US since he was, I think, 17.
He was, and he keeps calling on the opposition to come out on the streets. Interesting, I haven't heard him say anything in the last 12 hours. I'm waiting to hear what he says, because if he calls the opposition out onto the streets in the middle of this, most of the opposition will get shot. I mean, if the IRGC are out there on the streets and the Bajis are there, the militia who operate all over the place, if they see people, you know, in groups demonstrating or approaching government buildings, they'll say, this is all part of the American war against us. They'll shoot them. And so the idea that President Trump has seemed to have articulated that this is the moment for the opposition to come out on the streets, well, would you? I mean, it's a very, very dangerous thing to do. The population will probably, I'm sure, keep their heads down to see what happens. And, you know, we won't be able to move to that part of President Trump's rather muddled thinking about this for at least a week or two.
Well, plenty of them will have seen tens of thousands of people killed in recent weeks when there was an uprising, so they'll be fresh.
To some say 30,000.
Yes, it'll be fresh in their memories. Michael, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. We're going to bring in now Professor Fawaz Gerges, who is the author of ISIS, A History, and the chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at the London School of Economics. Fawaz, always good to see you. the obvious starting question for you is, what happens next?
No one knows what's is going to happen next. All of us talking heads don't know what's going to happen next. Neither President Trump nor Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu know what's going to happen best. This is really the beginning of a very difficult and dangerous and complex conflict in the Middle East. We know this is cliché. It's easy to start a war, but it's very difficult to know the end result of this particular war. Myself, as a historian of the modern Middle East, I have seen this show many times. I have seen the show in 1953, when the United States toppled the Iranian Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. I have seen this show in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya. Do I really believe that American air power and Israeli air power could basically bring about regime change in Tehran? It's delusional. It's wishful thinking. The reality is, by climbing the tree very hard, President Trump has made it very clear now, his overarching aim is not to destroy just the Iranian nuclear program or its ballistic missiles, is to bring about a regime change in Tehran. At the end of the conflict, whether it's few weeks or few months, the Iranian regime is going to say, we have won because we are still here. We are deeply entrenched, and the Iranian people rally around the flag. This is my take on it, even though I could be wrong, because no one knows what's going to happen as the conflict escalates in the next few hours and next few days.
It is really interesting, that list of examples you made, Afghanistan in particular. That was regime change, effectively trying to get rid of the Taliban. And where are we now? They're back in and they're fighting with Pakistan, fairly unpredictable stuff. In which case, where do you think and this is a question I asked Michael just previously, what do you think the strategic aims are here for both Israel and US? You would hope, as an outsider looking in, they have a fairly firm idea of how they would like it to play out in the coming hours and days.
Well, I mean, I think you're talking about Prime Minister Starmer.
I'm talking about the US and Israel primarily. We'll get on to the UK in a second, but yeah, in terms of the upcoming tactics and the overall strategy, you would imagine they have a good sense of where they want it to go.
They really don't. I mean, that's why most of the governments in the Middle East, including Iran's traditional rivals, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, all of them pleaded with President Trump not to go to war. Israel was the only state, is the only state that basically was coordinating with the United States to attack Iran, because the idea is Iran now faces an existential crisis. It's between a rock, basically, opposition at home, and a harder place. It's weakened by the 12 days war last June. So Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu seems to have convinced President Trump, this is it. Iran is vulnerable, Iran is weak, Iran on its knees, let's deliver the fatal blow. But Iran's regional neighbors know very well, any prolonged war in the region will affect their security, their stability, their energy supplies, their decision to focus, diversify their economies, even though they don't care for Iran. But the reality is now, I mean, look what's happening. Iran now is targeting most of its neighbors, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, and of course, Iran masters the art of making enemies, because Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain and Kuwait, they're all now blaming Iran for their attacks on their sovereignty. Again, it's very early to say what could happen, but my take on it, Iran is not Iraq in 2003. Iran is a nation of 90 million people. Iran is a civilization. If history is a lesson, the Iranian moment, the external threat rally around the flag. And there's a sizable, significant segment of the Iranian population still supports the Islamic Republic, even though millions of Iranians would like to disappear the repressive regime. All in all, I think my take on it is that if this war really escalates into a region-wide war, as seems to be the case, this really could have major implication on regional stability in the next few months and next few years to come.
Ramifications for regional stability mean ramifications really for all of us, don't they? We've got Russia and China convening a meeting of the UN Security, wanting to convene a meeting of the UN Security Council later on today. There are ramifications for everybody. I mean, you mentioned Keir Starmer. He was keen to say Britain has not been involved at all in this military operation, but simultaneously saying the regime in Iran is dangerous and abhorrent. There are ramifications, and let's not forget the economic possibilities here with the Strait of Hormuz and so much oil and gas passing through there. The effects are going to be wide-ranging of this.
Well, look, if you ask me what will China and Russia do, I would say nothing. Russia and China will not lift a finger to provide Iran with any material support that could really make a difference in this war. In fact, if I were in China today, if I were a Chinese leader, I would say, let them go. Let the Americans basically entangle themselves in another Middle Eastern war. And all the surveys that we have seen in the past 1 year since President Trump basically entered the White House is that China is the main beneficiary. Why would China basically entangle itself in a geopolitical conflict? There are no winners in this conflict. There will be no winners. And the major losers in this particular conflict, I fear, are the Iranian people. At the end of the day, thousands of Iranians will be killed. I don't know whether I could read the situation very clearly at this particular stage. I find it very difficult for American and Israeli air power to dislodge the Islamic Republic, a regime that's deeply embedded with a solid ideology and stamina and willingness to fight to the death. So that's why this particular war, the strategy of Iran, as I understand it, is to prolong the war. The strategy of Iran is to really have resilience, is to survive this war and the aftershocks of the war in order to say at the end of the day, well, look, even the most powerful nation in the world, the United States and Israel, could not really destroy the Islamic Republic. And this is how it will be played by Iran, inside Iran and the region as well.
The Israelis, though, would say they would probably be pretty confident in their intelligence, wouldn't they? Their intelligence coming from within inside Iran as to the level of strength or weakness of the regime in the IRGC.
Well, look, I mean, the Americans know, the American military and intelligence communities know very well that they are in the dark, that even though they have some intelligence about certain assets, I have no doubts in my mind that the United States and Israel will destroy the strategic and security infrastructure in Iran. Iran is vulnerable. Iran's skies are open. That's not the question. The question is now, will the air power used by the United States and Israel dislodge the Iranian regime? And also, I think we need to take into account, and I know your viewers need to know this, I mean, who authorized President Trump to carry out this particular attack?
Yes.
Have the American people authorized this attack? Have the Security Council authorized this attack? And at the end of the day, what we are seeing really is that the shattering of international institutions and that naked power is the currency, the dominant currency of politics and diplomacy, and this will come to haunt all of us, because if the United States could do it, China could do it too in Taiwan, and Russia could do it in other places as well, because we are back to the jungle. I don't care for the Iranian regime, I really don't. But the reality is this is an illegal, illegitimate, a war of choice, President Trump's war.
Well, Fawaz, I was going to pick you up on that point. And given that you are in Los Angeles and it's coming up to midnight there, of course. I beg your pardon, it's not midnight, it's later than that, of course. plenty of America is waking up to this, and plenty of detractors of Donald Trump are saying exactly that. There was no congressional agreement on this. They're saying this flies in the face of his America First approach and means it's more likely Israel first. Is that what you think?
Yes, I mean, just to give you an idea, and I am in the United States now, and I was in the thick of the debate in 2003. President George W. Bush, regardless, he went to the American people and told the American people why he wanted to attack Iraq, even though his rationale was based on falsehood. We know now. President Trump has not even told the American people why he decided to attack Iran now. Is Iran an immediate threat now? The New York Times had a piece 2 days ago, and it was on the front page, and it said the 3 major reasons that President Trump has laid out to attack Iran are either false or not proven. Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. Iran does not have the materials to build a nuclear weapon now, and Iran's ballistic missiles can never reach either London or Washington. And the reality is, again, at the end of the day, even the chief of staffs of the United States, General Kane, cautioned the president against war against Iran because no one knows the consequences, the midterm and the long-term consequences. Again, back to the cliche. It's easy to start a war, but it's very difficult to end the war on your own terms. And that's what President Trump, sadly and tragically, will discover in the next few weeks and next few months.
Yeah, and further ahead domestically, we may see the results in the midterms themselves, of course. Fawaz Jurjis, really appreciate you joining us from Los Angeles early in the morning there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keir Starmer spoke earlier from Downing Street about the US attack on Iran. Here's what he said.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies, as Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table.
Our political correspondent, Amanda Raycas, is in Westminster. What do you make of that from Keir Starmer, Amanda?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that are interesting in terms of moving our understanding of the UK situation is forward, in that we already knew that UK forces weren't involved in the attacks and US weren't given permission, it seems, to use UK military bases as part of their operation. But the Prime Minister there explaining that British planes are currently in the sky at the moment as part of a coordinated defensive military operation to defend our people, our interests and our allies within the broader region. Now, we do know that in January, the UK sent some Typhoon jets to Qatar to help bolster defensive capabilities of the UK in the region. And we know that F-35 jets from Cyprus can also operate as part of the UK capacity there. We don't have any more detail yet as to exactly what involvement that is, but I think it's interesting as well, the Prime Minister stressing his commitment to international law on that front. Now, more broadly, there was no either overt support or overt criticism of the US-Israeli action. The Prime Minister is clearly trying to tread a very careful diplomatic line. There are many within his party and to the left of British politics who have been calling for him to come out and condemn the US-Israeli military action, describing it as illegal, unprovoked, unjustified. Clearly, there is real concern within the Labour Party after what happened with Iraq for any kind of military involvement in the Middle East of this kind of nature. And Sir Keir Starmer has clearly lived those concerns, but he obviously hasn't come out and been critical of the UK's closest ally, America. Certainly, he's also quite keen to express his support, not for the means perhaps, but for the ends. He talked a lot about the threat posed by Iran. He criticised the indiscriminate response to the attacks from the Iranians, but also he described the regime as abhorrent, and he was quite outspoken about the direct threat posed to the UK by the regime's operations, particularly threats to the Jewish community and dissidents here in the UK, and talked about 20 possibly fatal attacks which they've been behind on UK soil. He also went on to say what we want to see is them giving up their weapons capabilities and stopping repressing their own people, which is the justification really for this military action, saying he wants to see them come back to the negotiating table. Now, within that, there is also no acknowledgement that they were at the negotiating table before this action was taken against them. And I think this approach is very classic Starmer, cautious middle ground, which I think there are those on the left, clearly, as discussed, who will be frustrated by this, but also on the right, you've got the Conservatives saying the UK should be coming out in support of the US over this, saying it's completely justified. And you've got Nigel Farage and Reform UK saying the UK should have been opening up its military bases to help the US to take this action. But clearly, for Sir Keir Starmer, it is a bit of a tightrope act because he knows that he needs to keep Donald Trump on side. He's invested huge amounts of political time and energy to try and develop a close relationship with the Trump White House. But at the same time, it seems, it's reported at least, the reason that he didn't want to see those UK bases used previously is because of concerns over international law. So at the moment, this is quite a holding position, I would say, from the UK government.
Thank you very much indeed, Amanda. Well, President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of the morning, confirming, in his words, a major combat operation was underway. He urged Iranian people to rise up against their government, but he stopped short of saying the aim is regime change. Left little doubt, though, that is his goal. Let's take a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
Let's bring in now Alan Eyre, a distinguished diplomatic fellow at the Middle East Institute and former senior US diplomat. Good afternoon to you. Does what Donald Trump says he wants to happen, is that likely to happen?
No, it's not. Certainly the United States can inflict massive military damage. It can take out some of Iran's leadership. But, well, let me revise that. He can so decimate the Iranian infrastructure and the ruling institutions that the Iranian people can then try something. But the odds of this ending up with a new and more user-friendly Iranian government is very slim.
And the Israelis are saying that prior to this, Iran was presenting an existential threat. Was that the case?
Well, certainly contrary to what President Trump said, there was no imminent threat to the United States. So the proximate cause of the U.S. attack on Iran doesn't make sense. Israel has, in fact, seen Iran as an existential threat. Iran has threatened to wipe out Israel. But again, it's the weakest it's ever been, Iran. All three pillars of its strategic deterrence are gone. So as a practical matter, Iran posed no real threat to Israel, but Israel sees this as a good time to get rid of this regime.
Alan, stay there for a second, because we've had some picturing from the Fairmont Hotel that's in Dubai, and I want to show our viewers that. Let's have a look. Well, as you can see, a huge explosion in Dubai. Let's bring Alan Eyre back in, because, Alan, this does rather show that this is not action that is confined to Iran or Israel, the wider region, and parts of the wider region that people would have considered very safe previously, like Dubai, like the wider United Arab Emirates, like Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. They're now involved in this.
Well, we knew this was going to happen. Iran, as I said, felt it had been missing strategic deterrence. So it said if in fact the United States attacked, it would respond aggressively against U.S. allies in the region, against U.S. forces in the region, and against Israel. And many of these countries, to include the UAE, have U.S. military bases, there are U.S. military assets there. So this is expected.
We saw, of course, in recent weeks, when there were protests on the streets of cities across Iran, how the regime crushed those, killing tens of thousands of people, we believe. How afraid are you for the wider population of Iran and the risks that are posed to them now?
Well, the probable outcome in almost every scenario for the Iranian people is bad. It's increasing immiseration. It's a state that is less and less able or willing to provide essential goods and services. President Trump started this, I think, hoping that there would be a collapse of this regime and somehow miraculously a new regime taking its place that will benefit the Iranian people. I don't see that happening. So I think the downside of this military action for the Iranian people and for the region is quite high.
Let's finish off with a more domestic focus for the US. A lot of criticism from certain quarters of Donald Trump for going ahead and doing this without congressional approval. We've seen, haven't we, in recent weeks, the Supreme Court overturning some of what Donald Trump wants to do in terms of tariffs. The fact that he's done this, could there be ramifications for him in his presidency?
Well, you're quite right, Matt. This is both illegal by U.S. law and also by international law. He didn't seek congressional authorization, nor did he try to get any sort of consensus at the UN amongst our allies. There are midterms coming up. His popularity is at record lows. The economic news is both good and bad. So yes, and the majority of American people, according to polls, are not in favor of the war that he just started. So yes, this could have significant adverse political, domestic repercussions for President Trump, unless it ends quickly and ends well, which I don't think is likely.
Yeah, let me just pick up on that final point. A lot of Republicans, a lot of MAGA supporters believed in and voted for him because of putting America first. But any observer would look at this and wonder if it is putting America first or someone else.
Well, not just America first, Matt. One of his reasons for running was to get America out of what he called forever wars and to avoid new wars that he said other presidents started. But actually, it turns out that President Trump has been far more militaristic than previous presidents. He's gotten away with it so far, but it's a very open question as to whether he'll get away with it now. So yeah, this is not going to result in America being stronger or being safer.
Alan Eyre, really appreciate your time this afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Sky News.
Thank you, Matt.
The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to an American network. Let's hear what he has been saying.
Minister Araghchi, we appreciate your making time to speak to us right now. We have a series of questions. We know that you are one of the few in that country who have the access to communicate outside of a country where there is a large blackout of communications at this time. First and foremost, our question to you, sir, is can you give us a better understanding of the situation on the ground there, the impacts that have taken place? And separately, can you confirm to us that the Ayatollah and the president are both still alive?
Well, thank you for having me. Well, the situation on the ground is quite, I cannot say normal, but the life is going on. Everything is under control. I think Americans and Israelis have failed to, access to hit their targets, and now everything is under control. And we almost in less than 2 hours we were able to start retaliation by attacking, American bases and some targets in Israel by our missiles. Almost all officials are safe and sound and alive. We may have lost 1 or 2 commanders, but that is not a big problem. We are actually managing it. We are handling the situation. And I was in contact with, my colleagues in the Persian Gulf, and I explained for them that, we have no intention to attack them, but we are actually attacking the American bases in the act of self-defense. We cannot just sit and watch they are attacking us and we don't, respond simply because their bases are in a friendly neighbor country. So I explained for them, and I hope that they understand this situation. Another point I have to mention is, I don't know why the U.S. administration insists to start a negotiation and then in the middle of negotiation attack, the other party. Today happened exactly what last June happened. We were in the middle of negotiations, and and it was interesting that this time we made a big progress. 2 days ago, on Thursday, we had a very good meeting in Geneva, together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and we were able to address serious questions related to Iran's nuclear program. We obviously have differences, but we resolved some of those differences, and we decided to continue in order to resolve the rest of questions. And we actually instructed the technical team to go to Vienna and have a meeting with the IAEA. In order to find technical solution for the problems we are facing in the negotiation. And everybody was happy at the end of those negotiations. As you saw, His Excellency Badr al-Busaidi, the Foreign Minister of Oman, who is mediating between us, he concluded by posting a tweet saying that today we made significant progress. And before he posted his tweet, he consulted with both delegations and both were happy. So I don't know why, while we were progressing in our talks and we had made good, achievement, and a deal was at our reach, why they decided to attack us. Perhaps, it was others who dragged the United States for their own benefits into this, conflict. It's really pity. It's very unfortunate. And yes.
Mr. Arachi, I appreciate your comments there, and we do have a series of other questions I want to ask you. But just for clarity for our audience right now, can you confirm with specificity that the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is alive, and separately that the Iranian president is alive right now following these American and Israeli strikes?
As far as I know, yes, they are alive. And the head of judiciary as well, the head of the Speaker of Parliament as well, all high-ranking officials are alive. And the Secretary of the National Security Council. So everybody is now in its position, and we are handling this situation, and everything is fine.
Sir, do you believe that you were targeted as part of these strikes?
You mean me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. They have targeted everybody. Just now I saw the footages of their attack to a girl school in the city of Minab, in the southern part of Iran. So 57 girls were killed by their strike. So when they strike a school, so they can also, hit others easily. This attack was unprovoked, illegal, and absolutely illegitimate, and against the international law, and should be condemned. That is obvious.
You said that Iran is prepared to take self-defense towards these actions. What would that entail?
Well, we are facing an act of aggression. And obviously, we have every right to defend ourselves. So what we are doing is act of self-defense, which is absolutely legal and legitimate. So, and we think that we are fully prepared for that, even more prepared than previous time, the 12-day war. And I believe we managed this. We know very well how to defend ourselves. We learned lots of lessons from the previous war, and we will certainly teach the aggressors a lesson they deserve.
Mr. Araghchi, if I may ask you very quickly right now, we know that Iran, via the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard, via its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi rebels in Yemen, has carried out attacks on Americans, on others throughout that region. Iran insists that its nuclear program has never been with the desire to create nuclear weapons. But my question to you is, sir, why should the United States and why should the rest of the world trust Iran when it says its efforts to create a nuclear program are only for civilian use and not to continue to carry out harm against Western and American interests?
Well, first of all, we don't have proxies. There are certain groups who are fighting for a just cause, and we support them.
So that would make them a proxy, correct, sir?
Yeah. But they are not receiving orders from us. They are independent groups, but we support them, and we support them in their fight for the right of self-determination or to free their land from occupation, whatever. But for the time being, we don't need anybody for our defense. We are capable enough to defend ourselves, and we will do that, and we don't need the help of anybody. On our nuclear program, I think there are every reason that Iran does not want nuclear weapon. And the whole world has tested us when in 2015, we signed a deal and we announced very clearly that Iran would never seek, develop or acquire nuclear weapons. And that was a permanent commitment in 2015 deal. I know that President Trump doesn't like that deal, but at least we proved our goodwill, and we proved that we are not seeking nuclear weapons. And it was not Iran who withdrew from that deal, it was the US. And still in 2025, when the US offered us negotiation to find a solution for Iran's nuclear program, again, we accepted. We entered into negotiation in good faith. At least 3 times we came to a good conclusion, but my interlocutor in the other side couldn't sell it in Washington. Then they suddenly attacked us. Again, this time, we entered into negotiation with the help of our Omani friends and others. Everybody supported those negotiations. And, we made significant progress this time, and then they attacked us. So it is us who have, negative, bitter experiences from talking to the United States. We have never wanted nuclear weapon. There is both religious, convictions by us, the verdict by the Supreme Leader, who considered all these weapons as inhumane and, against the Islamic teachings. At the same time, they have no place in our security doctrine, and I can explain. But I would like to reaffirm once again that we have proved our goodwill. We negotiated with E3 and then E3 plus 3 or P5 plus 1, and we concluded a deal. The whole world celebrated, and we remain committed to that deal in 2015. But it was the US who withdrew, not us. And again, the experiences of last year and this year. So I think...
That is Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi speaking to our colleagues at NBC News. Interesting lines he said, some of which you would expect, saying the Americans and Israelis have failed. They don't know why they insisted on negotiating and then attacking, he said, and also said that they would teach the aggressors a lesson they deserve. In the meantime, we've been hearing more coming out of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Emergency response teams there have been responding to an incident in a building in the Palm Jumeirah area. Let's bring in our colleague Sally Lockwood, who is in Dubai as well. Sally, what are you hearing?
Hello to you, Matt. Yes, certainly a very unnerving last hour here in Dubai. Images and videos began circulating around an hour ago showing a luxury hotel on the Palm in Dubai on fire with a huge plume of smoke coming out of it. I've been sent those videos from various angles, including the video I think you're showing now of the apparent strike. Now, what's not clear is whether this was a missile strike on the hotel or whether it was shot down by air defences and then landed on the hotel. We actually don't know any detail. All we have so far are those images and confirmation now from the Dubai Media Office that emergency response teams have responded to an incident in a building in Palm Jumeirah area, and they've confirmed that 4 individuals were injured in this incident. Now, it's absolutely extraordinary scenes, as you can see. The Palm area of Dubai is a luxury spot for people to live, to go on holiday. It's full of beachfront properties and luxury hotels. The idea that a 5-star hotel, the Fairmont Hotel, we understand, on the Palm, has been hit by an apparent Iranian missile is absolutely extraordinary. And as I say, we don't know the circumstances behind this strike. We don't know whether it was air defences that shot it out of the sky, and that was the result, that it landed there. My hunch would be that that is what happened, because the air defences here are extremely strong. We've had around 5 waves of missiles fired at the UAE by Iran today. Some have been flying over my house. I've seen them in the sky. I've certainly been hearing bangs and even feeling some of them. It has been a surreal day and very hard to describe the mood here. It's definitely one of tension, anxiety, and a sense that people don't really know what tomorrow looks like. The UAE is home to around 240,000 British citizens. Many people come here on holiday. One of the big draws isn't just the sunshine, it's also the sense of safety. And it really does feel like that has been shattered today. And of course, it's not just the UAE that has been attacked by Iran. Other Gulf states, Qatar, Saudi, Kuwait. We've been hearing that Bahrain as well was hit. US naval facilities there have apparently been hit. We're still awaiting confirmation on that and the extent of the damage, but it is absolutely extraordinary. Of course, we knew that Iran would retaliate. We just weren't clear on what that retaliation would look like and the extent of it, but we are now beginning to get an idea. And I'm also hearing reports from the national newspaper here in the UAE that the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very narrow waterway between the UAE and Oman and Iran to the north, at its most narrow point, it's just 21 miles wide, and it's a choke point for much of the world's oil. Around a fifth of the world's oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz, and that waterway is controlled by Iran. And the national newspaper is reporting that certain vessels have been instructed not to proceed through the Strait of Hormuz today, and that source is a regional shipping executive. There will be a lot of concern about that. The economic implications of that could be felt very far and wide, and certainly that is something that Iran has threatened many times in the past, and we can definitely expect that Iran will attempt to either close the Strait of Hormuz or severely disrupt it. But for now, what we're really focused on here is security. These missiles have been flying overhead. I would say the most recent one, the most recent series of bangs that I've heard was about an hour ago. So we're just tensely waiting to see what happens for the rest of the evening.
Sally, thank you, and do stay safe, of course. It is 4 o'clock. You're watching Sky News with continuing coverage of the strikes on Iran. It's been predicted for weeks, but it is now underway. A massive assault carried out by the US and Israel. They've hit military and defensive targets across the country, with the belief in Israel, at least, that senior Iranian officials have been killed. Civilian targets have been hit as well, with reports of more than 40 people killed at a school in southern Iran. Iran has responded with missile strikes and explosions across the Middle East, as we've just been hearing, including in Bahrain, Qatar and Abu Dhabi. The strikes began with an attack near Iran's supreme leader's offices around 6 in the morning UK time. Since then, there have been strikes across the country, with the Israeli military saying its operations against military targets in western Iran are continuing. This was the scene at the US naval base in Al Jafar in Bahrain, one of the locations targeted in retaliatory strikes. Elsewhere, the United Arab Emirates says one person has been killed in Abu Dhabi after it intercepted several Iranian missiles. Qatar has closed its airspace after explosions were reported there. A number of major airlines, too, have cancelled flights to the region, some turning around in mid-air with the threat of a widening conflict. As you could hear there, air raid sirens are sounding across Israel. This was the scene as we spoke to Adam Parsons in Jerusalem this morning.
That's a very, very loud intercept there. That doesn't feel as if that one is too far away. These are some of the loudest booms and interceptions that we've heard so far this morning. And Israel is a tense country right now. In fact, I'm looking there. There is a plume of smoke that is just rising from a scene just... Well, that is not far away from us at all. The smoke that you can see rising there, we don't know what has caused that, but that is a venue down there which is used as a concert venue over the course of summer here in the heart of Jerusalem, and there is now smoke pouring out from that. That is just in the shadow of the old city of Jerusalem. That is extraordinarily near to some of the holiest sites in Christianity and Islam. We'll find out what has happened there, but that is smoke pouring out from there.
That's Adam Parsons in Jerusalem for us. President Trump addressed the American people in the early hours of this morning, confirming a major combat operation, he said, was underway. He urged the Iranian people to rise up against their government, but stopped short of saying the aim is regime change. He left little doubt, though, that that is his goal. Have a listen.
The United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. The United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. The Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. Lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
We've also heard from Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who said the attack on Iran will continue for as long as is necessary.
A short while ago, Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic missile sites that threaten both Israel and US forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, their representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Therefore, we have now launched Operation Lion's Roar, an action that is much more powerful than Operation Rising Lions, which was very powerful. We are doing this in full cooperation with our friends in the United States under the brave leadership of President Trump. Together with the United States, we will strike hard at the terror regime and create conditions that will allow the brave Iranian people to rid themselves of this murderous regime. Whoever lays down their weapon, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Balochs, Abkhazians, and all other citizens of this wonderful nation. This is your opportunity to establish a new and free Iran. Take your destiny into your own hands.
It's going to bring you some views of the skies over Tel Aviv, I think. You may well see, there you go. You'd imagine that as defences reacting to missiles entering Israeli airspace. Clearly 3 hours ahead of us there, I believe, so it's dark evening over Tel Aviv, but still missiles entering Israeli airspace, obviously you'd assume from Iran. This has happened before. There you go, a wider shot, so you get a sense of the scale there. Live pictures here of Tel Aviv in Israel as it just gets into evening time there. And we're seeing missiles coming in. And these are the latest pictures we have. And there you go, you can just see what's going on in the skies above Tel Aviv. We know air raid sirens have been heard across Israel throughout the day. Our colleague Adam Parsons in Jerusalem experiencing that as he was reporting what was going on there. But as you can see in the skies above Israel, just what is going on at the moment. So explosions in the skies above Israel, which have been happening for the past few hours as Iran responds to the attack on it by both Israeli and US forces. As I said before, plenty of people taken to shelters in Israel as a result, air raid sirens being sounded, and Israel's defences, not least the Iron Dome, being put into action once more. Let's head to the US now and speak to our correspondent there, David Blevins. And we'll keep showing you these pictures as we discuss what's going on. David, just interested to know what more reaction there's been in the US to what has happened overnight their time.
Well, to some extent, the Democratic Party reaction is predictable, Matt. We've heard from the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer. He says President Trump has not given Congress critical details about the scope of the threat he claims is posed by Iran. He goes on to say, unfortunately, President Trump's pitiful cycles of lashing out and risking wider conflict are not a viable strategy. But we're not hearing that sort of language from the Democrats alone. The Republican House Representative Thomas Massey has described this as an act of war that was unauthorized by Congress, because there hasn't even been a debate on Capitol Hill, never mind a vote authorizing the president to engage in this kind of conflict with Iran. That is going to cause real concern. Now, it's interesting that the Iranians will be very conscious about the fact that this is midterm election year in the United States. You will remember that the MAGA base who support Donald Trump, they did so during the election campaign because he stood on a platform of America first. He said US interests would always take priority, and he was scathing about American involvement in foreign wars without any real reward for that, as he put it during the election campaign. And one of his former very close allies, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you will remember, parted company with him over this. Well, since the strike on Iran overnight, she has suggested that America first has become America last. She's goading him with his own campaign statement. And she's not alone in doing that, because Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, said this: Trump has turned America first into Israel first, which always means America last. So that, I suppose, is an illustration of the challenge that Donald Trump is facing, both at home and abroad, in relation to his decision to go to war with Iran.
David, thank you very much indeed. We're going to head to Jerusalem next and speak to our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons, who is there. Adam, we've just been seeing images of the skies over Tel Aviv and explosions there. I'd expect you've been experiencing similar where you are in Jerusalem.
Yeah, it's a sort of curious experience being in a city like at a time like this. You tend to sort of undulate over a course of a day. There are periods when you have a lot of thumps and explosions and interceptions, others where it's much more peaceful. And at the moment, those changes are happening quite regularly. We have seen interceptions up in that sky. We've seen fighter jets going across Jerusalem. We've seen larger warplanes going across here too. Not so long ago, we saw some debris falling out of the sky. And from a distance, what it looks like is almost like a small meteor or something, just plummeting, a meteorite falling down, glowing orange, coming down to the sky. Some much larger interception falling over in that direction, which is sort of towards the west of where I am. Now I'm falling with a lot of smoke coming up from it. That actually will have fallen beyond the wall, so that would have been into the Palestinian West Bank earlier. Over there, similarly, debris. This is debris from interception. So this is David sling arrows through interception missiles that are going up, intercepting the Iranian ballistic missiles way up, almost in some cases on the edge of space. And then as the debris falls down, it can burn as it comes through the atmosphere, and then it lands and of course can cause a lot of damages you're seeing in Israel and across the region at the moment. But I think there is an expectation that things will happen tonight as well. One of the surprises about this attack, Matt, was that it happened in daylight. It happened this morning normally these military operations happen overnight because it brings an element of surprise. It means there are far fewer civilians around at risk of being injured. And it means that if you attack an individual, if you're going for individual targets, well, bluntly, they're more likely to be at home in bed than when you attack during the day when, to be honest, they could be anywhere. So that was part of the surprise, I suppose. If everyone is expecting you to attack at night, then you have surprise of attacking during the day. But a lot of military activity in these conflicts, certainly previously in the previous 12-day war, did happen at night. So yes, as we've seen in Tel Aviv, yes, as I'm sure we will see here in the skies across Jerusalem, I'd be very surprised if we don't see some signs, some evidence of military conflict. The Israelis, and indeed the Iranians, of course, have very sophisticated air defense systems for whether it's long-range missiles or short-range, but they will expect to intercept, we're just seeing up there, a sign of an interception up in the sky there, and a cloud from one of those occurring. They happen on a fairly regular basis, and you also, and it's happened so many times today, get alerts on phones and devices telling you that missiles are on the way. And there was at one point earlier when we got a message saying there had been no US-Israeli airstrikes on Iran for 45 minutes, and within seconds of getting that message, we got another saying, in fact, if you look up there, you see a little speck of orange. I don't know if you can see that. That is the aftermath of an interception, and that is debris that is glowing, coming down towards the Earth, and is now fizzled out. From a distance, they look like fireworks sometimes. They look like shooting stars, but that is nothing so pretty, nothing so fortunate. That is the aftermath of a military missile, and that is another bit of the countless shreds of evidence that we've seen today that this region, this most volatile of regions, has once again entered into war. That, by the way, I imagine actually is a firework amidst all of this. This is Ramadan, and before war broke out, it was quite normal in this area that people, after fasting during the day and the evening, would have food, would have something of a party to mark the end of their daily fast, and the sound of fireworks was pretty common. Well, it's been much less common today. People are here across Israel, across this region, are anxious to see what happens next.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Adam, thank you very much indeed. Do stay safe, of course. Joining me here in the studio is global affairs journalist and the author of The Heartbeat of Iran, Tara Kangaloo. Tara, good to see you. Just alluding to what Adam said there, whether in Israel, in Iran, anywhere else, when this kind of thing happens, sadly, civilians get injured and killed. And we hear about a school being hit in southern Iran, in Minab County, which, for just to get the geography for people, is pretty close to the Strait of Hormuz as it happens. And Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian put out a statement on it talking about Shajara Taiba Primary School and dozens of innocent students there being killed.
Indeed. And Matt, you and I have covered conflicts around the world in the region, and we can very easily say that the first casualties of any war are innocent people who really want nothing of this. I actually just got off the phone with a journalist in Tehran. Despite the very poor internet connections, cell receptions are also down. And he told me people are rushing to the supermarkets. The gas lines are busy. People are hoarding products just because they don't know what to expect. As far as the school that you mentioned, indeed, over 60 have been killed, 80 injured in this small small town. Just to give our audience some context, Minab is a very small town, 75,000 in population, a part of Hormuzgan province. Sunni, Shia Iranians live side by side, and in some ways a poor city. And we are facing a situation where 51% of the Iranian population is living below the poverty line. During the 12-day war, I remember the words of another source who told me, we are caught between the lunacy of a repressive theocracy and the aggression and interests of foreign countries. And I think once again, we're seeing that. All the while, the Iranian people who I've been speaking with the past month, in light of the brutal crackdown over the January protests, have all been waiting for these strikes. And they're all on standby, filled with anxiety and stress as to what to expect next, what is awaiting their faith, because they know that if the regime stands as is, they're further going to crack down against any form of dissent. And one more thing I would add, that right now on the streets in Tehran and other major cities, you see military presence and checkpoints. So, yes, security environment.
So that'll be the IRGC.
Yes, indeed.
We've also, look, in the last hour, we heard from Iranian state-backed TV that we could expect this man here on the right, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, to speak. Well, we haven't seen that yet, by the way. We've also heard from Abbas Araghchi, who is Iran's foreign minister, speaking to our colleagues at NBC News, seeming remarkably calm. I mean, his rhetoric, perhaps, showed what he really thought in terms of we will fight the aggressors, and saying that Israel and the US have failed. This is in amongst plenty of rumours that are inevitably going to be flying around about the state of Iran's leadership right now.
Indeed. And again, as we saw in the 12-day war, speculation of who has been killed. Starting earlier today, there were speculation as to the whereabouts of the supreme leader. Now, as you said, we're hearing lines that he might speak at any minute.
Well, this is his compound, by the way. They were seeing on the screen blackened, smoking there, but he may well not have been there at the time,
Indeed,
of course.
Indeed. Sources have told me that in that compound earlier, his son, as well as other leaders, were having some sort of a meeting, an important meeting. But again, no word as to where they are. We saw images earlier of Narmak, an area where former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad's house is. The Iranian state TV is reporting that 3 of his security detail have been killed. Again, rumors are circulating as to who has been hit, because if we go back to what President Trump said, they are targeting heads of IRGC, the Sepah, and government officials. But who those people are, yet to be seen.
Tara, thank you very much indeed. Keir Starmer spoke earlier from Downing Street about the US and Israeli attack on Iran. Here's what he had to say.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability, and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies, as Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table.
We're joined now by our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark, with more on what the US and Israel have been targeting.
A war began this morning at about 6 o'clock UK time. It began when the Israelis launched a series of what looked like decapitation attacks against Tehran, particular residential areas in Tehran, and then was followed up quite quickly with SIAD attacks by the United States. SIAD, the suppression of enemy air defences. A number of targets seem to have been hit. And that then led to a range of targets being hit across Afghanistan, across Iran. And these are the ones that we know of so far, mainly in the West, because that's the population centres mainly. But we'll find out more in the coming hours which other targets have been hit. President Trump then went on social media with an 8-minute video in which he said these are major combat operations. Well, these major combat operations are designed to destroy the government of Iran. They go far beyond the idea of doing something about the Iranian nuclear program, far beyond the idea of doing something about the ballistic missile program. They are designed, he made it very clear, to destroy the government of Iran and let the people rise up and take power. So the major combat operations of the United States are not designed against the Iranian people. That would be genocide. They're designed to destroy the government of Iran, and that's war. That's what a war is. So it's taken place over the previous hours, and the Iranians have done exactly what they said they would do, which was to retaliate, and that they would retaliate across the region. And they've retaliated across many parts of the region, more or less all foreign bases that they could target with the missiles that they had. And so we can see that the attacks have gone in at some of the air bases, the Ali Al-Salem air base in Kuwait, the Bahrain Fleet HQ, the Al Jafar base, which also is a British base as well as an American base. We only have one ship there at the moment, HMS Middleton. There used to be 4 minesweepers there who were doing a job in the Gulf to keep it free of mines. All but one has been withdrawn. HMS Middleton is due to be withdrawn. I think it may still be there. Probably won't be there next week. So there's a little bit of a presence of British forces at Al Jafar, but not much. much more major presence in Qatar at the Al Udeid Air Base, and this is the centre of America's command structure in the Middle East, and that is a major base, and there have been a number of attacks on that. And in the UAE, the Al Dhafra air base also seems to have been attacked. So the Iranians are doing what they said they would do, which is to hit out. And it's logical from their point of view that whatever they've got left in terms of missiles, and they may have up to 2,000 by most estimates, they want to use them quickly, because if they don't use them, they will lose them. Israeli intelligence is very good. They tend to know where these things are. The Iranians will want to use them all as quickly as possible before they get targeted. And this already is an example of the hit that we know has taken place in Al Jafra, the base in Jubail, rather, in Bahrain. And that base itself has been targeted, and it's a big base from the American point of view because it's the base of CENTCOM, Central Command. So we're at the beginning of what could turn out to be a short war. I think more likely it will be a longer war, but we'll see. The United States obviously feels that they could conduct these major operations and achieve a political result in Iran quite quickly. But Iran is a big country. This is not Venezuela. Iran is a country of 90 million people. There is a deep-seated presence of the Iranian revolution, the Islamic revolution in Iran. And it is estimated that maybe 10% of the population, 10% of 90 million, favour the revolution, are committed to the revolution, quite apart from the Revolutionary Guards and the militias which back them up. All wars lead to a certain amount of chaos, and even wars that are successfully prosecuted tend to leave chaos in their wake. So whether quickly, sometime next week, or in longer terms, sometime next month or the month after, or even after that, any success that the United States and Israel has in this war may also be accompanied by a fair bit of local, national and regional chaos.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Joining me now is Senior Lecturer in History and Political Science at Clemson University in the US, Arash Azizi. I think you're in South Carolina, Arash, if I've got that right. Your reaction to what's now. New York, beg your pardon. Nevertheless, your reaction to what we've been seeing in the Middle East these past few hours.
It's very clear that the US and Israel want to change the power in Iran. They want to change the regime, and this is no joke. It's not like the June war, where they also had certain attempts, but they stopped at some point. It's not like previous conflicts. It appears that they're very serious about it, and this is kind of a moment of truth. We have to see how successful the decapitation that they did today and the other days can be. The Iranian regime had said that it would respond swiftly, and it did. It has attacked at least 6 countries. So in many ways, this truly is the moment of truth. If the United States and Israel are able to change the power, the nature of power, when we say regime change, it's not always clear what it means, but if they're able to change who rules Iran, basically, they'll be able to get a new deal. And I don't mean just a particular agreement, but a new sort of way of living with Iran. And conversely, the Iranian regime, whatever remains of it, might be able to use that to bring some sort of a stability. But in order to do that, it would need to bring significant political changes. So in short, this is very much now about the question at the table now. It's not Iran's nuclear program. It's not its regional behavior. It is the nature of power in Iran. It's the Islamic Republic and its continued rule.
Nevertheless, we've seen this kind of thing attempted before, regime change. And how successful is it? I'm going to say not very often.
Well, it's often not successful indeed. But it also depends what we mean by success. Can the nature of the regime change? Can Iran have sort of a different leadership? Yes. But, will it be a democracy via this? Of course not. I mean, there's no, it's not clear how this path could lead to something like that. Of course, there might be Iranian uprisings and all that, but I don't really see that coming. So I think, though, not just as a result of this war, but as a result of everything that has been happening, it is quite likely that we'll see a kind of different constellation of power in Iran, a different regime really in Iran. And which will have a different relationship with the region, a different relationship with its own people. But it's going to be a rocky path to get there. And this does not mean, again, it doesn't mean it would be a democratic regime. It doesn't even necessarily mean that, you know, it would have all the things that people want. And of course, there are also worst case scenarios. There are possibilities of a state collapse, of civil war, of many terrible things. Already we see innocent people killed today, like those school children in Minab, you know, young girls who were killed in this strike, and many more casualties can come if this continues.
Well, precisely, Arash. I mean, you're an expert in history and political science, and people will hear you say things like worst-case scenarios, and their minds will turn to other places in the region, or wider region, like Libya, like Iraq, like Syria. They'll think about the red lines that happened in Syria that weren't acted upon, and, you know, how that civil war just went on for years and years and years, and how many people killed. I mean, that really is a situation that people would not want to see again in Iran.
That's right. I mean, the collapse of the state, you know, most of us, wherever we live in the world, when if we live in a democracy or we live in an authoritarian country, take certain things to be granted. Is that, you know, you wake up, you go out, even if you're unemployed, you know, you somehow survive. If you have a job, you go to a job, you go to a store, you get things like the basics of a life under a sovereign state. And this is what collapses in the conditions of civil war, where life becomes absolutely unpredictable, where there's no possibility for planning for a future, where it's not clear who rule of the gangs or different bodies. International countries, all different countries can intervene inside your country and do whatever they like. All the terrible things that happens as a result of a civil war, and unfortunately, that's a possibility. Of course, I still hope as an Iranian that could be avoided, but unfortunately, it does remain a very real possibility. And it's very much, I want to say, it's the fault of Ayatollah Khamenei and the regime who brought our country to this point. This is a regime that shouted death to America and death to Israel for more than, you know, almost 50 years. But it was at the same time a very weak regime, which is not actually able to defend Iran against America and Israel. So I think Iranian anger very much will be directed at their own leaders for having brought us another war that we don't want.
Arash Azizi, appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed. Joining me now is Senior Fellow at the Centre for International Policy and the host of the Iran podcast, Nigar Mortazavi. Nigar, good to see you. Same question to you to begin with. Your reaction to what we're seeing in Iran and the wider region right now?
Well, I think it's horrific. I mean, it is a war that has been launched, I would say an illegal war. I was just reading the statement of the UN Special Rapporteur on Iran, essentially saying a violation of the UN Charter without authorization from the UN Security Council. This is also without authorization from the US Congress. And it's a war that started in the middle of negotiations, in the middle of diplomacy. And we saw on day one of this war that is promising to free the Iranian people, an elementary school is hit and dozens of children are killed. So the civilian casualties and the civilian harm and the civilian price of the war is just very evident for whoever needs to see from the first moment. I think it's horrific. And Iran's response is also horrific. Their calculation is that they have shown restraint in the past in reaction to Israel and the US, and that has invited, essentially, it has projected weakness and it has invited even more attacks. And they had communicated and threatened before that this time, if they get attacked, they're going to respond and escalate. And this is exactly what they promised to do. And we see the war really spreading across the region beyond Iran's borders, and the spillover is going to continue,
Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has been speaking to our colleagues at NBC News, saying it's strange during negotiations for the other side to suddenly attack you. Now, people may just take that as rhetoric from him, but it's not dissimilar to what Oman's Foreign Minister was saying, who was, of course, involved in those negotiations in Geneva. It begs the question whether you think those negotiations should have continued and could have succeeded.
Absolutely. I mean, regardless of what the Iranian official line is, I mean, I think the Iranians are very much responsible. They didn't take negotiations as seriously as possible. I think they should have met with the United States directly and negotiated very seriously. They could have ramped this up a lot more instead of the Omani foreign minister traveling to the U.S., meeting with the vice president and doing the rounds in media. This was the task of Iranian diplomats. Iran, I think, didn't show that kind of seriousness, at least in the format of the negotiation, the way this administration wanted, and that could have contributed to the success of diplomacy, or at least pushed it further. But at the same time, yes, very much. This is an attack on the negotiation table, and this is a replicate of what we saw in June. In the June war, just less than a year ago, it was also in the middle of negotiations. A round of negotiations were scheduled in Oman when the attacks came, the Israeli attacks, and then followed by the U.S. attacks. So this time around, essentially, we were hearing from the Iranians that they are coming to the negotiations, but with their finger on the trigger, assuming they're going to get attacked again. And it did happen.
Nigar, I'd like to shift focus to something a little bit more personal, if I may. I'm sure you have plenty of friends and family in Iran, people you will love and care about. Are you able to keep in contact with them? Are you able to understand what their situation in the country is right now?
Thank you for that question. If I may step out of my sort of analyst position, and I try to not bring personal into professional, but this is also the story of the diaspora and all of us who focus on Iran. It's been very difficult to get in touch with friends and family. We all have these WhatsApp family groups where you get up in the morning and sort of hear from cousins and uncles and aunts and elderly and etc. And it's just been silent. It's just been silent. We've sent messages. They only delivered to those cousins who live in Europe or somewhere abroad with internet, and the rest of the family just hasn't seen the messages, and it hasn't been delivered to their devices. So there's communications disruption. It's been difficult. I've only heard from a few people, and we don't know how far the disruption is going to go. We've seen in the past that when chaos happens in the form of protest or the war, that communications does get disrupted, and that's yet another challenge. But the ones that I have been in touch are just horrified. They're horrified as they were in June. In June, the attacks came in the middle of the night. They woke up with the ground shaking, with hearing sounds that they weren't sure what it is. But in the past 8 months, there has been an anticipation of that war, an anxiety, and once again, that came true. So it's just very horrific for those who live on the ground.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Nigar Mortazavi, really appreciate you answering that question at the end, and also for talking to us about things more in your professional sphere as well. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Sky News.
Thank you for having me.
Joining me in the studio, our international affairs editor, Dominic Waghorn, and our security and defence analyst, Professor Michael Clark. And Dom, that really does sum it up. We can look at this through the geopolitical lens and the legitimacy of the action by the US and Israel, but also you can't forget the impact on people and the people they love, and civilians in Iran as well, who will be fearing for their lives right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we are talking to lots of analysts. They can speak in fairly dry terms. It was great to hear from her, you know, on a human level, how it's affecting her and her family. And I think, you know, it's a danger with all these things to kind of look at the video of things going bang and fireworks going off and forgetting that this is affecting millions of people who are tonight going to be terrified that these missiles, these drones, whether you're in Iran or Doha or Bahrain or whatever, could fly in. You know, a lot of these places don't have shelters. In Israel, every home has to have a shelter. So there are places to go if you're in a country that is routinely facing the threat of hostile activity. You know, places in the Gulf, that's not the case. So terrifying for them. And in Tehran, I've just been WhatsApping with a contact in Tehran, checking he's OK. And he said, yes, OK at the moment, but it's going to be a long night. And it is going to be a long night for literally tens or hundreds of millions of people across the region, because this region's been tipped into a war now by the Israelis and the Americans. Donald Trump really just rolling the dice again to see how this works out, without any justification in terms of sort of legality, in terms of not going to the UN Security Council, not asking for or presenting a pretext for carrying this out, not even getting congressional approval. You know, if he'd waited till Monday, there was a resolution on the books in the US Congress that would have made this impossible. He would have to require congressional approval. So he's using this narrow window of opportunity to unleash this war, and it's hard to see exactly what the strategy is and why it's going to be worth it.
A long night ahead, Dom says, Michael. It could be a long days, weeks, months ahead. And they'd like to clearly do this quickly, but as Dom said there, it's hard to see how that strategy plays out.
Yeah, I mean, from a military point of view, you can see what the strategic stages are. So the first stage is suppression of enemy air defence, it's known as SIAD in the trade, to, as it were, make Iran vulnerable to whatever air power you want to then apply. And then the United States will work through its target list of all the things they want to take down in priority order. It's a very well-planned process normally, and always there will be things that will go wrong, and they'll find ways around that. But any prolonged campaign, this is a campaign to destroy the government of Iran. That means it's not a quick, once and done. No. It's got to keep going until it achieves either that objective or something that can be made to look like that objective for Donald Trump. So it's going to take some time, which means that the United States is probably going to have to reinforce what it's got. There's information today, this afternoon, that more tankers are on their way from the continental United States. You can see reinforcements coming in, because now that they've started it, and the American military may not have thought that they were going to pull every lever all at once, but now that they have, then it may well be that they'll need more stuff in the region, not least ammunition. There is some concern in the Pentagon that they don't have enough anti-aircraft ammunition, Patriot missiles, for instance, and other forms of anti-aircraft ordnance, because if the Iranians are able to keep up a sort of bombardment, and the Iranians are going to fire off everything they've got, because if they don't use it, they'll lose it, and it may well be that the Americans might struggle a little bit getting enough ammunition in place in time.
When it comes to what Iran is firing off, how discriminating are they? Because we're seeing pictures from the likes of Dubai, and apparently hotels, well, not necessarily being hit direct by the missiles, but certainly those missiles being destroyed and causing damage and injury beneath them.
And that's the point. When a missile is destroyed, it's got to fall somewhere. I mean, it can be knocked off course, it can have its fins knocked out, or it can be fragmented in the air. But the warhead, which may or may not go off, very often it doesn't go off, but the bits are going to fall somewhere. And so always with anti-aircraft operations, there is always debris and damage on the ground, and very often fatalities caused by it. And the Iranians are hitting out wherever they can. And the next thing we would expect to see is the Iranians maybe trying to operate in the Gulf toward the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Americans, of course, have been thinking about that, and they've got a very powerful naval force in the area. But the Iranians have got a lot of small craft, they've got boats, they've got their sort of improvised aircraft carrier, which carries drones and helicopters, and they may well try to use that in order to create a certain amount of chaos in the Gulf. They don't have to close the Gulf to have, or the Strait of Hormuz, to have an economic impact, because once they make it dangerous, then world shipping will have to keep away, which they will. And so, in a sense, the effect on the oil price by tomorrow, the effect on Gulf shipping by tomorrow might be quite considerable. And that's what the Iranians have got to do. They've got to make this look expensive for the United States, expensive for the world community. And if they can fire off enough, they hope they can get lucky.
The IRGC is warning boats not to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, Dom, as it happens. It is interesting, isn't it, seeing that and knowing that both China and Russia want this meeting of the UN Security Council, which is happening at 9 o'clock this evening, GMT, and also knowing full well who takes a lot of that oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz from Iran. It is China, it is Iran. There are knock-on effects here for all of us, aren't there?
Yeah, there are. This is a waterway through which a fifth of the world's oil passes. Not as much oil as in the past, but it's still a kind of jugular for the global economy. So if you shut
most of it goes to China. That's the key point, isn't it?
Right, exactly. And India, I should have said, not Iran. It goes to India.
All the tankers turn left out of the Gulf. They used to turn right. They all turn left now.
But if it's blocked, and as you say, the IRGC are saying it's going to be blocked, they can't block it for long, but if you sink a tanker or you mine it, it's going to block it for a while, and that will, regardless where that oil is now going to, it's going to push up the price of crude. This is going to have repercussions on all of us, potentially, because it will affect the global economy. So as Michael is saying there, the strategy for the Iranians is to take the gloves off, because the other side has done that. The first round of this war, going back in June last year, the Americans said, we're not going to go for the Ayatollah, and the Iranians responded in a more measured way. The Israelis have made it pretty clear now that the Ayatollah has been a target. His fate is still unknown. And the Iranians now are fighting, well, the regime is fighting for its life, which means it's going to use all the missiles it's got at its disposal. It's going to use asymmetrical warfare. It may try and close the straits for as long as possible. It could also use sleeper cells it's got, and also its proxies, Hezbollah have in cities around the world, to carry out terrorist attacks on Americans or Israelis or other nationals around the world. So, you know, what we're seeing at the moment is an aerial exchange of fire across the Gulf and across with Israel as well. But this could metastasise fairly quickly into a different war. And as you've been saying all day, Michael, you know, wars don't sort of carry on in the way you predict. So, however this war was sort of begun in the mind of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, it will change the longer it goes on. And we're looking at a lot of countries potentially involved.
On that point, you talk about cells, proxies, the IRGC operating in cities around the world, and we hear in the UK. Is that why you hear our Prime Minister Keir Starmer being clear that Britain played no part in this militarily? Is it sort of trying to say, look, nothing to do with us, guys, but we also agree with our allies in terms of Iran being a risk?
Well, I think, Michael, you can talk about sort of the military justification, but I think diplomatically and politically, there's a huge amount of disquiet about this. As I say, it's not been... You know, you go back to the Gulf War, George Bush and Tony Blair bent over backwards to try and get their invasion of Iraq and other, you know, military activities and operations then justified in the international arena, and they wanted to have UN security support for it. You know, Donald Trump is not doing that. His speech, his video, casts this in a kind of historic war with Iran as far as he's concerned, and he's taking the Israeli talking points there as well. This is an existential war in their minds, and the Americans have beef with the Iranians that go back a long way. But he's not pursuing that international legal justification in any way or congressional approval at all. So that's, you know, that's causing deep unease amongst his allies. It'd be very difficult for Keir Starmer to go in on this, even if he wanted to, given the feelings about it in the Labour Party. But I think there'll be military reasons as well for the British not getting stuck in on this as well.
Michael, the Americans aren't the only ones who have beef with Iran. Saudi Arabia does have beef with Iran. It wasn't that long ago that MBS himself, Mohammed bin Salman, was in the Oval Office meeting President Trump as well. Will they want to be sucked into this? Will they support the US, or will they rather have been observing from afar?
Yeah, until this occurrence, the view in Washington and in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, was always that the Gulf Arabs always complain when we do something and stand on their dignity, but privately they say to us, get on with it. That's fine. Anything which reduces Iran, because they all fear Iran. The only people who didn't always say that were the Qataris, who were naturally close, and Turkey was closer. But all of the others used to say privately, we quite like what you're doing. The implication this time is that they don't feel that, because Iran is already enfeebled. Iran is already less of a problem to them than it has been for many, many years. And the danger here is that an Iran in which the government is destroyed will create such instability that they'll all suffer from it. So it isn't just the direct retaliation that Iran is trying now and will try for some days or maybe weeks ahead. It's the destabilization across the region that a generalised war, more generalised war, would create.
And the Iranians have worked quite hard, haven't they, to kind of restore diplomatic relations around the region. They're not the kind of ostracised, rogue state that they were in the past. So that, you know, America and Israel are now attacking a country that has, you know, full diplomatic relations with countries around the region.
And China went out of its way last year to actually bring Saudi Arabia and Iran together. It was a bit symbolic, but it was a historic bit of symbolism. There was China stepping in to bring these two, you know, Shia and Sunni antagonistic states into the same room, and they did.
Is China going to go out of its way this time to come to the aid of its ally? Could Russia, even if it wanted to?
Russia probably couldn't. The Chinese have been looking at supplying very powerful anti-ship missiles, and they've been talking about it for a couple of years. The Iranians, since certainly last year, have speeded up all of their discussions with China about anti-aircraft defences and anti-ship missiles. I don't think that they've got any yet, but there certainly is was it called the CH-360, I think it is, the anti-ship missile, very powerful, untested in war, but believed to be very powerful.
Flies low and fast, I think.
Exactly, capable of bringing an aircraft carrier to
Which
Greece.
is presumably part of their calculation as well, the Americans and the Israelis, that this is the time to hit Iran when it is weak. It's very damaged by the 12-day war last year, and it's not getting these kind of supplies that the Chinese have been promising them yet.
If they leave it a while, they might have these Chinese supplies. At the moment, we don't think that they've, generally speaking, got them. But undoubtedly, China and Russia, they're not going to go out on a limb for Iran. They didn't go out on a limb for Venezuela. They won't do it for Cuba. They didn't help Iran earlier. They didn't help them last year. I don't think they're going to do that this year either.
Should we talk about the main protagonists here? We've only heard once from Donald Trump so far. We were thinking we might hear from him this afternoon, but we haven't as yet. We also had Iranian state-owned TV saying we were going to hear from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in the last couple of hours, and we haven't either. Dom, what's your read on that?
Well, I think that's the big question. And as I said, you know, that's the difference between this time. Round two, if you like, in this American-Israeli-Iranian war, they have clearly gone for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, a man who's ill and in his late 80s, but a man who's been, you know, you can look at Iran and all its varied power structures. It's hard to read. They all have certain, you know, elements of autonomy.
And he's only the second Ayatollah. I mean, since the revolution.
Yeah, and it's, you know, his word is always the final word in Iran. You know, I remember one of our guides in Iran, when I went there a few years ago, he said, look, there are all these bits of government, but all that really matters is the word and the mind of one man. He's a wily, he's a crafty old man now, but his personality has really defined the country and its conduct on the world stage for decades now. And if you want to decapitate the regime, you know, you're certainly going to go after him. But he's been preparing for this, and he's been trying to delegate power, trying to secure lines of succession and command. You know, if he is killed, there will be a power struggle. And it may be the strategy of Donald Trump, although he's saying publicly he wants the people to rise up and he wants the security forces to hand in their weapons, which is completely unrealistic, really. But the strategy behind that may be that someone more pragmatic and amenable and malleable to the West within the IRGC replaces the Ayatollah. You know, that may be fairly delusional thinking, but that is the Venezuela model. You find someone else to replace the dictator.
Wasn't President Pezeshkian meant to be more like that? I mean, more moderate, obviously in the context of Iran, but meant to be more like that?
Yes, and that's kind of how Iran has operated. It has various sort of faces of government, various levels of government. The President Pezeshkian, as you say, you know, he doesn't have a lot of power. The man who has the power is the supreme leader. And, you know, I think if he is killed, if he's taken out by the Americans and the Israelis, he's more likely to be replaced by a hardliner because the hardliners have the power.
Larijani has been named as the successor. Who's the hardliner?
Yeah.
Appreciate your input, both. Thank you very much indeed. Dominic, Michael, just seeing images over Tehran right now as explosions continue in the Iranian capital. Coming up after the break, Jonathan Samuels with more on the developing situation in Iran.